beef that they had between two sides has ended. There are still like substantial disagreements between both sides, and they are all kind of colluding against each other with proxy groups, and so they just found.
Go ahead, yo. You can get it out, then we can go back to the news. Go ahead.
All right, cool. So, and I'm being completely, I'm not joking when I say this, and it's gonna sound like I'm joking, but I'm not. So, you know, I handle the affairs of, you know, older people in my family, you know, people older than me. Everyone, where some of the older women that I'm helping, when I call, you know, the insurance or whatever, I got the call, I'm talking like I'm talking to y'all. I say, yes, my name is Mary Smith. This is Mary Smith calling, and they can't question me. So basically, I just got off of a phone call handling an issue for a woman. And because of the transgender for all situation that's, you know, taking root in this country, I said, I'm not a sir, I'm a man. Yo, I put myself on mute, I was cracking up. Because the woman she couldn't figure it, like, she was thrown off because I sound like this, yet I'm an 80-year-old woman and she can't question it. So now I can actually handle these people's affairs without having to conference them and do all this other stuff. So that's one benefit to the transgender for all agenda, is that men or women can call up on behalf of their, you know, man or women that they handle it for, and they can represent themselves as the person, which is, you know, fraud. But at the same time, you know, it's making things easier for people to get things done. I just thought
Let's stop
so,
here.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
You go ahead, what were you going to say?
The transgender for all things.
What do you think?
I said, we'll talk about it later.
No.
You said, you have already spoken. It's okay.
I'm just saying, if you need to handle your father's affairs, you don't have to get him on the line. You can do it yourself now, and they can't question you.
This has nothing. I worked in customer service for years. And we never question a person's voice. I have called people, ma'am, when it was really a guy. I have called women, sir, really a woman.
Yeah,
At the end of the day, it doesn't go by those. It's what can be verified.
I know, but
That's it. That's all. That's all. That's the end of the conversation. Not going to go back and forth on this topic. It's over. It's done. It's finished. Thank you. Dan OPEC.
Oh, I need a few minutes.
see that?
No, you did. I said OPEC 12 times. You're so rude. Anyway, so the Saudis, you said they don't like them. They didn't want to be there. Oh, okay, so pretty much you was wrapping up. Patty, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, they did. They've always had a problem with it, but yeah, and them actually exit. Yeah, I think because I thought it might have been behind Saudis. Well, yeah.
Global cooperations that we've had, but it's not necessarily a good move for the UAE because, you know, the global oil price is determined firstly by OPEC and the price that base it, and that then indicates a supply, which once the demand is ascertained, a price can be determined on the global markets. So I don't know if it's necessarily a good thing for global oil. I think it may be even detrimental to the US because the US needs a higher barrel price to make its oil production more profitable, or sort of profitable enough to continue. So it seems to be a strange move, but not unexpected.
I'm trying to Google and see if there's any other articles about it.
I'm just waiting for somebody to say petrodollar. Apparently there was a report that the UAE was looking to join BRICS, but then that would be contrary to the US's interests. So it doesn't really make sense as any kind of brilliant strategic move, that's all.
Question could this be retaliatorial? Because we hear our president saying, "Oh yeah, come get oil from us," meaning America, and you have people who can't move their things around. I don't know. Leave this for the smarter people in here. Could this be a move to again accept other currencies because our leadership can't get their shit together? I'm going on mute. Is closed. By who? The blockade. Ships cannot enter and exit. People in that region need to move their product, right? Maybe they gotta move their product in this country.
And the blockade is being done. Okay, but Iran is blocking the strait, while what I'm understanding the U.S.
The US is stationed more in the Arabian Sea, and they are not letting Iranian ships through. The Iranians have their major influence closer to the top of the strait near Kars Island, whatever it's called, and they are not letting many of the other Gulf country thing, so they can still control the UAE's oil, but they do have like a
or if they start producing more oil when they can't even get it out. If everything is fucked up. So I'm confused with the conversation. Like, why are we even talking about how we're going to, what currency we're going to use if our product can't even get out? That's where I'm trying to figure that out.
And I think there's other ways to get it out. Everything does not have to go through the Strait of Hormuz. There's other ways to get product out of that region.
Yeah, not really though. Not because remember, each tanker can carry up to 2 million barrels, and that's, you need a pipeline, and there are pipelines. The Saudis have a pipeline, but if the Saudis are an OPEC, so it's just a big old mess.
And the pipeline only holds up to 5 million barrels per day, right?
Yeah. See, a tank is in oil.
My response to that is slow money is better than no money.
Fair enough.
Do you think it be logical that we might start finding different ways to not just being so dependent on oil, period? Is that even a thought? No? Never?
It won't happen because it's a structural issue, right? You've got so much of the world depends on petroleum-derived products, fertilizers, all that sort of thing, quick enough or deep enough. But the issue is that this stuff isn't necessary. I mean, there's plenty of supply of oil, but this is affecting the price in an adverse way. This Trump's actions in the Straits.
Wait. So I'm reading here, UAE does have their own pipeline, and it goes through Oman and comes out the Gulf of Oman, so it bypasses the.
But does it come out still in the Straits though?
So it's outside the Strait of Hormuz. It sits in the Gulf of. Yeah, and they can get. Hold on. Try to read.
2 million barrels a day.
That's 2 million barrels a day.
Low money better than no money. I hear it. You know, you got to get what you can get.
What if the slow money costs more than no money?
Oh, well then I don't know. Then you're fucked. But they trying to do something. I don't know what they're gonna do. They can't move product. They need to do something. They got to do something.
Well, I mean, how long is that? I mean, how long is that pipeline? That pipeline is.
Yeah, so it was at 1.5 to 1.8 million barrels through the pipeline, but prior to the war starting, they were exporting 3.5 million barrels per day. So they're still only at half capacity at best.
Yeah,
but yeah, money's money.
Yeah. And it says most of it's underground. What they would be able to hit would be the storage tanks and the loading facilities.
It looks like that since the announcement by the UAE a few hours ago, the Brent barrel price has not come down significantly. I think it's down 10 or 20 cents per barrel. It's still at $109.5, $109.50, $109.70. It was at 110 a bit earlier. So the fact that they have the ability to supply extra, caused by the closing of the straits.
Good morning, Patty.
Good morning.
Good morning to the rest of y'all.
How about the ladies that brought you up? For real.
That's all I'm gonna say. And good morning to you, First Lady Tiandria, Van, Divine, Lisa. I don't know who you are, Butter. Good morning to you, Lord, Cunning, Arthur, Brian. Good morning to the Goo. Let's see if there's any notable names.
What do you mean you don't know who I am? What are you talking about?
I wasn't talking about you, Lisa. Of course I know who you are, Lisa. I don't know who Butter is.
And Butter's good girl. She's good. She's a good woman.
We're going to war in Iran, and something came up about the Iran proposal. So if they reopen those, they're cool with that without getting a nuclear deal. And that's how they are looking at ending this war.
Isn't this what started the war? Stop playing, Patty.
I'm not playing. It appears cool on Iran proposal to end war, reopen Hormuz without a nuclear deal.
No deal?
No nuclear deal. But he's gonna say, I got it. So Hormuz got stopped. The strait got interrupted because we went to war.
Oh, even now it's written an article that Netanyahu, since he didn't reach his ultimate goal in Iran, that his party is falling. It might do horribly in the next election.
Okay, this is what it says. The Iranian proposal would focus on reopening the Hormuz, ending the war the U.S. and Israel began 2 months ago, but table the nuclear talks until a later date.
Yeah.
Are y'all okay? She's sitting here talking about what's going on.
You know, we all a little bit hurt.
And no, you need a beat. I promise you. Patty, go ahead.
Sorry
She
about
was
that.
not. She was mid-sentence.
Yeah, I do stop by journalism. I never get on stage, but I do listen to the band. To see Concrete in his natural form.
What was Patty saying, Patty? Get us back, please. Good go.
I mean, this is to decrease their nuclear enrichment. And now we'll talk to y'all later about that. Just open the strait back up.
It's the thing that's causing all the problems globally. And it's putting a massive amount of attention onto the United States and the administration.
Oh, it definitely is. And then, the GCC, countries from the GCC had met in Turkey last week. And guess who was indirectly involved? China. So, UAE is also looking to China for additional security measures. Not letting go of the U.S., but also looking to China. So, yeah. Fucking with 132,000 bachelor's degrees. But instead, we're in another country.
Healthcare.
Not fulfilling. Where MAGA at with this? He's a great businessman, and that's what we need for the country. What is?
What's the name? Now, where's this
Oh,
race
kind of chat. They
First,
don't
Trump.
come up here with these lies. But go ahead, sorry.
No worries. Where do you read? Where's us been? Where's this information? Because he'll come out and say, I didn't say that. I can't believe he's done that. I can't believe it. Now you're saying none?
Have you ever?
Like zero?
Have you ever heard of?
Taco?
Damn it, you said it. Yes, it's called taco. We've seen it before.
DOC thing? Like nothing?
It's the out of the deal that counts.
Look, you
Not
can't
the deal itself.
have the C in taco without doing the C in taco. Can't chicken out without
You eat the sauce or something. Nothing? Y'all lying. I ain't buying it. There's got to be something.
True to the game. He said
No.
true to the game.
No. Y'all playing it.
The problem with Trump's negotiating his current position is that I think it's described as a zugzwang, which is any move he makes, he's going to be in a worse position than he was when he started this whole thing. It's a complete and utter failure, and for anyone to argue that there's been any benefit from this would be just a very hard argument to make.
Well, the benefit definitely is
that you can be taken on the precipice of war and the stock market will still rally with just some fancy or, flowery words. So that is something that we did.
The thing is that because there's so much liquidity in the system, and there has been for so long, and wealth is increasing at an increasing rate, and that capital has to find a home somewhere. It usually ends up in stock markets. So there's this massive upward pressure on all global stock markets for economies that are doing okay. So that's why I think you keep seeing this, is that the market tends to ignore. I mean, it will react in some ways in a negative way, but as soon as there's a glimmer of hope, you'll see it shoot back up. I don't think it's connected to reality.
Well, I think there's a nature of the cash that you're talking about, and I think that nature is called dumb money, and I think that's really
years, and the evaluation is $3.6 trillion between OpenAI, Anthropic, and SpaceX. Just think about that.
makes no sense whatsoever.
That they're trading at 1,000 times earnings. Even if for SpaceX, I think it's $8 billion currently.
Yeah, it's
What's the date of the? What's that date that it needs to be sorted by? Is that May 15?
Oh, no. The May 15th has something to do with
May 1st.
Conversation and what you say, Dad? May 1st. Okay.
May 1st.
It's gonna be over by May 1st. Did somebody say that?
That's Saturday, right? That's Saturday.
Friday, I think, isn't it? Is it Friday or Saturday?
I believe it's
Saturday.
Yeah.
I guess it's today.
Well, are you already on Thursday?
Wednesday.
No. It's Friday. Friday
Thursday.
is the 1st. Thursday is the 30th.
Oh, right. It's only 30 days this month. Copy that.
Yeah, this is nice.
Too much. A fumble.
We got the
Fumble back.
dropping bombs. We got to practice dropping bombs.
But daycare, childcare, medical care, all that stuff is a waste of money. Okay.
Things will be turned around. Remember you said that last week?
Wow. I think I'm trying to see what else.
Brother, I'm gonna pluck them. See, and y'all did it again. Y'all remember me saying it now. I had to say that.
I'm just ready for the spin. I saved your sons. It would have been a nasty war. Would have lost a lot of lives. I saved the lives of millions and millions, if not billions, of Americans. War is nasty. It's gonna spin it and somehow look like Mighty Mouse. If you don't know the cartoon. Don't insult Mighty Mouse.
Is it Mighty Mouse here to save the day? Was that about that?
I don't remember the song, but I do remember the show. I was a little dude.
E-Mouse will say the day. You don't remember that, Divine? Come on, man.
See, you got me by a couple of years. So.
Whoa. Excuse you. Wow.
I used to be the oldest OG. Now you the OG, triple OG.
Wow. You know, that's not right.
It's serious because first ladies, we got to stay on track. If this is true, well, Americans have the damn memory of a goldfish. I mean, at this point, it's like, okay, it happened, it's over. We're just gonna move on. I mean, no one's holding. Who gonna check them? I'm going on me.
I mean, the sad reality is our forefathers would have been protesting in the streets by now, but we've become so complacent with so many Netflix series that we need to binge watch. We don't have time for the revolution. So the nefarious bad actors just keep getting to do what they want to do when they want to do it, how they want to do it. And yeah, I blame you, Divine.
I'm going to check on and possibly exert some type of influence. Are you giving up already, Divine? Who's going to check him? We're going to check him.
Divine is from the Chuck D Public Enemy era. He grew up listening to revolutionaries. And when it came time for him to pick up the
sound like it.
Yeah, exactly. He said, I ain't got time for that. Ain't nobody.
Say what you made. You don't know me.
Wait. Are you not from the Chuck D Public Enemy Flavor era?
I'll be here from wherever you want me to be from.
You don't want to own it. Damn it, I think Van is right. Van said people went outside for ice, but not war. Americans are pro-killing people.
There's some chum in the water. There's some chum. I mean, it's probably right. I wasn't outside for either, so I guess it doesn't apply for me.
Yeah, you don't care about nobody, Divine.
He supposedly cares about the Epstein survivors, so he'll be on the. I know what I'm doing for the future, and I'm not gonna sit up here and tell y'all what I'm doing. Man, you get on this app and yap your mouth. That's all you do for the culture. Yep, you're right. You know the truth.
So y'all did talk about Florida redistricting map, right? Tell me redistricting map. I don't do my taxes. Shut up. I don't do my taxes someone and they do it for me.
I didn't say your taxes. I said your corporate.
So if I'm from the Chuck D era, you're from the MC Hammer era. You had the big concrete going from the.
I'm gonna tell you which era I'm from. I'm from NBA Youngboy. Yeah, we outside, niggas.
You said MC here.
Every era we've been outside. Every era, even like we outside. We've been outside.
Do we have another Chuck D acting like?
We've been outside from day one to the parks, putting up the DJ equipment in the park. We've been outside. Train you young boys how to be outside. Now y'all talking about the outside. You always been outside.
Divine, the only thing worse is you said PM Dawn.
Emma, what's wrong with them?
With the memory of you. That's what it is.
I don't know about him. Tell me about him.
KRS-One threw him off the stage.
Exactly. You took the words out of my mouth. That's all I know about PM Dawn. He got on stage and KRS-One threw him off the stage.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and play this real quick. Because I think y'all talking about rap music right now, right?
Patty hate black men for frolicking.
Thousands of miles of hidden coves. Mangrove estuaries.
I can't go past it.
Flats. Find your own little slice of heaven in the Florida Keys and Key West.
UAE is a major oil producer, founding member of OPEC. How significant a move is this? This is very significant, Becky. It brings a 59-year relationship to an end, and we just saw this posted on local media, and this is the statement. I want to read you a little bit of this because it gives you some insight into what the UAE government is thinking. They say this decision came after a thorough review of the UAE's production policy and its current and future capacity, and in view of what the national interest requires and the state's commitment to contribute effectively to meeting the urgent needs of the market. Meanwhile, geopolitical fluctuations continue in the near term through the disturbances in the Arabian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, which affect supply dynamics as the basic trends indicate. Capacity right now in terms of what they want to be producing by 2027. We know they want to take that production up to around 5 million barrels per day by 2027. Right now, in terms of what the OPEC, rules have been, it's around 3.5 million barrels per day. So clearly, there's always been sort of an undercurrent of trying to increase the amount of production from the UAE. But this is absolutely significant facts from the region, specifically in the Gulf states, and also quite important to note in terms of the underlying mess. Here we have a significant oil producer, Becky, that is now withdrawing from OPEC and OPEC plus countries. You've also got to remember that Russia, of the way that OPEC was looking at the overall production capacity of all nations that were included. But OPEC's premise, Becky, is about controlling supply and demand, and of course stabilization of the oil market. We're looking at a very different scenario now, where we've got Brent crude prices sitting at $111 a barrel in a very new reality, where you've got this energy supply shock coming to the fore. And the UAE taking and evolving efficiently and responsibly, prioritizing, they say, stability, affordability, as well as sustainability. They also make OPEC members, of course, standing, at around 11 now. Once the UAE decides to leave, it's going to happen on the 1st of May.
$110 a barrel. A lot. Look at that.
Friday.
The thing is that at this level, the American oil producers are making absolute.
You remember how Michael Burry was able to predict the collapse of the subprime mortgages? Where is that guy in this financial economic cycle who is able to read the tea leaves in such a way to see where it's going to collapse? I hear a lot of people talking about private credit, but I feel like private credit is not big enough to collapse the system. So I'm wondering what other corners, maybe software, tech, where are the Ponzi scheme charlatans, right? They're all there somewhere doing something. Enron, AIG, WorldCom. There's got to be a batch that are currently doing what they were doing. I'm just wondering, when is it all going to collapse?
Okay, Concrete, you really wanted to know like what's happening with Michael Burry?
Yeah, I like Michael, but he's behind the Substack wall now, right? He doesn't release his content for free anymore.
No, he doesn't. I mean, he used to be tweeting all the time.
Yeah,
about, like, what he's doing. But in last year, he liquidated everything. He shut down his hedge fund and everything. So it says online that he shifted heavily into options. So and he's probably doing a lot of that. So he's probably betting on that in the future. But we don't see anything that he's doing right now.
Yeah, the thing about being early is it looks just like being wrong. And it's costly, especially when you're trying to short. People have been trying to short Tesla for a long time.
Yes, he has a short position. He has a short position in Tesla. I don't know if he's closed it out since he closed down his fund, but he's been calling that he's saying Tesla's overvalued, and he just doesn't see, especially with the advancement in the Chinese EV technology, he doesn't see the moat that Tesla have, especially for all American EVs, unrealistic. Because
Tesla shifted heavily. Like they're not going to be making cars. They're going to be straight up AI. You know what I mean? So AI and robots. So and then
that's what's trying to fool people.
Yeah, Burry is he knows that he's saying that there's going to be an AI bubble burst. So if that's the case, and Tesla's shifting to AI, they're betting everything on AI. Then and if that bubble is right, then he'll be right.
The crazy part about it is, I think, but the thing is, if this SpaceX IPO goes off without a hitch, he would have, won. That's it. It's over. I don't think he can get caught.
No, but Concrete, did you hear what I don't know why people are so enamored by Elon Musk. They like under a spell. He agreed to list on the NASDAQ. But first, normally you have a period of time where you could be added to the index fund of the NASDAQ. And they agreed to add him in like a short period of time. Normally it takes like almost a year to be added to the index. And he's going to be added in a shorter period of time. And that's unheard of. You're not supposed to be able to negotiate shit like that. But basically he went to them and told them, hey, I could list my company IPO on all the exchanges. But I'm bringing it in NASDAQ, but I want this and that. I want this favor from NASDAQ. And the thing about it, it exposes a lot of people because a lot of people invest in those index funds. And the fact is that now you're exposing them to a company that's going to come to market trading at almost $1,000 valuation. The gross margin on it sucks when SpaceX comes to market. SpaceX is a worse of a Ponzi scheme than Tesla. And if people dip in it, a lot of people who invest in index funds, a lot of retirement accounts is going to lose a lot of money. Because listen, it's going to come to market at a $1.something trillion valuation, and the stock is going to crater after that. People are going to lose their shit.
We'll see, man. And I think that's a brilliant idea to get immediately a part of these mechanical purchases or investing where they have to invest in it based on under like investment mandates. So that's definitely brilliant. Whether or not I think there's too much excitement around him for it to immediately crater. Like why don't you think it would have any resilience in the same way that fucking Tesla has resilience? So Tesla has resilience as a stock in the face of him doing the Heil Hitler, him getting kicked out of Doge, him doing all kind of wild stupid shit. And then these MFers, the CEO here, these MFers keep buying and keep believing. Why don't you think SpaceX will have the same type of resilience?
Yeah, because sooner or later people are gonna ask, where's the profit? Where is the revenue? Because even with SpaceX and Starlink, for instance, the valuation of Starlink is based on their subscriber base is gonna go to like 10 billion people, which is unrealistic. You know how many people we have in the world? And that's the thing that where Musk has been able to sell people. And then you also have Amazon coming online. And Amazon has been able to hook up with a bunch of airlines to have them add to their fleet. And Amazon is going to come in with faster, with a greater bandwidth, with faster internet than what Musk currently offers. So he's going to have competition. So now he's never going to meet those rosy goals, especially with additional the Chinese version coming on.
Anything else? I agree.
Nope.
Okay, cool. I have a topic. So some people may have seen this. Disney. I don't know what's going on with the FCC. If I were MAGA, I would be really upset with the FCC. So the FCC is calling on Disney. They're reviewing Disney's broadcast license in the midst of this Jimmy Kimmel thing. Let me read from this aggregator. A day after late night comic, Jimmy Kimmel refused to apologize for a remark that First Lady Melania Trump had, quote, the glow of an expectant widow, a crack that had reignited a feud with President Donald Trump. The agency's review of the ABC parent company's right to broadcast its programming over public airwaves wound up would up the pressure on the entertainment powerhouse. Semaphore reported after that's the editorial. I apologize. The Semaphore report, later confirmed by CNN's media chief analyst Brian Stelter, said the move, quote, would be a major escalation by FCC boss Brandon Carr. The 8 ABC licenses are not due for review for another several years, by the report. Kimmel made the joke before the stuff happened, and I don't think Jimmy Kimmel's funny. I know people say, I don't even understand what people look. That's like a basic joke. If you were to go to a roast or like, that's pretty basic.
I think there's a lot of people who think it's inappropriate and incendiary and inciting in some ways, but
Also,
yeah, I don't.
What was inciting?
Well, just that he's normalizing the thought of Trump being assassinated, just like what's
The man is almost 80.
I got it. So comedy, in the course of a comedy routine, you understand as incitement. I just want to make sure that's what you're suggesting. Because it was, I don't know if you saw it, it was part of the roast. You're familiar with roast, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't give it any credence. I certainly wouldn't stick the government on it. I don't think that's appropriate.
Licenses over that. That's kind of strange. Anyway, I appreciate your answer. I don't think it's incitement. I mean, I thought y'all were the free speech people. It's kind of weird. Anyway, anybody else? Okay, there goes my topic. You guys could talk about IPOs and other gobbledygook. This stuff I talk about, so I can talk about the Tesla. I know people.
Wait.
And pipelines.
Okay.
I think there's a
intimidation tactic. I don't even know if it would get to court. The court would completely throw it out. I think it may be. I think it's an intimidation. Mainstream do these kinds of jokes all the time, and nobody. And this is not an incitement for violence. Especially, actually, can't sue them. The Supreme Court says it's a very protected. It's a especially protected. Sorry, all speech is protected, but it's a special category in American law for parodic speech. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think they're just trying to get people on the left. So I think what's happening is a lot of people on the left are asked this question, when in different places, and could never really get a straight answer. Like, when does the left go too far? There wasn't really a line or a threshold. Well, in speech and
so if someone on the left murders 1,000 people,
so I think it's just a statement. When society say we need to start reining in some of the violence.
But what does left or right have to? What does left or right have to do too far? I mean, if one side, if somebody kills 20 people, everybody thinks that's too far. What does the left part have to do? That was a little confusing.
Well, because there's a lot of philosophy behind, Marcuse's repressive tolerance, where movements on the left are supposed to be tolerated, and any movement or efforts on the right are supposed to be into being provoked or attacked or whatever is unacceptable, right? But when the left does it, it's condoned, it's rationalized.
He said you have to globalize, right? Okay. So when Fox News made all types of horrible slander against Barack Obama or right-wing comics that had licenses, did his FCC or Biden's FCC or any Democrat FCC move, or Rush Limbaugh used to say the most horrific things about people? Did he lose his license? I'm just wondering, because you said it wasn't condoned on the right. So what were the actions, or just give me some of the punishments that people on the right suffered? I'm not. It's not a gotcha. I'm literally taking you in good faith. Can you just give me
most of the ones that
Republicans
laws restricting training outside of abortion clinics, right? Just any effort that the right tries to uphold as
No, I wasn't clear. I was saying, I'm talking about the speech. So laws outside of clinics, you have to have safe passage. You're not allowed to block people from coming in. I'm not talking about that. I was saying, you said we were using the Jimmy Kimmel as an example, and so Brandon Carr and his FCC is going after them through licensing. I'm saying, what was an equivalent of that Democrats or the left did around right-wing broadcasters? That's all I was asking.
Well,
since it's not condoned because of Marcuse, nobody here but you knows who Marcuse is.
A lot of cancel culture.
No, I said at the level of the government. No, I'm talking about the First Amendment. Come on, Brian, stay with me, brother. I'm saying the level of the government.
Specifically, you could say the IRS going after the right-wing organizations. Was it like 10, 12 years ago? IRS was targeting right-wing organizations. Even today you have TPUSA chapters that are not allowed to form on universities. So it's just a broader effort to discourage efforts by the right.
One second. That happens on all sides at the what's the name?
Yeah, I agree.
Liberty University. One second. Liberty University doesn't allow, like, right-wing universities. You're kind of changing the argument. I'm just trying to understand at the level of you said the Jimmy Kimmel thing. So you said, according to people on the left, whether they know it's Marcuse or not. First of all, I have to say, you people on the right online have made some of these French postmodernists far more popular than they ever were. So nobody here knows anything about Marcuse. Marcuse was a quack. So I'm asking you, which right-wing comedian on television or radio or told those kinds of jokes about their political antagonists or people on their side did the FCC, that would be the government, go after? If you don't know of any, you just say that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't researched it.
Okay, cool. You should be compelled to let TPUSA be on their campuses.
No, I think the example was given because there are places.
Gay rights is not an organization.
Advocacy groups for right-wing causes, but then they're repressive or intolerant of right-wing advocacy.
Do conservative universities do the same?
Yeah, of the handful of what would you call conservative? Probably kind of one hand.
I would say a lot of religious. I can give you examples.
I
would say like a lot of religious.
Let me give you examples. Or conservative.
Can I give you examples? A lot of them. Can I give you examples?
Not in relation to the total number.
Can I give you an example? They don't allow certain groups either. But that's a complete red herring. We were talking about the force of the government. So this is the FCC. They control licensing. So they're reviewing licensing years in advance. So you said you have an example. That's fine. I do have to say this is a jump on my point. Right-wingers always show their thoughts and beliefs when they're in power. The view of right-wingers collectively, not all of them, is all when they're in power. It is not when they're out of shut people down. It's pretty disgusting. By the way, Jordan Peterson, is he alive? Is Jordan Peterson?
Yeah, I think he's struggling.
What's he struggling?
I think he's recovering. He went through some drug addiction. I guess.
What, the man who used to castigate people for not having their lives together?
To an addiction and some neurological issues.
Did he try the Bible? I know he turned into a Christian. Do you think the Bible could save him?
Do I think the Bible can save him? Well, I think...
let me not answer.
Psychosomatically, it may contribute to his recovery.
What about Russell Brand? You think Russell Brand will have a Bible verse or two that Mr. Peterson could use? Maybe he could spend the week looking to find one. Brian, I appreciate the back and forth. I'm glad that you agree with me that the federal government should not be going after people's licenses because of jokes.
Yeah,
that's kind of insane. Yeah, that's kind of insane. So I'm glad we agree on that. That's kind of silly. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm surprised you actually voted for Donald Trump and you support Donald Trump. I'm being very honest. I've heard you talk many times. The things that you seem to care about the most at a policy level, Donald Trump is farther away than the Democrats are. Now, did you hear about Donald Trump buying Spirit Airlines?
I heard they were trying to bail him out because they thought it would lead to kind of like the automotive industry collapsing years ago. I think they look at it like a bailout that'll prevent his chances in the next election. I think if the economy tanks, he's screwed. I mean, he's going to have to overcome a lot for the economy to turn around in the next several months, and I think he just looks at this.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about. That's like socialism. He wanted to nationalize an industry. You always at stake of an airline. That's like literal socialism. Not like, the Democrats are raising taxes to pay for child care programs. That's like crude definitional socialism. No Democrat has done that in our lifetime. To take over like a literal mean of production. It's gay stuff, it's trans stuff, it's all culture war. That matters far more to you than the economics. That's what I understand. That's what I believe. Because that's wild. The way you say you hate leftism and Marxism is evil and slavery, and you have a president who has nationalized part of the chip industry, and now is considering.
That one I can see for security, national security interests, given all the weaponry and military technology that's reliant on.
But it's a private company. No, but it's not. But they did it through a private company. It's socialism and Marxism, as long as a Republican does it. I gotta be honest with you, very inconsistent.
I would not be in favor of that.
But Trump is doing it, and you voted for him 3 times.
Well, I'm not in favor of that part of his policy. That's why
I know, but I'm saying
MAGA or even Republican.
I know, but that seems to be your main issue.
Views on some of the stupid shit that he does.
I know, but that seems to be your main issue, and you call it evil and slavery. So I figured those were your first principles, which you hold most dear.
Marxism.
And so let me finish that point. And so that's one of the reasons that point. And so that's why it seems to me that they're less important than the trans stuff to you. So let me ask you a question. What's more important to you? Not having trans people in women's sports, or keeping socialism and communism away from America? What's more important to you?
The second one.
Okay, cool. I appreciate you. All right, I'm done. I invited Alex, who said I was sick for what I said about Jordan Peterson. So I couldn't care less about Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson went around denigrating people and mocking them, saying all types of things, horrible things about human beings and populations. I don't give a fuck about him or his addiction. Fuck him. He's a public figure. Couldn't care less. He didn't care about other people. He was a disgusting person in many ways. and a liar. And that's why those young boys cooked him on Jubilee. Couldn't care. Oh my God, look how bad he's talking bad about Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson is out my nuts.
Wishing people dead that you don't know. Horrible person. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Mussolini. I think that since you mentioned Hitler earlier, you know, in 1938, Hitler it started in 37. He wanted to surround Czechoslovakia. If you remember, Czechoslovakia was formed as a result of World War I. I believe about half the population in Czechoslovakia clustered on its western side were German-speaking and of German derivation. About quarters, significant. And remember, Hitler wanted to surround Czechoslovakia. He wanted to consolidate all of Central Europe. So that's why in 1937, even though you got a fascist regime, that prime minister, I forget his name, in Austria, Hitler says, well, actually, you're going to join under us. And remember, they annex. You all remember. They annex Austria. Several months later, the president and prime minister of Hungary goes to the Allies and said, even though we had signed the so-called tripartite pact, we actually want to negotiate a way to join the Allies. What does Hitler do? He takes over Hungary. You see. So you've got Hitler here, you got Germany, he's working his way west and south, you got Poland and north, and they're surrounding what used to be Czechoslovakia. I've never met Hitler.
Well, I didn't
I'm almost done. Don't interrupt me while I'm speaking. I never met Hitler. But if I could go back in a hot tub time machine and I was alive at the same time, I would also want him dead. It's fine wanting people dead who you've never met if they're going to bring evil and pain to the world.
That's bullshit. That's your interpretation.
Let me ask you this question. Do you think the world would be better off if there were no conservative or supporters of conservative ideas?
Man, of course not.
Man.
My favorite writer in the English language is Edmund Burke. What are you talking about?
So then, what are the conservative ideals or ideas or positions that are best? Which
as a Negro in America, I'm very skeptical of an intrusive federal government or government generally, because you asked me which principles I want to know. 2 sentences in. Go ahead, Brian. Once people interrupt me now, I just stop. Go ahead. You can. I don't care.
Okay, so focusing on River Overreach, which party violates that more than the other? Did you say
it depends on the time period? It depends on the time.
Today.
I don't think. Today. Republicans for sure.
How so?
It's not even close.
Interrupt me, man. This guy is
getting rid of. What are you doing? Elder, the man, I'm talking to.
Brian interrupt me. I wanted to ask you a question real quick on Hitler. Brian just jumped in for a second.
Okay. Go ahead, Elder.
No, I just wanted who was more dangerous, Hitler or Joseph Stalin? Who was more dangerous, Hitler or Joseph Stalin?
One half one way, 50% the other way. Okay. Anything else?
People said, "Oh my God." Yeah.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. That kind of question is a question how silly of a question.
No, it's not.
All right, Brian, can I answer your question?
No, it's not, man. Stop lowering the question, man. No, it's not. The reason I asked that is that America was so.
Yes, please.
I've answered your question, 50-50. I think a lot of stuff around book banning Democrats used to do this. People on the left used to do this around books that had the word nigger in it. I never supported me, but I think wrong-headed people wanted to get rid of, say, Mark Twain's Huckleberry Finn, for example. Never made sense to me. You cannot understand American literature, and I would argue American culture in any full way as you're studying it without going through someone like Twain and what his work touches on and what touched his work. It's literally impossible. So, for example, if you're studying history of humor or whatever, I don't need to go through all this stuff. You have to have it as a kid. You don't have to have it as an adult. But I'm saying, I thought Democrats, people on the left, liberals, I don't think leftists were, but they were wrong. I see that now with the Republicans. I think the Republicans using in the states, Florida, Oklahoma, etc., to outlaw at the state level what could be taught is insane to me. I got like 25 examples without thinking. That's one. Was I being given another one?
Well, let me ask you about this first one.
Sure. Okay.
So would you agree that there is a threshold so far as content in relation to a certain age? Like, you wouldn't want to give porn to a third grader.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay. So there is a limit. You're just saying the Republicans have gone over what you consider to be an acceptable threshold of banning things.
What was it called? I gotta look it up. What was the thing when we grew up? Was it called the Berenstain Bears? Remember the Berenstain Bears? Is that what it's called? Remember that? The Bernstein or Berenstain Bears?
Yeah, the family bears.
Do you know those got banned in Florida under their new laws? Berenstain Bears books? Do you know there was a document? You like baseball. You're an old half Negro. You like baseball. Do you remember Roberto Clemente? They got rid of Roberto Clemente. So yeah, I can give you more. The fact that the federal government is using the National Park Service. Now this one they did change because it was an outrage. I don't know if you saw this. To change the materials at the Medgar Evers House in Mississippi. Did you hear about this?
Change the materials like the blurbs and the
brochures, the blurbs, which you would learn. Because they didn't want, because it was too incendiary to talk about racists. He was killed in when was Medgar Evers killed? 63? 61, 63, whenever it was. Early 60. Oh my God, I'm forgetting Medgar Evers was 63. Somebody help me get it. 63. Yeah, 63. Did you not know that?
Okay, so then we agree. There is.
1 second. Let me give you another one. The federal government also uses the National Park Service to get rid of an exhibit in Philadelphia that talked about the founders and slavery. It's literally impossible, regardless of what you think about slavery, to talk about early America without slavery. So should I give you more? Let me give you another one. The anti-protesting laws that came as a result of the so-called Summer of Love and George Floyd. The protections for, what some would argue, running over protesters in states like Florida. Give you a whole bunch of stuff. I give you a whole bunch of stuff. Now, you might not like this one. A biggie is Dobbs. I can give you a whole bunch of stuff. The defense secretary comes in and wants to change stuff on the Tuskegee Airmen, because that's DEI. I was talking about the Tuskegee Airmen, DEI. They were war heroes. That's the Republican Party of today. It's an assault on freedom of speech, an assault on freedom of conscience, an assault on bodily autonomy. Women want to get medication, mifepristone, I believe it's called, from doctors who are allowed to prescribe them. The Republicans want to stop their ability to send them into their states. Yeah, I would say the Republican Party today.
Yeah, I fully support Dobbs. I think it should be settled at the local or state level.
Why? Why?
Why? So that you give people the chance to choose if they really want to live in a state that protects life and restricts abortion, then they can live there. If they don't, they move somewhere else. So
Gotcha.
federal one-size-fits-all doesn't, align with that individual.
So how would that be different than any other? Because that involves the individual body. So then do you think they should overturn Loving v. Virginia? Aren't you a product of an interracial coupling?
I'm not familiar with Loving.
How are you not from? Okay, so let me explain it to you. So there was a black woman and a white man in the state of Virginia, and they wanted to marry. And there were a set of anti-miscegenation laws. Interracial, not only marriage. I was actually reading some of these statutes 2 weeks ago. I don't know. Why was I reading these statutes? I can't remember. Not only do people should know, was interracial marriage illegal, but, and I do know, you do know what Loving Virginia is. I know you do, but I'll explain it for the people who might not remember. But interracial sex was, and other types of intimate relations. Loving Virginia, state level. If people want to live in states that allow for interracial coupling in marriage, they should choose to. If I want to live in a state like Mississippi that says Negars and whites, or Asian people and Latinos, or whites and Latinos union together, I think my state should be able to decide that. Go ahead and explain the difference.
Yeah, technically, I would say that should go back to the states as well. And the people who, want to live in a state that elects and supports, racism or segregation can suffer the consequences.
I mean, it's great. And so let's go down to other things with the Constitution. Let's go to the 13th Amendment. The 13th Amendment outlaws the holding of human bodies, the buying and selling and trafficking. It's called slavery. Why shouldn't certain states be allowed to, for their economies? Let me give you an example. Texas could really use slavery in 2026 in the Rio Grande Valley area to build Honduras, Panama. I'll come back to the Panama slave trade. I had 2 girls going to Colombia more than Panama. But that may be a colorism issue. But let me continue. So, what about slavery? Should we repeal the 13th Amendment and allow certain states to have slavery because it could help their industries?
Well, slavery is different because it violates, I think, one of the basic libertarian or basic human rights, which is live and let live. So if you violate, my 2 basic premises that I use foundationally are live and let live, and the freedom to swing your fist ends when it hits my face. So that includes the non-aggression principle, that includes individual liberty, that includes private property. Almost all of my philosophy flows from those 2 statements, and slavery violates the live and let live premise or maxim, if you will.
So how does the prescription on marriage?
Slavery is different.
How do proscriptions against marriage not violate that?
Because you don't have a right to marriage. Marriage is not a human right, but life is a human right.
Oh, okay. So then what about abortion? So if I have something I'm carrying in my body and I want it out, why should others tell me what to do, what's in my body?
Because that life is its own independent, has its own independent set of rights.
According to what?
According to biology.
But how does it, according to biology? So see, this is a little bit strange to me. So that means that I, as the carrier, don't actually have control over my body, which would violate your principles.
You have control over your body, but not the separate body that lives inside you.
Okay, so I want it out of me, though. So I'm 3 months pregnant, and I want control of my body. I don't want it. Libertarians are very clear on this, by the way. I don't want it in my body. I no longer want it taking my blood. I no longer taking my nutriments. I keep nutrients. My nutrients. I drink all this green juice, and I'm not getting enough vitamin D. Pause. It's falling out. My skin is messed up. It's rearranged. Brian, have you been pregnant before?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Well, I don't know. You may transgender or something. It rearranges your organs. Does all kinds of things. It could implant in the wrong place. All types of stuff. I want it out of me. It's strange that for you that doesn't violate the the principle. I think you're a little inconsistent on that, but I want to keep going to the other thing.
Well,
What about
explain? You're accusing me of something. Let me at least explain. The issue is you took on the responsibility of getting pregnant. So once you committed, well, because with that decision comes the obligation to protect that life that you volitionally created.
According to
you have to have sex. You didn't have to have unprotected sex. You created a life volitionally, and now you have the obligation and responsibility to protect that life if you want to give it up for adoption. That's fine.
But where are you getting that right from?
According to the right to life.
No, but where? So you said you believe in that sort of thing. So now you're laying responsibility for something that you did. So that means because I did a thing, this is what your logic is. Because I did a thing, and there was a consequence of that thing, I now no longer get your original first principle, which is to live and let live. So you don't believe in the inviolability of your first principle. If you have sex and get pregnant, you lose it. Okay, I mean, it's a little bit strange, but
it is if you mentally contort yourself, but it's consistent from the standpoint that you chose to take on the responsibility of having unprotected sex, or you had sex, and so the life now, once created, didn't have to exist. It didn't have to be created. You didn't have to have sex. You didn't have to get pregnant.
I understand.
But once you create that life, that entails the responsibility and the obligation to protect that life.
I understand what you're saying, and what I'm saying is this: that means that life is more important and has higher value than my life. And so you don't believe in living.
That's not what I'm saying. That's too.
You literally just said you have a responsibility to do something. So I have a responsibility to X. My responsibility to X trumps or supersedes my responsibility to myself.
False. No,
that's what you just said.
No, it isn't. Let me explain. So it's different. If you go out and have sex and you have an unwanted pregnancy, and you choose to have an abortion because you don't like the father or economics or whatever,
for any reason,
volitionally, then that's what I'm talking about. It's different. It's fundamentally and philosophically different from the exceptionally rare cases where if you deliver the baby, you're going to die. That hardly ever happens because all they would do is conduct a C-section, and even those
C-section with ectopic pregnancies. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Well,
you know what ectopic pregnancy is?
It's not entopic, it's ectopic.
I said ectopic.
No, you didn't. But it's
ectopic. I know what it is.
It's fundamentally different from having a pregnancy that puts the mother's life in danger. And in that case, I would support right to life. It's fundamentally different than a right to marriage.
Why? Most people think that a right to marriage is part and parcel for the right to life. Well, if not right to life, it's part of liberty, I guess. Why? Because you'd be infringing upon people's liberty to do something, which is a foundational right of human organization and human society, at least in recorded history. But we can move on from that. I appreciate it. What about voting? Do you think that states should be allowed to restrict voting based off of immutable characteristics?
You know, like if you're black, you can't vote, or if you're a woman.
Let's do a woman. Let's just go to the 19th Amendment. A woman.
Do I think that if you're a woman, you should?
Do you think state
participant in that society, you're subject to laws? Then you should have a voice. There's an argument to be made that originally, landowners or certainly certain men got to vote because they were the ones who were suffering the most consequences of the laws, right?
Depends on the area and state, but that's good enough.
Yeah, okay. But basically, that was the argument, right? You're a woman, you can't. There's, I think, an argument to be made that our voting system, by allowing any and all, residents or citizens in the country, has diluted the voting process because we have people, myself included, who aren't, fully educated on every single, who are most impacted by the laws and
what does that mean? How do you measure impact?
Well, probably I think the previous would you say, classification was landowners, right?
Okay, well, so they were in 26.
Well, I think that
this is not an agricultural society.
Yeah, I think that'd be the counter argument is that, everybody has some say in the economy, either as a consumer or.
You've moved on from the abstracted level to apply. Let's stay at the normative level. Let's go back to it. So you don't think that? All right, cool. All right, okay, cool.
Yeah,
so then what do you do with slaves in that society? Should they be able to vote?
What do you mean, like in 1865 after the war?
In your society, we're constructing your society. You said in your society, slavery should be allowed in the state. That's what you said, which is fine. Oh, I thought you said slavery should be allowed because there would be people with
I said slavery should not be allowed.
Oh, not slavery. Oh, I apologize. Yeah, you did say not slavery. It was, yeah, my bad. Not slavery.
You asked me about marriage.
Oh, marriage. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, you did say slavery. That was your main one. I apologize. Yeah, I misremembered. My bad. Yeah, he didn't say that for people who were recording. He did not say slavery. So nobody come back later and say, Brian said that. I completely misspoke. That's my bad, brother. Yeah, I appreciate it. So you don't think, so you think there should be no, but okay, let's get away from immutable characteristics. What about like education level? Do you think people with certain education levels should be allowed to vote only? And like, do you think, for example, high school dropouts should not be allowed to vote? Would you be okay with that?
I don't think they should be prevented from voting.
Okay, good. So in your society, just to wrap up, you would be against slavery, except for exceptions. Although some states don't have those exceptions that you were talking about. That's a different discussion.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry.
I said that's an extreme view.
I know, that's Republicans. That's what I'm telling you. They're more against liberty. That's the Republican states. That's what I'm saying. Doesn't allow for mixed race, but your state does allow for it. And your state, should my state have to recognize the marriage of your state? Because we are in a union. So what would you do with interstate comedy?
I think that if you are going to live in that state, pay taxes, vote, and participate in that smaller economy, you should adhere to the laws that are present, that you're subject to. If you choose not to, then don't take the job. Don't live in that state.
Okay. So you don't agree with interstate comedy on marriage?
Well, in this hypothetical, that after a certain amount of time, those laws would all be eliminated because of.
Brian, you were in a PhD program. You know how to have normative questions. Stop trying to weasel out. I'm not a dummy. We're talking at the normative level. We're not talking about what you would hope could happen over time. Stop. Now you're doing something that you're not supposed to do. You actually know how to think. It's kind of, and it's a little disrespectful because I'm not dumb. So don't do that. Well, I would hope. Just stay at the normative level. So you disagree with interstate comedy under marriage, then?
Sure. Yeah, because you don't have a right to marriage.
Well, in the nation, you do have a right to marriage.
Well, I'm saying you don't have a human right. You can have a legal right. You've got a legal authorization to get married or not married in this case. But if you don't want to live there, then don't live there.
No, but I'm paying taxes that are benefiting. I'm sorry. Your parents pay taxes that benefited people in those other states. So they're allowed to take my mixed race tax dollars. Just so you know, this is quintessential Jim Crow, which is what you are effectively defending. So they're allowed to take my tax dollars. So I pay taxes in my mixed race state. And then, somebody wants to come up. Dizzy, you can come up, brother or sister. They pay taxes, and you benefit from those taxes. If you're in the military, like you were, I were to go and get called, if you were to go as a mixed race person to that state, because that's where your base is, Fort Bragg, he's a Confederate, you then cannot enjoy the fruits of the state that you just defended with your life and continue to defend. That's fascinating. My second question related, and then I'll follow up. There you go. Is and I appreciate the conversation. I enjoy it. You can ask me any these questions too if you want. I'll tell you. What do you do with mixed race people? So you're a mixed race person. They just can't go to that state, even though they pay taxes to help that state.
Well, I think on the rare occasion it would happen, maybe an exception could be made. But I would work to, like don't ask, don't tell, right? Like Clinton's don't ask, don't tell policy. Just find some way to work around it until the stupid policy can be completely eliminated.
Okay, so you no longer know. So in your world, a black person and a white person can't marry, and that on a dinner shoot, and everybody knows you're mixed race. Mixed race people stand out. It's very clear who's mixed race. Don't ask, don't tell. That's kind of weird. But I appreciate you. Did you have any questions for me on any of these normative claims? I'm happy to answer anything. People never ask me questions. That's fine. I always ask people questions. I'm fascinated. A lot of people.
I ask you questions.
I'm happy to ask a question. That's in the back channel. That's different. Go ahead. Do you have any?
You gotta stop these lies, sir. You have to stop.
Okay, that's fair. It's in the front channel. You're a front door kind of
I have a question.
Yeah.
And this is a legitimate question. It's a little different. It is quite a bit different, but it is.
Is it political? It's not personal, is it?
No, it's not personal.
Oh, okay. Yeah, got to do that.
But so. What I see, and I think it's pretty apparent in data, is that there's an exodus from blue states. What is towards red states? What is the long-term thinking or the strategy behind doing this? There seems to be a consistent concerted effort to chase out, high earners, companies, people, millionaires, billionaires, whatever you want to call it, from blue states that get punitively taxed, and they're fleeing to low or no tax, no income tax states, Texas, Tennessee, etc. Why is that? What's the long-term benefit or strategy of that? I can't figure it out.
I don't know. I disagree with the premise in some ways, because what we see is a lot of people who left California for Texas are going back. I don't know if you've been following that. Blue states want to have a robust social safety net and provide services to improve people's quality of life. That is at the core of their political philosophy. It's at the core of liberalism, small L liberalism. And they think the way to do that is through a progressive tax system. The ironies of people like you and Trump voters and Donald Trump is you oftentimes want to go back to America. You oftentimes want to go back to America that was great again, but don't want to go back to the tax rates. You ever look at the tax rates of America in the 1950s? Not the marginal rates, but the effective rates, much higher. Many of you praise St. Ronald. Victime Pasqualis Laudi, eleison, libera vene domine, et lux internum, in dia illa tremendo, in dia illa, amen. Many of you praise. Al, I've invited you up several times, brother. Please come up. It's a very open room. Many of you love Saint Reagan. Et Filus, et Sapelius, et Patris, et Spiritus Sanctus. But if I bring up those tax rates, I'm called a Marxist, communist, fascist, leftist, etc. We just go back to Ronald Reagan's tax rates, right? So that's at the core of their political philosophy. What I don't understand is why red states getting this great infusion of wealth and freedom are at the bottom of every major metric: education, rate, human flourishing. Why is Oklahoma such a shithole? Why is Arkansas such a shithole? Why is Alabama such a shithole? Why is Mississippi such a shithole?
I just don't think economically, if what you're saying is true, that it's all in an effort to improve the quality of life, and why chase away your largest tax contributors? It doesn't make sense on any level.
It does, because they're not trying to chase them away. What the idea is, and a lot of rich people actually, you guys say this like all the rich people leave. Y'all told me that, not you, but people were saying after Mamdani became, remember everybody was going to turn Muslim. Remember Remember, everybody's going to turn Muslim. They was going to be doing the call to prayer on the subway, and you couldn't eat pork anymore. The bacon was going to be gone, and all the lady was going to be covered. Guess what? More luxury real estate has been bought up since he's been there in the last 6 months, Spirit has said, than over the last several years. Y'all always do this. You're running people away. We see high-profile people go away, but guess what? They go away, they come back. All right, let's see what you put from the Wall Street Journal. Between doing the high tax, they lost the mass. It becomes expensive. So a lot of immigrants were moving there. A lot of highly educated people and big money makers want to move in there. And some people leave, but it's still expensive. But, you know, we'll see what happens.
I just don't understand the philosophy. I mean, it seems deliberate. It seems, consistent for, like the article says, over a decade. So, I mean, I just don't know what the goal state is. I mean, trying to think strategically, I'm trying to put together a set of reasons or justifications in, let's say, 5-10 years. You're going to have. I just don't know what the end state is.
This is not an article. This is not an article.
No, it's an opinion piece.
It's a letter to the editor by Stephen Moore. It's a little bit more complex than what Mr. Moore, I believe was economist thing that we did for them. But it's always on TV, and it's frequently wrong. I know who Stephen Moore is. He's frequently wrong, says about it. But I do want to continue. So
well, I've been listening to Kathy Hochul.
No, that's happened. That's happened. Not that could happen. That's happened in the period from 2012 to 2023. Do you have any? If not, just say you don't know any. It's not quibbling. I'm just literally trying to find out.
I would have to look at it specifically. I just looked at the rate.
Let me give you the specifics because you might not know. Do you know about the pet-a-terre tax? New York. This is a good example.
I don't think so. I've heard of it.
All right, cool. Okay. And which would bring in? I forget which billion to help pay for all types of government service. I can't remember exactly, but I give the specifics on that. So they're thinking about taxing get-out-the-house, which everybody knows is not your primary residence, to 4%. So let's just go in the middle and say to 2%. Right? I have a $100 million home. It's not my primary home. I'm $1 million got it from Mimi, Mariah Carey herself. And it's just like harmony in love. You remember her? She's a mixed race person like yourself, right? So
you gotta stop spreading these stuff. When you just stop, stay focused. Is Brian really a mixed race person?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
I don't lie.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
No, I thought it was a joke at first. Okay, my bad. I just
half the time I'm right.
So
no, that's not what I mean.
It's the black side. So you think that that's what's chasing them out of New York City? So you would disagree with this tax? Break it down. Why?
Yeah, well, I mean, we'd have to get to boring economic government agencies, or government actors who move to get elected and reelected. They have to promise handouts and benefits and reparations and freebies.
No one's promising reparations. That was a nasty swipe, but keep going.
Sure it is. So then they've already
implemented reparations.
People in Illinois, right? There's one city, one small city. That's
the Evanston thing. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, the $25,000 if you would. Yeah, but that was from Jim Crow. But keep going. That was for living victims. But keep going. That was a silly example. But keep going.
Okay, I'm still trying to show you. So you have government actors promising these things in order to get elected and reelected. So then what happens is, as we become more prosperous, you have smaller needs. You have lower needs with these broad sweeping policies and promises and freebies. That entails creeping into the private sector. That entails increasing taxes. So like if somebody wants to get elected and they say, I'm going to provide you free education, I'm going to provide you free healthcare or daycare or whatever. And so those promises and those policy initiatives. So now what you're doing is you're obligating, and part of that is legitimate, right? I want the people of a country and citizenry to be invested and have skin in the game when it comes to the basic function of the government. My complaint is when you cross that threshold to say, I'm going to give you free this, free that, then you have to start expanding. It's like mission creep. So now we're down to the point to not farm. We have to do all these things, and the government getting involved, bottom line is the government getting involved to promise these freebies ends up causing more harm than good.
Okay, gotcha. All right, cool. I actually, so you're against public education too?
No.
Not going to hire. This is a city tax.
Yeah, well, I'll be against that.
You're against universal pre-K.
Correct.
Okay. So that's fascinating.
Fuck, man. Who gives a fuck how you feel, nigga? Who gives a shit how you feel, nigga? What you about anyway? We trying to make more money, trying to live life. Bitch,
oh my God. I'm providing you all look into the Austrian MAGA mixed race mind. I got it. I got it. Just you guys, I got it. I'll be done in 2 minutes. You guys can go back and yell. I got it. I got it. I can deal with the trolls. I got it. Put your little fingers, just like when you had that Asian lady doing your nails, putting them claws on. Just rest your hands. I got it. I don't know how y'all get any work done, let alone stroking the Johnson. I got it. Let me continue. One of the things that Brian and people like Brian do is they do a weird thing where they recognize the greatness of American prosperity without recognizing and taking seriously the investments that go into it. Populace from the K through higher education level. And Brian and people like him, they don't want to invest in that. They think these things happen magically through markets. And I'm going to tell you, and I'll be done here, and Brian will appreciate it, so we'll end here. The reason why someone like Brian has this mindset, these Austrian, Miesian, libertarian, free marketeers, they have this mindset because they know it'll never happen. So you're allowed to crowd in them, just like Lena Horne just sang to you at the end of the Wiz. I'm standing strong. Shout out to the comedy line. You can have these ideals. It's never going to happen. And it happens on all sides. They're allowed to be anarchists for their young lives. They have their interracial relationships. They decide not to take showers. The girls got armpit hair longer than the boys. What do? They go to law school in their late 20s, early 30s, and they work at Perkins Coie. Yeah, I was an anarchist 20 years ago, girl. It was crazy. What you doing now? Oh, girl, I'm hanging out with Ina Garden in the East Hamptons. Of course you are. Because you know it's not going to happen. It's the same thing with these von Mises boys, with this Austrian school, the economics that they esteem at places like George Mason. They know we're never going to go to that. And so they can stand on their principles to the degree that it's principled, like they're standing outside of it. It's like a dumb nigga when they come healthcare and jobs because he's a union, but he says the government doesn't matter. It's literally the same thing with people like Brian. And they get neos not paying attention. I don't know who this neo person is. I've met him many times. I'm gonna start inviting people who always have something to say that they don't say. I'm just block for a week at a time. Can't come on. Just block neo for a week. You need to be punished. People that talk all the time in chat, they don't come up one time and even say hello. Need to be punished. You'll be punished. And so Brian knows that getting rid of public education, getting rid of public funding to the degree he wants it gone is never going to happen. But he can have these ideals because what we're providing, the rest of society, what he's contributing to, but live in them and enjoy the blue state protections. That's all like Monica. I at least give her respect who came in here because she lives in a red state. You can tell by her accent. That's speaking. All right, anyway, that's my segment. The black women can have it, and you all can tell us why you, as a regular black woman with a master's degree in human resources, deserve somebody like Klay Thompson, even though you're 6 at best. That's
I had a question. I heard something about the Evans student reparations mission. Did I hear someone say it was lip service?
No, he didn't say that.
It's just I guess I misunderstood.
Breaking news: James Comey just got indicted again. According to CNN, so far the charges were not immediately clear. So James Comey was indicted again. As I've always said, James Comey should go to jail for meddling in the 2016 election and helping Donald Trump win. So if he goes to jail, I couldn't care less. Another Republican in jail.
That was his lawyer, right?
No,
yeah.
Oh, that's the FBI? Yes.
Remember when
You went to jail already, huh?
Maxine Waters crashed out? She was like being old ass, but it was Head Start, and get these kids started early on learning things that they need to learn instead of sitting at home doing nothing and allowing parents to go out and get jobs. And another thing I love about my state, you make less than a certain amount. We have the Empire College thing where you make below a certain amount, you can go to any state university for free. I mean, this is what it's about. I don't see how anyone could be against any of that.
I'm against all your own elementary school. That's the beginning of the formation of long-term memory. So if you put kids into school at a math, go through those pre-K, even the elite pre-K schools, showing meaningful and lasting benefit.
What about the part of allowing parents who might not be able to afford childcare to go out and get a job, sir? Like that's one of the
part, but that's different from the argument you made previously. So those are two separate arguments.
Well, to be fair, it's not, because your counter to the was it's basic economics, and your explanation using quote unquote basic economics was that it's a waste of resources because children who attend what we would call pre-K or pre-3 have no difference in outcomes, which is also not true. You just made that up. And then again, you can't just say basic economics for everything. So then what would be against you, what Devon said, is more economics like, which is talking about what we would call a tax burden, Social Security net or safety net burden of people who would need childcare and not be able to afford it. There will be other things that happen to people who do not work because they're taking care of young children, and the burden of how we use our resources as a nation. You're just saying basic economics.
I think he's kind of caught up, and I believe you are. We need pre-K, we need free daycare, we need to get the woman out of the home and into the workforce. And I think statistics show that that's not necessarily better for society. I would rather have my wife at home reading to my children and teaching them how to deal with bullies in society and whatever other issues that they supposedly get from pre-K, learning how to finger paint, learning how to use crayons, whatever. I would rather my wife stay at home and do that than have her go out and work some 9 to 5 or some job that's going to subject her to the workforce unnecessarily, and she's much more valuable in the home.
Okay, you seem to be a stats guy. Do you know the stats? And I'll look it up. I'm driving on homeschool kids
versus the social development of students that actually are amongst their peers. So you're saying you're doing the child a disservice by putting them amongst other children, learning how to deal with other children, developing with other children, learning to speak. Don't you know when little babies go to daycare, they start to talk sooner than children that do not? Did you know that?
Yeah,
I don't know what planet you're living on, bro. You wild.
But I could work around that. I can meet with other moms. I can meet with other kids. I can socialize my child with neighbors, with boys, how to interact with others, how to make decisions, how to respect yourself, all those things. Then offloading that or outsourcing that to some random daycare minimum wage worker or some teacher.
That's amazing. So what I hear you saying is that we should increase wages so that people who depend on multiple streams of income, right, which is why a lot of people go to work because they need money. So we need to pay people more so that families have the option in those families so that parents can stay home, which means that we might need to go back to a welfare system that actually incentivizes people to be with their family. We should actually have pro-family invest more in wages, less people have the option to do the things you're talking about, right? That's what you're promoting, right?
No.
Wait, why not? Why not?
Wait,
hold on. It has the opposite effect. So mothers wouldn't be able to stay at home with children the way that you want.
So what you
and two-parent households would have the option for a parent to stay at home because there's an increase in wages and people could support their family. What's going on?
It's actually anti-American. If you can explain as soon as I'm completing thought, is that okay with you? Okay. So it's very, like I said, it's very much anti-American. Think about the state of our country when you don't want people to come from strong families or be educated. That is a very scary thing, huh? Like let's herd mindset, or people around you who have a herd mindset. That's because you want it to be very easy for you to manipulate those people. Hello? It is anti-American to want to dumb down people. That was the whole point, from my understanding, right, of why we people have the right to free education in a public library, right? Why would you want to withhold knowledge, information, rigor? Why wouldn't you want people to be able to have metacognitive processes and think about their thinking and what's happening and reflect so that they could be better? Why would you want families to always consistently be moving? What happened to that American dream? It is anti-American. It is inhumane. Imagine a trajectory of a person's life if they had 2 school years of poor reading instruction or poor math. Do you know how much you've handicapped a person? It's very sad. I don't even understand what the debate about. We went back and forth. Just say you want dumb fucks around you, right? Just say, hey, I want to be surrounded by struggle. That's literally what you family stronger or smarter. Now you can tell me what it is that you have to fucking say.
But Brian, I also want to push back on what you said was not true. Pre-K provides significant benefits by boosting academic readiness, fostering essential social emotional skills, and improving long-term educational outcomes. And I just did a quick Google search. High-quality programs enhance early literacy, math skills, cognitive development through play-based learning, while also reducing achievement gaps and increasing high school graduation rates. Key benefits include children sharing, taking turns, following instructions, and interacting with peers. It also fosters emotional regulation, such as learning to manage behavior and express feelings. Participants are more high school, attend college, and have higher earnings as adults. Research shows high quality pre-K improves cognitive abilities, providing a strong foundation for elementary school. Activities such as drawing, building with blocks, and running help develop both fine and gross motor skills, and I could go on and on. In addition, quality early education programs specifically help mitigate developmental gaps for children from low-income families. So I'm not sure where you're getting your information that pre-K, no, it makes a distinction with high-quality pre-K, but pre-K is still pre-K. I went to pre-K. In Southern Louisiana, every child went to pre-K. They called it the neighborhood school because in the country, everybody was considered low income, even though they owned their own property in their own house, just because the wages were very low. So, do you have small children is what I wanted to ask you? Because I was a stay-at-home mom whose children still attended pre-K. So you seem to have this idea of stay-at-home moms like Leave It to Beaver's mom, where she just, put on a little apron and tidied up the house. I was a full-on stay-at-home mom, and my children attended pre-K. So I'm just asking you, because the comments that you're making make it seem to me as if you don't understand.
He says he has 5 children.
Can do the job of a teacher with a quality education who has literally learned how to instruct children in early education. And I'm submitting that you don't, and that your wife doesn't.
Is Nia willing to speak on the stage?
So I'm challenging that.
I think the bigger mix. So if you look at some of the ideal outcomes, like you're describing from top tier or top psychological perspective, kids don't start developing long-term memory until they're on average about 5 years old. So when you put them in an academic or rigorous structured environment, it comes at the cost of them perhaps burning out. Maybe they're not old enough emotionally, psychologically to handle.
Brian, you don't have any evidence of that.
Guys, why are you interrupting me? Let me finish what I'm saying, and you can respond. I'm saying that there are trade-offs, and so not only are you taking, if you take Brother's statement or claims into account, what he's saying is that we should expand the social safety net. We should increase government taxation in order to create this benefit, this freebie for people who may not have children, may not be married, may not want to participate in those things. So again, it's just an encroachment, an overreach of a large government, and too many people, especially on the left, look at these freebies like they're rights. Like I have the right to force someone else to pay for my higher education or my kids' preschool or my free lunches or my whatever freebies they think they have a right to. They also entail or join that expectation with the requirement that government grows in a way that forces other people to pay taxes to cover those things. So I'm just saying the data are mixed at best. While there are some benefits, you could say, to those number of kids who do benefit from it, there are plenty of other negative outcomes where I could easily make the argument, just this last sentence, I could easily make the argument that a kid would be much better off just playing, just creatively playing in a yard, in a playground area, learning how to connect cause and effect relationships instead of being forced.
Breaking news real quick. There's an active shooter in Norfolk at a Granby High. Oh, God. So, yeah, keep them in prayer. Sorry, go ahead. Thank you, Sha, for the information.
What is going on in Virginia? It's always Virginia.
Yeah, I'm looking more into it now. It just came up on my next door. I'm getting ready to check some other local apps and mom groups and see.
Okay.
So I'm not sure for sure if it was the high school or next door to the high school, but
is Johnny's here? Yeah.
Michael, Brian, that was a bunch of hogwash.
A bunch of bullshit.
Because you're basically saying that kids. So first of all, just because children go to pre-K, you're acting as if it's a full day program. A lot of times pre-K is literally from like 9 to 2. It's a half day program. You're basically submitting that children cannot play outside and do all of those things, and then it actually does not enhance their home experience as well, right? So children are socialized in pre-K. So I have an anecdotal example. My son is considered a high-functioning autistic young person, and literally when he was 2 to 3 years old, I had him in a home-based daycare, which is what I preferred for my kids. And I was literally told by psychologists that he needed to be in more of an integrated pre-K program because he would learn socializing skills much, much better. So literally professionals will also tell parents and individuals, the same for my middle child, who was a little super smart little somebody, that basically staying in a home environment is actually not the best for them, even a home-based daycare, because they would get more interaction. And with my middle child, that would give him a chance to basically have more enhanced learning capabilities. So again, I'm not sure where you're getting this data, where you're getting this information, but it's really, really, really dangerous to have these suppositions is all I'm telling you. Have you ever been a stay-at-home mother, Brian? Just 1 second. Have you ever been a stay-at-home mom? Because I was a stay-at-home mom for a number of years. Have you ever been a stay-at-home parent?
I've been in the military when my kids were small.
Okay, so you're saying that a stay-at-home mother taking full care and responsibility of a home, you're in the military, paying bills, taking care of everything else, literally has the time, effort to sit there and educate a number of children in the manner that they would be educated at a pre-K. So that means taking them for extracurricular activities, taking them to the zoo. And I don't know which pre-K or daycare, but my sister's daycare is like $1,200 a month. I'm sorry, a week. Now, I know that's not the standard, but that's that so-called quality level. I can assure you that whatever you and your wife are doing at home, it did not match a quote-unquote quality pre-K. I can assure you of that. So I just wanted to address that. You literally made me come up from the goo to address this foolishness.
I'm okay.
That's fine. I just wanted to address the foolishness.
I'm just saying.
Brother Brian, I'm not trying to jump you. I don't want to jump you. You know, it's not my style. But I do want to contribute to the conversation with you. Now, while I see that you seem to be the only person up here with an opposing view, especially with something as grave and dangerous as what you're saying, right? I don't feel like you're qualified to have, though it's your right to have such, you have not done enough research to make a well-informed decision, right? Based off, you don't begin putting in the hard work when that child is in their senior year of high school. What if I told you, especially in education, you get the best results at the foundational level, right? At the primary level, at the early childhood development level. I know I'm just a daycare worker on Clubhouse, you know. I know I'm just a professional babysitter on Clubhouse. But what if I told you when it comes to pedagogy and educational psychology and cognitive development and learning about communities and creating and contributing to communities, you learn those foundational skills in the classroom, right? So I know that parents should, letter has a name, and this letter name has a sound, and when you put this letter together and that letter together, it makes another sound. And I know you think that that's happening, but I'm here to tell you that it is not. And I don't think that we can afford to live in a world with any more dumbasses. I like to think that I log on every single day and I say, wow, I have to have a sense of urgency about my work because we cannot afford another one of him. You know? I don't want you to just receive this as, these people won't argue with me. These people just want to be wrong. They don't know the research. Some of us have researched for 15 years. Okay? And I think us starting later in the way we do things and the lack of high quality instruction and the lack of high quality instruction and materials is the reason why kids are getting weaker. Make a claim make a thesis statement, elaborate in the body, yeah, and then restate that thesis in the conclusion and talk about the overall benefits or the overall harm that whatever it is they talked about could occur or could induce. They don't have that ability. You know why? Because written language is related to oral language. And do you know, I know I went all the way around the road, but I was going somewhere with this. Do you know where kids develop oral language skills? Or we know where they should be developed. But when, let's say that there's that gap of it not happening, which is the truth that we're in, do you know where those things are developed? Brother Brian, do you know? Yes or no? Yes, where scholars get to practice oral language development skills. Yes, that's what I said. Yes. Do you know? Come on. You know it. Are you playing dumb? Are you playing dumb? Or are you being intentionally obtuse? What was the topic of the conversation? So then why would I not be talking about pre-K, Brian? Brian, what is wrong with y'all in this room? Do y'all not know that scholars and students are used like synonymous in education?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay. You just being dumb on purpose. Young scholar. Yeah. How the fuck did you not know that, dummy? No, yes, wow. No, I'm serious. How did you not know that? Because you're limited in your thinking. You're thinking scholar as in scholarship, as in higher education. And even in grade school, we will call kids, we don't call them kids. Nobody wants to just be limited to the word students. We'll call them scholars. Scholars and students can be interchangeable. So is it you learning a new meaning of a word, or are you being... You probably never went to pre-K, Janet, that's why. If your ass had gone to pre-K, you would know. So I'm gonna go all the way back. I feel like he's doing this dumb shit. I'm gonna go all the way back to the starting line and always say, I'm gonna be the educator that you probably would have, that you should have had growing up, and you probably would have turned out with. Yes.
I'm glad I'm sitting down. This just took my breath away. It can't take my breath away. Like that song. Over the 8647 picture that he posted on the beach. They're indicting him violation of 20. They're saying, wait, is this right? Sorry. James Comey over a controversial Instagram post from last year that President Donald Trump and members of his cabinet claimed was a threat against. There you go, Brian. There's your thing. Come on, then. You keep voting for him and think the Democrats. That's insane. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna ask him. I'm gonna go back to work and let y'all have this. But this is the most insane indictment.
Not whatever y'all think y'all going.
I did want to offer a slight perspective on what may be influencing Brian's concepts and perceptions of universal pre-K.
I think they learn it from their parents or their caregivers and early childhood language skills.
You slow as the fuck.
Am I wrong?
Yes, you are.
Oh, okay. Where did they learn it?
What?
You said I'm wrong. What's
Or scholars or students spend the most time of their active hours? Do they spend that with their parents or would they spend that at school?
Well, before they go to school, it's with their parents. After they go to school, it's at school.
Okay, sweetie. So you want to talk about 2-year-olds, and I'm talking about I thought we were talking about pre-K. Because we know after pre-K comes, what grade comes after pre-K? Trying to see. You've been acting slow all day. I don't know where you at. Kindergarten. Right? The primary levels, that's going to be pre-K through about first grade. The bulk of their active hours is not going to be with their parents, beloved. It's going to be in community. Do you spend most of your time with your parents? No, you spend most of your time independently as a contributor to society. You're doing a fucked up job. What I'm saying to you is you have to set the foundation for them to learn that. And the problem with it is, unfortunately, we have a generation of parents that are equating that with a parent because y'all got pregnant. Are you fucking for real right now?
My wife didn't get pregnant until after we were married.
Doesn't matter. Why did you say that?
I would just say that.
Because that didn't even, was that, let me ask you about, was that relevant to what I was saying? Like, why did you say that? Do y'all know? I'm genuinely asking, like, does anybody know?
I thought you were.
That was irrelevant to bring up. All right. Okay, I can't, y'all.
Let me
I'm just saying, I'm not opposed to dare.
I heard him say that he had a military background, and it sticks out to me because of where I grew up, and it comes with inherent challenges when you have military kids and you may move around a lot. So I feel like some of his perspective is informed by the challenges of not just the challenges, but the experiences and the level of support that the military does for their kids. Like when it comes to like the social services that he feels like we should not have, I think that we don't need as a society. Also, military kids tend to struggle and have socialization skills if they've been moved around a lot. So from that lens, he may not see the value or see that it's more important to have one consistent person, i.e. the parent in the home, that have some influence in why.
I think y'all aren't hearing me. What I'm saying is I'm okay if people want to pay to send their kids to pre-K. I just don't want the government paying for it.
And that's what I'm saying. But it's a government's problem. It's a government's problem.
You're not going to convince him of anything.
Like, what the fuck?
It's just giving me a headache. I mean, that's just
my today.
perspective.
It's like saying, I don't think the government should intervene on an opioid crisis. Well, it's going to get messy for everybody if we don't do something.
This is so what if I don't want the government to pay for that?
Oh my God. No, I feel like somebody left him behind and he has this mindset.
Well, I turned out all right. I went to the military.
Yeah, Neo, he worked for the government. He did, not his children. That's what I'm saying. Is that not the same thing as a free government benefit? He doesn't want the government to pay for universal pre-K, but he wants the government to pay for his children's education.
I think I had the parents I did.
We're goofy for engaging with them at this point, so whatever.
Brian, are you there?
Yeah.
All right, I want you to be very honest. I want you to be 100% honest. Did you read the study? Because I'm reading it. I've been reading it as you guys were doing whatever y'all were doing. Did you read the study that you put in the chat?
Not fully.
Be honest.
No, not fully.
Of course.
At best.
That's not what the article is talking about. The article is particularly that's not what it's talking about. The article it was not talking about pre-K as such. You Googled it, and then the highlighted portion of the AI drew the thing out that you thought you saw. It's not saying that about pre-K. It's not saying the results are mixed. In fact, it says that pre-K, when done correctly as such, has not only positive effects for the child, but positive, I'll quote it, intergenerational effects, end quote. This is actually a very, very fascinating. Hold on a second, bro. Come on, 1 second. You said you didn't read it. Let me, as someone who's reading it, can I talk about it? Okay. So, it's not talking about pre-K as such, is the point. So we agree, if the government gives a bunch of money for me to set up a pre-K in my, not me, I'll give you an example. A Republican, for Mark Robinson and his wife, who ran scam pre-Ks and they were stealing government money, and they probably would have gotten it under Biden wants to give people money, I understand, or Sanders for sure, or Biden for sure, whatever. We can all agree on that. That wasn't the claim you made. The claim you made was that pre-K as such has mixed effects. That's not what this says. You should read it. It's actually a good study. It's also a little disingenuous because at the core of their argument, and you just aped it, was compulsory pre-K. People funding pre-K does not mean it's compulsory. So if you feel like you don't want your kid to go to the pre-K, and you want your wife or your baby moms or whatever woman to stay home, which, by the way, in 2026, that would be like 10% of Americans, but that's a different discussion. You can choose to do that. That's not what this is saying. I'm done. I'm literally...
The outcomes of pre-K are mixed. There are some near-term benefits where kids may outperform kids in first and they...
That's a different argument.
No, that's my whole argument, that the results are mixed and I don't want the government paying for it.
That's a different argument. That's my article. One second. This is actually kind of silly, and I'm going to be honest with you. You could have just said you didn't read it, we could have moved on. Obviously, if you go to pre-K and you had a good pre-K, and then you go to a crummy school, and schools after, those things fade away. You still have to be educated. And everybody knows that. No one thinks, oh, well, if you go to pre-K, you end up at MIT or Caltech. Well, you can't go to Caltech anymore. You might try to assassinate the government. That's a different discussion. Shout out to MIT, overtaking, and Stanford overtaking Caltech as the top 2 schools in the country. That's a different discussion. Anyway, that's kind of silly. That's not like what this is saying. Obviously, the quality matters. They're talking about a funding structure. They're not talking about pre-K as such. I'm going to be honest with you. Literally everything in life, the results can be mixed. That's not an argument. So if you're saying you disagree with just throwing money at a thing, that's cool. This is actually arguing for targeted This actually is in favor of pre-K, including a universal one has to be targeted. So I ask you again. You said you didn't read it. Can you give me the other studies that you had that say pre-K as such? The other thing you kept saying, and I looked it up because I know it wasn't true, you said that kids don't start developing long-term memory until after 5. That's not true. I'm seeing a much wider range that starts as early. Oh, no, you can't do that now. You can't do that because I looked it up. So the long-term memory, let me finish. Long-term memory is not the only reason to go to pre-K. I didn't even understand that argument.
How much do you remember as a 3-year-old?
I don't remember anything before that.
Because your long-term memory has not formed. So what type of skills, what type of memory, what type of skill development do you have if you're teaching something to someone who doesn't have the capacity to recall?
Growth and fine motor skills.
It's basic.
What's going on?
Okay, but that's not exclusive to
memory. I have to think about it. I don't know. But what does that have to do with pre-K?
And he's also wrong because most children are potty trained by the age of 2. So is your stupid ass literally saying, well, they're not potty trained at 5, man?
Okay. Y'all got it. I'm just trying to get with the evidence that he gave. And he's giving. Do you have any? No. Do you have any?
And how they're trying.
I know. Just put it in the chat for us. Sure. This is actually quite long, so I'm gonna read it because you misrepresented what it said.
No, I didn't. The results are mixed. It doesn't matter. The funding doesn't matter. Sanders or Biden funding. What matters is that the results are mixed. They're saying it doesn't matter where the funding.
Child care is not pre-K.
child care is not pre-K. So the article is breaking down a variety of programs.
Which includes non-pre-K. It includes me setting up a thing in my basement. You should actually read it. It's not saying what you think it's saying. It's literally talking about where the Biden and Sanders, the last 3 sections of it are about where the money would go. I just want you to show me a study that says good pre-K has mixed benefits. The second thing that's in the article, they talk about the toxic effects, like the things from, cortisol spikes and stuff for kids. And, so it's better to be at home. The problem is that a lot of kids also get that at home. And so it is true that some kids go to pre-K and bad things, something bad can happen. But a lot of kids need to be away from home, too. That's not telling me anything. I'm talking about it at a normative level. Can you just give me an article where they talk about good pre-K has mixed and what the negative effects are of a good pre-K? That's all I'm asking. And we can't use an outlier that in 2026, you're an officer in the military. You are an officer in the military. You made money. You have all kinds of benefits. Your wife could stay home. Most people can't do that. Can you just give me the study where you have the negative thing? That's all. Just give me the other study with the negative effects of quality pre-K. That's all I need. Because that's not what this article says.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you. I'm done. You got it.
And Ryan, I also need you to look up what the expectation is for children entering kindergarten, using the Louisiana pronunciation since I'm home. Can you please look up what children are expected to be able to do when they enter kindergarten? Just FYI. And then, let us know how parents are supposed to understand that, implement that, right? Because you realize that children that do not attend pre-K programs are literally not prepared, and that sets them behind because they're not getting that education and reinforcement at home.
Yeah, people can read the report. I'm not gonna say it's well known, but people have written responses to it. They've also challenged it, so definitely read the original report. I posted another report that was evaluating what the Manhattan Institute did and sort of the selection bias that they had with regard to their samples. So the actual types of preschools, how they selected their sort of methodology process, and how that sort of yielded the results that the Manhattan Institute had, not the ones Brian made up.
Well, one of the ones that this is towards the end. This is another study examined the interaction between children's family backgrounds and hours spent in childcare, concluding risk factors, greater hours in childcare were predictive of a lower cortisol level. Exactly. So I'm blessed to make a lot of money on that. Respectfully, to the free one that people, because this is a low risk environment. That's different that you cite. Shout out to Brone Boothia, who was the patron saint of giving articles that went against his argument.
That's insane. And this, not that it matters, but any one study at this point, when you have a topic as interesting and well sort of researched as this one, specifically pre-K and universal pre-K and all those sort of early childhood studies, what you might want to do is look for meta-studies, ones that compile the research and then try to analyze to see what if there are sort of overall takeaways, if the findings sort of across a multitude of studies have sort of a general consensus and evaluated as a meta-study, interesting or it aligns with you. At this point, there's too much research that exists within the larger sort of topic to only cite sort of or only use sort of one particular research, one particular article, right? Unless they're doing a meta study. So you get a feel of what the actual conversation and what the sort of general consensus of findings are with regard to that topic.
And I want to be a bit of an asshole.
Studies like the Manhattan.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I said in something like that report should be citing meta studies if they're trying to provide sort of a final or a complete sort of review of this. If they're trying to settle a debate, you would expect them to cite, use, refer, do their own to some degree, right? They have academics, they have scholars to do their own sort of meta study, looking at the totality of the research on the issue.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna be an asshole. So you have 5 kids, unless you make about $500,000 to get a free education. So what the fuck is that? Because you're not sending all of them 5 kids to private school. So you have a problem with pre-K. Let's wake that up. You can't even get a free education. Did your kids go to public school, Brian? Elementary school, middle school, or high school?
Yeah, I don't have 5 kids.
Oh shit, I'm sorry. All you MAGA crackheads sounded like to me, my bad. I'm just making that point. Well, you're a perfectly good stand-in. I don't give a shit. You still don't make enough.
Yeah, that's accurate. I tried to send my youngest daughter to private school. We ended up taking her out for, let's say, policy reasons, not financial reasons. But
so you had a badass kid, and your kid was a debate man.
Started.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
The school, our daughter came, we picked her up about a month or 2 into the school year, and she was born. She was one of those kids who was born at a time of the year where she was either a year behind or had to wait a whole other year to get in with their age group. So we got her into a public Christian school because they would take her at that young age. And she came into the car, after we picked her up, and she started talking about some of the stuff they were pushing about, God doesn't appreciate you if you don't try your best, and just, other things like that were really just, to me, inappropriate and unacceptable. So we went in, we talked to them, and got to talk with the teacher who, just backed up and doubled down on some of the tactics and the teaching methods they used. And you're like, okay, that's fine. We're just not going to go there. So we ended up waiting to get our child into regular kindergarten.
Wait, this is a different Brian? Oh my goodness gracious. I also just wanted to point out that some of the European countries that tend to have better outcomes, they also have universal pre-K. I believe that France almost has 100% of their little people in a paid pre-K program, just FYI. So the fact that pre-K is not universal in the sense that it's offered everywhere in the United States, it's just another way that we lack, quote unquote, as the number 1 economy. So I wish we did have universal Head Start or pre-K regardless of income. Because just to point out that, so for example, with my kids in Texas, it's actually income based if you even qualify for pre-K. So a lot of middle income families who do well enough but not well enough to pay out of pocket for pre-K programs, if you're basically not impoverished, you literally you're expected to pay for those programs, which can be very expensive, especially just depending on where you're, because they know that there's such a disparity in the base, and a lot of families simply don't qualify. So just pointing that.
Yeah, my wife grew up in a really Southern Baptist home, and it just for her brought back a lot of
just brought back a lot of, I guess, bad memories about the experiences she had going through church and the fire and brimstone and all the, all the guilt, all the shame, all the negative aspects of, being raised like that. We just decided that we would teach her better at home about religion and, what we wanted her to know.
Well, I went to Catholic school. There's a lot of kids who have an extra $5 in the South. So, I mean, religion is religion. I don't really have a dog in that fight, but some people need to hear hellfire and brimstone. People need to hear that they're going to go to hell because they're horrible people. That's all I'm saying.
But not at 4 years old. Right? Not at 4 or 5 years old.
Well, I guess you start in the womb for some people.
Thank you, Butterbean. Because some people sure got some demons, child. You got some badass kids that's gonna grow up to, you know what? That's a totally different conversation. Louisiana is really getting to me. Jesus Christ, must be something in the boot. I need to run back to Texas. A lot of secular people actually send their children to religious schools. There's one in Houston that is the Wiener School. I believe it's a Jewish school that's actually pretty popular. You'd be surprised at how many people that are not super religious or affiliated with one particular religion will send their children to a religious school.
Yeah, I encourage my kids to get involved in religion if that's what they chose. I have a daughter who just got baptized at my brother's church a few years ago. I fully supported it, and he was gracious enough, and the pastor was gracious enough to baptize her. So, I'm not anti-religion. It just doesn't work for me.
Yeah, we actually used to march to Mass every Friday. I don't know if they do that anymore, but we would literally attend Mass as part of our regular instructional periods. But anywho,
I don't know if the gentleman realizes it, but he's already paying for compulsory education in Israel. So educational programs as part of the, I don't know if this is directly related to the funding we give them, but they're funded by us. So it's weird that you would have a pushback for your taxes going to your own, but you support someone who, and I'm not saying it was his administrator that started it, but it sure hasn't stopped where you don't have to pay for education, period. Just interesting.
I find it interesting when people come up with these counter arguments and insults, things like that. They sit on the presumption that forcing people to be, participating in these compulsory activities is somehow a sign of their moral or legal superiority. When I look at it, when my wife and I first got married, we were very young. We had our first child a few years later. We afforded what we could. I was enlisted, so I started out with no stripes. So I was making the bare minimum. I was making less than minimum wage. And when we had a child, we just reduced our expenses. We just compensated. And my wife stayed home, and we just didn't spend. We didn't
charge. We didn't, get access to luxuries and amenities. We just scaled back until, we both got degrees. I could afford it. And, by that time, our other children were born, and, I could afford a little bit more luxuries. But to just write it off, I think it's just fundamentally a difference between, let's say, right and left is, I want to be in control of my taxes, my earnings, my productivity. I don't want a third party to come in and say, Brian, you make more than you could or should, and so therefore I'm going to take more of what you have earned and give it to the have-nots.
I appreciate that. The thing that
don't live in a society.
The thing that troubles me is that a lot of your tax dollars don't necessarily go to people who are poor. You don't have a problem with that?
Yeah, of course I do. I don't want government bailouts, government cronyism. I don't want these sweetheart deals that are given to large corporations. I don't want bailouts. Fuck them, let them fail. If they don't make good decisions, then they should. Then that tells me that they're not economically efficiently using the resources they have access to, and they should go on better decision makers in the economy. That's how it should work. So I oppose government welfare for the poor. To the extent that we get involved in their lives at the expense of my earnings and income. So I oppose it principally for people across the economic spectrum.
So to Brother's point, why don't you move out of the society? The society that has, accepts that as what the society wants to do. Why don't you move?
Where's the society that does that?
Excuse me?
Where is a society that does what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like earlier in the conversation when you were talking about, well, if you believe in states' rights to certain extents, people shouldn't live in places where interracial marriage is banned. People shouldn't live in places where books are banned or African American studies are banned. So why don't you just leave the society that funds public school if you don't accept that? Why don't you just leave?
I would pick a state that has the best combination of all those factors.
You live in a state that doesn't have public education?
No, what I'm saying is I've chosen the state to live in that has the best.
Here's what I struggle with a little bit, because it seems like a contradiction in logic. It's like on the one hand, you wouldn't support, or you don't think it would be right for the country to give a child a foundation for which to learn, over a period of time, starting at kindergarten, because you don't feel like kindergarten is effective, which I disagree. But there are other things. Okay, so can you just restate it? Because I'm confused right now. What are you saying?
Yeah, what I've said is that if people want to send their children to pre-K programs, that's fine. Knock yourself out. If you want to save money in some areas and spend it on those things instead, that's fine. Knock yourself out. I just don't want the government to because you're talking about kindergarten not being effective. That's a totally different issue.
So we're noticing that kids are just moving on grade level. Even when they received really good grades in grade school, we're seeing like assessments, summative assessments that show that scholars are just not performing well. And so we're realizing that they seem to be a year behind, and then what happens is that gap just continues to grow. And so the logic is, the reasoning for early childhood education is what kids get to do is they get like a year zero before their year one. And so in your year zero, if you're developing skills such as, let's say, holding a pencil correctly, right? Like just writing your name
writing simple sentences, writing the letters that you recognize. Is that my baby Gemini? It is. That's my big bro. Okay, sorry. ADHD, I apologize. Being read to, right, is another way that we know scholars absorb new language, new vocabulary, understanding all the things. And what happens is, after about pre-K 3, then you do pre-K 4, then you do kindergarten, certain things as far as school, expectations start to become repetitive. And they become repetitive to the scholar because they've been doing it a while. So now when they are in first grade, I think it'd be great, y'all. That's probably preferred. I don't live in a world it's like, no, send your kids to school and let the indoctrination begin. Like, no, let a new teacher just come in and tear your kid down. Like, absolutely not. What I am saying is that we cannot afford to not invest in kids' access to early childhood education. If parents choose to homeschool, let that be for them. I get it, right? However, there are some parents that want the best for their kids, and they may not be in a position to provide such, right? And I'm not speaking from a monetary perspective. I'm speaking from a sit down with that child.
To me, the best situation is when you have a single parent working outside the home and the other parent at home to provide those lessons or opportunities. Otherwise, you're outsourcing it to random people. Now, if you were to go to, say, a Montessori program, those are super expensive, but if you were to go to, say, a Montessori program, then yeah, I'd support that if we wanted to follow that curriculum. That'd be maybe a different story, but
Montessori is an approach. It's not a curriculum, but I understand. You're the expert in the room today, and I'm going to submit to you, King. I appreciate the conversation, as Ben would say. It's not Ben.
There's also ones that are free, that are paid for by the government. You're actually kind of making the argument. I'm sorry. You're actually kind of making the argument I was making, which is it depends on the investment. That's what your article was saying. You just throw money at somebody who has a child care in their basement, like Mark Robinson, his wife. They were probably stealing money. If you read about it, I believe they probably were just stealing money. But you Republicans nominated him to be governor. Then we found out the consultant was watching all that trans porn online, but you're the Family Values Party. That's a different discussion. That's one thing. But there are Montessori schools that are, in fact, part of public school systems. You're kind of all over the place. To be fair to you, they're very rare, right? I'm sorry?
I said they're very rare.
But they don't have to be. That's what I'm saying. They don't have to be rare.
Well, yeah, because then that defeats the rule. You're using the exception to create the rule. I'm saying that if that was an across-the-board curriculum or approach or methodology, then that might be a different discussion. But the resources entailed with a Montessori approach would just be overwhelming. And then it goes back to
cheaper. No. Oh, so you don't know anything about Montessori? You don't.
Yeah, because it's individualized curriculum, individualized pacing,
individualized curriculum in Montessori.
Yeah, individualized, specific to that person's motivation and pace and development and all that. It's the whole counter approach to one-size-fits-all public school education. That's the difficulty with public school education.
You don't know anything.
It's not.
It's a holistic approach.
Yeah, it's a student-centered approach, but it is. They're not creating.
What do you mean by student-centered?
What do you mean? What do I mean, student-centered?
I'm asking you to define student-centered.
It's a self-directed, hands-on learning, project-based learning.
There you go. So it's individualized. So
you're going to ask me a question.
You're saying exactly what I said.
Yeah, no, that's not exactly what you said. So you asked me a question at Auburn.
So no, it's not. I'll tell you. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. I can give you an example. Let me explain it. So you're saying, did your kids go to Montessori school? Did your kids go to Montessori school?
No, I didn't know about it.
Mine did.
And mine do. And mine does.
I have some that still do, so I can tell you. It's not. They sat down and said, okay, little Brian needs to work on X, Y, and Z. So we'll have an individualized program for X, Y, and Z. No, that's not what it is. They'll do things like a skill, life skill. So the kid, Mommy, I need a placemat and a fork and a spoon. And the kid, then they do a thing. There's a whole big unit that they do with the kids around like table manners. They're really working on fine motor skills. The kids don't know it, but they get excited, right? They work on that as a class. That's not it at all. It's a holistic approach. It's not. That's what that means. And it's not expensive. It's actually a lot cheaper. Now, the gag on Montessori is because the results are so good, they can actually charge a lot of money, and they oftentimes do. And the toys are just actually, like, you go buy Montessori's toys for your kids. They're usually just like scarves and wood blocks that they put blocks at $10.
Listen, Doug.
It's literally just the marketing. So that's not what it is. If it's a high quality, a proven type of curriculum, people can teach it, and they're not making minimum wage, like you said, and just throwing the money away, it's good. So we all agree, actually. Turns out we agree. Cool. That is what you said. You said that they were throwing money at minimum wage workers. That's what you said.
Why? This is like the second time that I've been I shouldn't say second. Like, you keep saying shit and you don't know what you're talking about, Brian. This is not pattern of behavior, dude. You posted an article, you didn't fucking read it. You're just up here saying any goddamn thing. Oh, what the hell told you that?
The other thing I like about Montessori, then I'll go back on mute for a while, with their technique and with good teachers, it can work quite well. And if your kid is in a Montessori school, say from like age 3, kind of socialization, which is pretty fantastic. But Brian, I'll be honest with you, you actually don't have a view on this. It's just ideological. You just don't want to pay taxes. I respect that. That's fair.
He doesn't have a view, an informed experience. He doesn't have knowledge.
I don't want to pay taxes for
curiosity.
If people want to do these
I don't
things,
either.
it's
I'm paying
fine.
taxes
Go
for
ahead.
your president's whims to go to a war that he said he wasn't going to do, which is costing billions of dollars a day. And people like you have more smoke for pre-K and healthcare than you do for bombs and wasting money in the Middle East again.
Where'd you come up with that?
These are numbers speak of black man.
I'm up with it, but I follow politics.
You're saying that's my opinion?
I didn't say I said people like you.
I needed him.
I didn't say such as you. If you went to pre-K, you know the difference between like and such as. Huh?
Yeah, gotcha.
Go ahead, brother.
And, since we're talking about freebies and what people don't appreciate, we also paid for your housing. You were making minimum wage and you worked with your family. You didn't have to pay for that. You don't seem to appreciate that. And then you use that against why you think other people shouldn't have the things that you got. They're undeserving. You got it for free. You think you provided it for yourself. You talk about it as if you do. And then use that as leverage against other people. God bless.
But I was in a very small, selective community that was providing a benefit to the entire nation.
What benefit did you provide? You were cooking.
You got paid.
You were cooking.
I'm confused.
You're equating the military.
You got paid for your
So why isn't the military privatized? You have better outcomes and be more efficient. Why can't we take the market to the military?
No, because
y'all got to start talking to these people.
you couldn't have direct oversight.
Y'all got too much
What
honor
do you mean you
and
couldn't have
respect.
direct oversight? What is that?
You couldn't have independent oversight.
What?
What does that mean?
If somebody, like let's say Elon Musk created a military, he might, let's say, follow an America First agenda. He might pursue objectives or military strategies or outcomes that, let's say, benefited the country. All right, then he leaves or retires, whatever. And then you get somebody in there who was a far left, anti-military, anti-war activist who
We need to get them in there. What does that mean? Get them in there.
well, this person wins
What
the
is
bid.
in there? The
Wins
owner of the military or the
becomes
president?
owner of the military force.
Okay.
All right, get them in there as the owner of the military force to replace Elon Musk, who has retired or left for whatever reason. Now,
You could use the same market dynamics that you want to take to education and health care.
we're going to be responsible.
It's amazing.
It's incredible.
It really is.
It's just wild how you guys are so unprincipled. same hand, he would be ousted because the returns would be so poor.
A complete isolationist improves, the outcomes. He's not spending money. He's not getting involved in foreign conflicts, and therefore he's making more money for the shareholders. But it would work against. But it would work against our interests. It might necessarily work against our. It might work against our interests if we need to be involved.
Brian, I don't know if you're quibbling or what, but I'm saying, what's wrong with that? America did that for 50 years with the public military. Except 1898. We did that for a long time.
Yeah, there were people who were isolationists.
I know. So why would that be a problem with privatizing? That's just the whims of being in the military.
I don't think we were the global superpower at that time, were we?
Buddy. I mean, we had just toppled the Spanish. Let me answer. Why don't you, instead of asking, all right, here's a general rule.
We weren't the global superpower
asking me. So you don't think the U.S. was a global superpower? Now make your point. Don't ask me the question. Go ahead.
So then we didn't have all the interests. We weren't required to participate in, say, NATO treaty conflicts or support European theater with numerous bases. And
sure we did.
Not to the extent that we do now. Right?
Well, nobody did to the extent that they do now.
Right. So it's a different dynamic. So you can't equate 2026 to 1898 because the dynamics of our role as a lone superpower had changed the entire argument.
Market-based military, it would take care of itself and it would be more efficient. You'd get rid of, what do y'all call it, waste, fraud, abuse, and you wouldn't be worried about my tax dollars. Why is that good for healthcare but not for the military? More people die, more Americans die from healthcare poor outcomes than they do from military. I just don't understand why these things are good for education and healthcare but not the military.
When you get freebies, when you get promised freebies by politicians, then
like what? Like your housing?
Free, no, not for the small, what percentage?
So you're allowed to have free.
What percentage of the U.S. citizenry?
So the percentage shit on that.
The principle is that we understand and agree and vote for politicians who support the military because people in this society understand the role.
That's a different argument.
No, it isn't, because it's
not a normative claim.
It goes down to the argument that if we all agree with this in this country, that we can disagree whether to go into this conflict or that conflict, but I think universally people agree in America that we need a strong military because otherwise we could be invaded or not be able to protect our interests around the globe. So that changes the nature of the dynamic when you have people who are medically able, cognitively able, psychologically able to fill those roles, and they are a small subset of our society. We reward them, we incentivize them, we want to have those people, the best of the best, if you will, making those decisions on the battlefield because the stakes are so high.
Well, a couple of things. One, the incentives don't get the best of the best. That's a different. Now you're making an argument for raising pay and incentives because you don't get the best of the best. And two, this is fascinating. So the percentage matters for your principles. So I thought we were making normative philosophical arguments and principles. But now the percentage is small enough. So what is the percentage of 3-year-olds in America? 1%?
I'm saying the percentage.
Why can't you look it up, Brian?
I'm saying the percentage.
I'm saying 3-year-olds are still shitting on themselves.
I don't know what that has to do with
So the cognitive
but the role defines the need to be selective and to have an inability to wipe their ass our country and our interests around the globe. So that changes the dynamic, and consistently people have voted to provide those incentives and benefits for that small subset of our population.
It doesn't matter what people vote. You were talking about a percentage.
It doesn't matter what people vote. What does that mean?
Not if you're saying that the reason why we should do it is because it's a small subset of the population.
No, I'm saying
It actually,
the role and
if you're making that argument, it doesn't actually matter what people vote. You're saying that it only benefits a small amount, and so that the overall impact, is negligible. That's what you are. So it actually doesn't matter. You are making a numerical claim about the group of people that are benefiting. You are getting paid for a service. You, like everyone else, should have to pay for all the other services that are required to live on this to live. Pay for your own housing. I'm fine with that. I don't think we should privilege anyone. The 3-year-olds, you said fuck them. So let's continue.
Fundamentally different.
How about this?
Some other
We will only. How about this?
Like free childcare.
Only people that are on the
different to
battleground
defend our
get their
country
housing paid
than
for.
it is to provide free.
Only people who are on the battlefield and shoot, we pay for their housing. Everyone else, pay for your home. You qualify?
No, I was.
I mean, to be honest, I'm giving you the same bullshit you were giving us earlier. I'm just using your logic.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you want to equate all services,
I do. Fuck the kids and fuck the service that you provided. I didn't benefit from it. Peeling fucking onions, I didn't benefit from that shit. He was a cook in the military. Go to work. He was a cook. So let's use the fucking logic.
I was a clinical engineer and a behavioral scientist.
So, behavioral scientist, fuck that.
I was a clinical engineer, and when I was enlisted, and then when I got commissioned, I was a behavioral scientist.
Are you from the Midwest?
You was a fucking nerd is what you were. You was a motherfucker who stayed away from my guys.
Yeah.
Come on.
I'm very much a nerd. But I am athletic too. I'm pretty athletic.
But were you from the Midwest? Huh?
No, ma'am.
Where? Do you mind telling me what region you're from, if you feel comfortable?
Bible.
Okay. Like that's where you grew up, or that's where you live now, or both?
No.
Okay. He's not from my state. He's not from.
I think he's from Tennessee because he randomly mentioned that the other day, and it sounds like a Tennessee accent.
Okay. What?
Yeah, we gotta start beating. We gotta start matching energy. If people can say, fuck children. I asked him earlier. I asked him, is he willing to pay for folks? Willing to invest in that? No. Okay. So, not investing in the children, but making policy. You said it. I asked you.
I did. I said
you said it. Now they moved on from
I
that.
wouldn't make anyone do anything. The fundamental premise of libertarian is that people get to choose. If a husband or wife wants to go out and work, then more power to them.
You're crashing.
Good luck with that.
You're crashing.
If a husband wants to work
so now who's not listening?
and ask his wife, and she agrees to work inside
the home, now who's not listening?
I'm not going to force
you
anyone
to speak over me.
Well, you're mischaracterizing the position.
I didn't. I said, are you willing to invest? You said no.
You literally
did. Creating policies or not expansion of government when you give them freebies and handouts, that's really odd, right? Like 3-year-olds will conceptualize that and somehow then demand something from the state at 3 and 5. Okay, fine. You're old. You were old enough. The story that you told talked about how you could afford very little. You didn't talk about your housing because you didn't have to worry about that because that was free. You talked about the benefit that it had. Well, then you talked about the numerical side.
I'm flabbergasted because the
numerical side you cut off
before these programs for other people, right? So, for instance, I only have one kid myself, but I see this as being beneficial for the good of the group.
don't understand the logic of people that feel like I don't have to pay taxes for these programs when it is, in fact, good for the group. There's too much research that has been shown. We could drop all the links. You're not going to read them. You don't read your own links. And it just saddens me. And I think that this is a live demonstration of why, with uneducated people, and why would you not want to jumpstart that journey as best as possible. And yes, I do believe that should come from the American dollar. We fund and pay for all kinds of dumb shit, you know? But all of a sudden, when it comes to little JoJo, and little Ashley learning her vowels, and understanding that we have so many rules when it comes to reading, right? Like E and A can say E like peace, or like teach, or it can say A. E and A can say A like steak, right? Still E and A. And those things take practice. Now I realize that's still advanced for the primary level we're talking about. That's more like second grade, second grade type material. However, if you have scholars that are being dropped off at school, at kindergarten, and they're not ready for shit, well, then that's going to delay their progress and push them back a year. And that is the point of these early childhood education programs, to give kids access who probably wouldn't be able to have access to these things before. And therefore, it's going to cut that delay, right? We're not going to start out with gaps. We're going to go ahead and start out, ready for grade level instruction. Yikes. And seeing that majority of people send their kids to public school and they do not have, the skill set of pedagogy to teach their kids, I don't understand why we would be pushing back on that. It's almost like you're saying, I want more dumbasses in the world. And I'm telling you, we just can't afford it. We keep saying it, we just can't afford it. We see it every damn clubhouse. Okay, now.
Here's a better
right, and that's I've said that.
Used to be.
Yes, the government needs to pay for it. But Brian.
Churches donate to United Way, donate to.
He's whispering. I don't know why y'all just don't overtalk them. He's fucking whispering. Seems like this is his level 8.
There's social safety net programs in our society.
This whole conversation around that's fine.
Because what will happen is you'll get people donating to.
Yes, sir. We'd love to hear from you.
Pre-K. If these pre-K programs are that.
Yeah, we're listening. Go ahead, Mr. Alex.
Difference making, then you would
have. I'm just saying that
then you would have people funding those entities.
The system that we live in.
That's much more efficient use of our resources.
That we all living in and colonizing. To shoot.
Colonizing.
The 1%. It's powerful families. Powerful families.
Giving to churches is inefficient.
Hold on, Brian. So you're saying basically, like, you disagree with the idea that having more competent 4-year-olds is a benefit to the entire community? You think that's just that family kind of leeching off the government?
No,
because, Alex, hold on. I'm talking to Brian for a second. Because, really, that is a public good, just like the water supply being clean. Our children, whether you have children of your own in your home or not, our children across our community having better competence, that's better for everyone. So, yeah, we should invest in that. It's not a leech of the people who have children off of the rest of the community. Those children are going to, help take care of those of us who don't have children when we're older. Like, that is a public good. That's what the government is for.
That's not what the government is for. Here's my claim. The claim is that if we want to have those Head Start type programs in our society, that's fine. Fully support that. If you want to send your kid to that, then lower taxes, give the individual family members a increase in their take-home pay and pay for those programs and create incentives. If you are going to get the government involved, then use some type of, small tax incentive to say, we're going to eliminate the government-run aspect and we're going to kick it back to the private sector. Then what will happen is you will get
agencies and educational institutions competing for your dollars, and they will provide the best service possible for the lowest cost, possible price. That's the way it should work. Instead of just saying we're going to raise your taxes and have this generic approach where we're going to use tax dollars to fund the bureaucracy necessary to instantiate and enforce and oversee those institutions. It's not going to be as efficient. It's not going to be as direct oversight. It's not going to be as responsive. If you kick that to the private sector and you say we really value 4-year-olds and 3-year-olds getting started, getting a head start on their education, that's fine. I 100% support that. Just don't have the fucking government do it. Kick it into the private sector. Donate to those private entities or fund with your own dollars those organizations that do that. That's the better solution. That's a better use of resources.
Wait, you said who has direct oversight over private entities? I'm confused.
Excuse me.
Who has direct oversight?
You said give it to the private
You have
institutions.
shareholders, you have customers.
Okay. And that is somehow more oversight for the people who are than the federal government.
100%. Because then what you do is you say this school, let's say a Montessori school started up, or just a run-of-the-mill pre-K, and the outcomes for that school, the way they treated their children, the outcomes, the, let's say, kindergarten readiness rates, whatever metric you want to define, wasn't as good as this one across the street. The first one is not going to be funded. They're going to go out of business. Why? Because they're ineffective, they're inefficient. You're going to go to the one that gives you the best bang for your buck, that gets your child, let's say, kindergarten ready. And that is as responsive as you can get. Going through bureaucracy and government officials and all kinds of elections and policies and voting and all that stuff is incredibly inefficient.
So democracy is inefficient. Voting,
when it comes to the scenario just described,
having
absolutely.
Having direct power to elect the people who are going to oversee what's going on is less efficient than giving private institutions a board of directors that are beholden to the best of the institution, right? Making sure that it maximizes its okay. So wait. Okay. So I have a more sort of
government does not play well.
This is my last question. So if that's all inefficient, then you need to pay us back because I thought you were fighting for the liberties and our right to all this other shit. So this shit is ineffective. This shit is ineffective. It's not worthy of the amount of money that we gave you. My family struggled, but you got to peel onions, you got housing, you got a paycheck, and this shit is inefficient.
I don't think you understand.
The shit that you said that you fought for was inefficient. I don't know. You seem a little entitled.
You're not that good at this, are you?
You're right.
You have to understand. Before I got cut off.
The two of us, I sound like the.
Like I was saying before I got cut off, because there was a lot of voices talking after I got cut off. Like I was saying, we in a system. You dig what I'm saying? And for one, the system is unnatural. We colonized, created, because it suits them. And that's what y'all are going back and forth about right now. And for
what's unnatural?
The system. The system they have, which we all are part of. If you want to eat, what you gotta do, you gotta get money. So you got to go work, the system, the government, and you working. You gotta go fishing if I can. We don't have to keep you some money. This is my plan. What you talking about? Then when you talk about my people,
does water get provided to houses without some type of effort?
Listen, you don't get what things in Queens with wealth.
White man.
I'm just telling you, hold on. I'm just telling you, my people wealthy. You understand? Nothing poor, nothing. You know what I'm saying? The colonizers came. You know what I'm saying? And when they came, They took everything brute force. Wherever the colonizers lay, they took that. They are not indigenous to nowhere on this planet. You know what I'm saying? Like literally. You know what I'm saying? So, therefore, you know what I'm saying, the corruption come from them. Then you got these fake Jews that run everything who stole the whole identity. Whole identity. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? And they got these entertainers doing strange things for some change. Yeah. Why you think they don't never say nothing bad about the fake Jews? They own the media. They own everything. Like, what are you talking about? They got all the money.
Look, sober up and then try again tomorrow. How's that?
No, this is facts. All you gotta do is take heed and listen. Them not real Jews over there. They never been. They stole the whole identity. True Jews are dark, man. Do your homework.
Is your last name Cougar?
Man?
Yeah.
No. Say Cougar. Just do your homework. Because all nationalities come from the Asiatic original black man and woman. The Aboriginals. Everybody. Do your homework. Even the Chinese thought they was different. They thought they was like my people. Literally. So just do your work. Just do your homework before you jump on me.
Who are your people? Who would you say are your people?
The originals. The originals. I am the descendant from the originals.
I mean,
the people who were here before your nationality and everybody else's nationality. See, the Creator made my people in His image. You understand what I'm saying? Hold on. There is no nationality on this planet that birthed my people into existence. My people come straight from the Creator Himself in the earth and dirt. The earth birthed my people. You dig what I'm saying? The earth is a female. All she do is birth life.
Man, that's cool. Have you ever seen that? Does that still happen? Have you ever seen that happen yourself? Does that still happen?
I can tell by your response. I can tell by all this.
She's ironic.
I'm grown. Play with your kids. Don't play with them.
All right, back to what you were saying, Brother Man.
Brad is probably doing his homework as instructed.
People want a society, even folks who claim to be libertarian, they want society for themselves. They talk about time at home with his children at very young ages. He doesn't know about development, spending very little time educating children, seeing how that, that education sort of 3 to 5, there was no benefit. There was no, imagine saying with your full fucking, what might be mixed. You don't know.
Yeah,
there is nothing that you can say that convinces me that you have had any sort of real involvement with your own child in terms of their own growth and development, that you have read the literature. You didn't even read the shit that you posted. Imagine talking about not wanting compulsory education when you post things you don't even read and then try to cite them. It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense, not just sort of rhetorically, but philosophically. You're all over the place. Feeling. What is that feeling based on? Whatever the fuck you want. You want society for yourself. You don't want it for others. Here's the trick. You don't have to engage or take any of the things you don't want. Your experiences, service. Okay, that's fine.
Healthcare.
It did.
Didn't Obamacare mandate?
No, there was a healthcare mandate.
No.
Yes, there was.
Wasn't there a healthcare mandate?
No.
And if you didn't have it, you had to pay a small fine. Yes, it did.
Yeah. It's factually inaccurate.
And it messed it up. It messed it up when they took it away.
So what you're saying is factually inaccurate.
Hold on, wait. There was a mandate. Wait, hold on. What years? What years were people paying fines?
2011 through 2011 through 2017.
Right, but didn't they not actually pay them? Ben, like, wasn't it?
I was taking out that.
Yeah, they did, but it was a very small amount because
Okay.
Yeah, they found
most people were covered. It was very small.
So I apologize. 6 years in the course of the span of the country's 250 years. For 6 years, people paid. How much did you pay, Ryan? Did you pay anything?
I think my military healthcare exempted me from having to participate.
Healthcare exempt.
Yeah, anytime you had healthcare, yeah. So if you had TRICARE, then you wouldn't have had to pay.
Yeah, the average was, I looked it up, it was about $800. In 2015,
military.
So for what? Huh?
What about what has nothing to do with the military? What are you saying?
Well, he's saying he got free insurance.
Yeah, so
the vast majority of people don't have
My brother asked me how much did I pay, so I was exempted myself because of my military status. And then I added to that the vast majority of American citizens are not military.
The vast majority don't have Obamacare.
No. Even if you had private health insurance, you didn't pay. It was just you had to be covered by any program, private, military, VA, Medicare, Medicaid, anything. You just had to be covered by anything. It didn't have to be a government
program. I'm not
program.
saying that. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying that he tried to use me as an example, and I was not included in his example.
Sir, I know.
He's rambling just a bunch of ridiculous gibberish, so I'm just waiting for him.
Right? He's not. Like, you, sometimes I can take you because at least you're a fairly, I don't know, you're fairly reasonable actor.
You see how he's injecting his tension and slanderous.
No, he said he's adding. He didn't say that.
He's adding, things to the comments.
I'm adding my own perspective.
Yeah.
I'm adding my own interpretation.
Yeah, you were mischaracterizing something.
But I have to provide sources. You get to provide sources.
A mischaracterization.
Provide sources.
I'm just saying what I believe. You're taking a misinterpretation of what my statement is.
Wait, so
you're slandering it. I'm not doing that first. You're the one here doing that.
Not a soft-hearted fucking libertarian. You just told people to suck it up. You told 3- and 5-year-olds to get fucking bent. And now you're over here. You're gonna make an emotional. You're a victim. How about this? You are a victim. I mischaracterized you. You have been victimized. You have been hurt. I'm sorry that I hurt was to you. How emotional it made you feel. Is that what you? So now you don't want to be centered,
brother. Did he provide the evidence to ban?
You mean the evidence of him buck breaking? We just heard the evidence. I have an audio recording of it.
It's amazing. It's amazing what you call buck broken. It's amazing what you call buck broken. But that's fine.
But I'm wondering, I have a question.
Now I'm back on.
I have a question for Brian.
For the pet. I have a timer. 13 and 28.
Whatever.
This is fantastic.
His commute, he has a long commute. So
he was trying to find a parking space.
He used the F-word. This holy man. Just
not the most wholesome.
Every third word for Peter.
Even Peter cursed before the Lord.
Can I ask Brian a question real quick?
Didn't he cut it?
Can I ask Brian a question real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. Brian, I have a question just about like how you characterize yourself as a libertarian versus
primarily theology. I don't ground my ethics or economic decisions in theology. I'm not a theist. So I oppose abortion because people have a right to life, not because God said so. Yeah, in most situations, that's why I vote Republican.
I've never seen you have a position that was different than theirs, even when they're like dead ass.
Gay rights. I support gay rights. I support trans rights. I just don't want the government again getting involved in dictating, how.
That's what
Better into different. Like that doesn't go together.
You care. Band care.
No, that's what you said. No, I was listening very carefully. You said you would be okay if states wanted to make that decision about whether their citizenry could be married if they were in different, racial groups. You just said that. I heard you.
Yeah, well, Ban put me into this hypothetical situation.
It's not hypothetical.
Yeah.
No, he was taking you down the logic that you
using hypotheticals as what if a state did this and another state did that.
No, that's not what I said. I said, do you think they should get rid of loving? No, that's not what I'm saying. No. But earlier I said, should they get rid of loving? And you didn't know what loving was, and I explained it. You said, yes, they should get rid of loving, and the state should decide.
Yeah, so what personally my belief is, people should be able to live how they want to live as long as it doesn't infringe on the rights of others. The freedom to swing your fist ends when it hits my face.
No, but you don't believe marriage is a right.
Yeah, I don't think marriage is a right. I don't think the government should.
I know, but you just said you believe in gay rights.
Marriage is an institution of religion.
I got you. So what's a gay right that's not an institution of the state? Break it down.
Well, gays should be able to serve in the military.
Well, that's not a gay right. That would just be a right. That has nothing to do with them being gay.
Well, gays were excluded from certain
that they should get by virtue of being gay.
They should be able to participate in society as full.
But not marriage.
Well, marriage is an institution of the church.
No,
if you want to have a civil union,
that's
a legal.
That's what I mean by marriage. Everybody's not a Christian. Come on, man, don't insult me. We've been doing good. I'm not talking about the church. Many people, Jewish people get married. Hold on a second, Brian. Muslims, assalamu alaikum, they get married. It's not just of the church. Atheists get married. I'm talking about it vis-a-vis the state. Hence, Loving v. Virginia. Loving v. Virginia is a state.
Hypotheticals and giving me like a false dichotomy.
I literally said
that, and I'm trying to play along in a
I asked you earlier.
Sincere way. So I'm playing along with your silly hypotheticals, but I'm also saying now you're finish. What I'm saying it.
I gotta meet you.
In my society, I would not gays or.
I gotta meet you. Earlier in the conversation, you said that gay people, that mixed race people, you'd be fine with a state outlawing interracial marriage.
False.
Huh?
False.
Not the state, like the country, like Alabama or Maryland or whatever. That's what you said.
That's what allowed it. One state didn't.
That was after. That's after. Hold on 1 second, Sonny. I gave you the hypothetical because I was trying to understand. Brian, hold on a second. Brian, please. You're not talking to the others now. You're talking to me. So please don't treat me like you were treating. Don't treat me like you were treating brother. Don't treat me like you were treating brother. The reason why I asked you, or as half of your people would say, I even use the term interstate comity. And you said, well, if the state doesn't don't take a job in that state, you were fine with it. Let's move on. I have breaking news. Y'all gotta stop.
You gave me that hypothetical and forced me into that box. I'm telling you.
I asked you about Loving versus Virginia because it came out of. Hold on a second, Brian. Because I can tell you the whole thing.
This is your option.
Brian, I can record. Want to recording? John could,
this state doing it, that state not doing it. So in that hypothetical, I said, you don't move there. Don't move to a state that has laws that you don't support.
Yes, you were fine with that state.
And then I followed up with, I would not want those states over a period of time. Within some period of time, I would want all of those silly laws repealed. And you said, well, that's a hypothetical. You can't.
Yeah, you did say you hope. Yeah, you did say the
hypothetical. I said that's not normative.
I did say
so. Again, we started asking you a set of questions. Come on, Brian, chill out. We started by asking you a set of questions, and I said, "Oh, that's kind of interesting." Went through abortion and all that. The reason how we got to let states decide is because that's what you said about abortion. And I said, "Oh, okay. Well, what do you think about Loving versus Virginia?" And then you said, at the time, I thought you were lying. You'd be fine if the people in a state didn't want to allow people of different races to marry. And I said, oh, interesting. How would you deal with these various things? We then moved to slavery, and then we moved to people of certain not voting or having the franchise because of immutable characteristics. My memory is, it's arguably the best thing about me besides my feet. Lovely feet. Okay? I know what happened. You quite literally said you were fine with the state, because I kept saying, well, what will we do with you in that state? Because you're the product of an interracial coupling. Please, don't play like I'm done. Let's move on from the lies. The lie, y'all gotta start with the lies.
Maybe you just are mistaken. Maybe you just don't remember what you said. Brian is not mischaracterizing the way it went. And I think that it just does point out the fact that you're unable to be consistent in your arguments about why. That's not like,
False. I'm one of the most consistent people philosophically because I've thought this through for decades.
Okay, well, I don't think your actual...
For decades.
I don't think that your actual...
You're old man with an Ayn Rand thing in my PTR because I fought it through and I go to bed.
I don't think that...
Wait, I read this book for the first time when I was 16. I thought, wow, this is fascinating. I read it when I was 17 and was embarrassed. I thought that woman was smart. This is a woman who was against government programs and was taking Social Security and Medicare. She was on government welfare, please. She should have saved the money. No, I'm serious. Brian, that's exactly what you said. I asked you about Loving versus Virginia. You said you didn't know it. And I said, you said fine. You said, I'd be fine with states not doing that. And I'm going to tell you why you said it. Because I said, what about slavery? You said slavery's different. Because slavery is about life. And marriage is not a right, and it's not about life. You're not entitled to it. That was the distinction for why you supported the found Loving versus Virginia. This will be a dumb thing for me to not only but make up these kinds of details. I may be evil, but I'm not an evil genius.
Had you worked on your fine fucking motor skills when you were 3 and 5,
still crashing. There it goes.
Ability.
Start the clock.
To remember.
Start the clock.
You're 56.
Start the clock. This man has been. Brian, one thing, as much as frustrating as Brian can be, although I think.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. I can be passionate just like you.
No, it's not. This is. Yeah, I know. I know. Passion is born of butt breaking. Yes.
Okay. That's
okay. Yeah, you've been butt broken.
So you're strong.
You should go walk around. You should go walk around Costco for a little while.
Unless you took the Social Security.
I'm walking. What you saying? Sorry.
You're strong. Is that what's your strongest argument against Ayn Rand and her philosophy?
Oh, I think the philosophy. Yeah. Oh, I think the philosophy. I think objectivism is, as I said earlier, maybe you forgot, is a kind of philosophy that only works in an idea, as what political philosophers call ideal theory. 2, I don't think it upholds the public good, although it purports to uphold the public good. And 3, I think it's full of inconsistencies. And it relies on a rendering of the political economy that would be not only inefficient, but would get us to the apocryphal state, get us closer to the apocryphal state. I find the ideas to be fascinating when we're on a fire, like the boys in Lord of the Flies. Quiet piggy. If you got that, you got it. I could go on specifics, but I have something to do back at work. Do I need to go deeper? Pause. I ran out of PP. I got a minute.
No, that's fine. And I agree with some of those. I think a completely laissez-faire capitalist society would. And a lot of her philosophy is my favorite part of her philosophy is just grounding ethics and economics in the value of human life, holding the value of reason and existence as your primary value.
I don't think that I don't think that her philosophy, while it purports to uphold the value of human life, it does not provide a structure, especially in an advanced economy and a modern world, that actually contributes the material basis upon which are born into similar resources. And by not being born into those resources through no fault of their own, they don't get the thing. So just by her system, The baby in category A is prized over the category B. What liberals argue, and by liberals I mean small L, which is Democrats and generally Republicans, just liberalism in this general matter, is that while you cannot make them equal, you can at least create or strive to create a floor for child B so that child B can thrive. You don't believe in that. So you said earlier that you don't want to fund universal pre-K, even though you admit that if I can afford to send my kids to Montessori's Hark method or the one where they break bread, etc., bake bread, etc., those things work. You don't want to fund a thing that takes more tax dollars from rich people to create a system where those kids also get it because you're, quote, punishing Bill, Elon Musk. So the way you see the world, because those people are and have more resources and money, they actually are higher value. That's the difference.
Here's the important distinction that I think you got to start a company that provides those safety net services or those pre-K services or free lunches or whatever you want to call it, then do it through the private sector, because government is by definition inefficient. Government cannot do as efficiently with the same resources the same level, quality, and scope as the private sector. So I want safety nets in society, and Iran also advocated for having those things in our society, just not through the government, because it's a terrible, inefficient use of resources. We would be much wealthier as a nation and as a globe if we shifted away from that exact mindset we're talking about, where we use the government as the instrument of equalizing outcomes.
So you misrepresent my position. So I didn't say anything about equalizing outcomes. What I said was to create a floor whereby child B can thrive. Y'all don't either listen. So it's either three things. You don't listen, you don't comprehend child A and child B, and giving the child B a floor, even though I know that floor will never be as good as child A. The fact that you got to equalizing outcomes is online brain rot, claptrap, etc. Oh, you're trying to call me a Marxist, communist, all that stuff. I never mentioned outcomes. That's the first thing. So this is a general matter. Two, what you just said is not true. There are actually places in the world where the government is efficient with very high outcomes. That's actually not true. So you guys had this sort of inherent belief about government, and you never produce any data. You just made a claim. It's a counterfactual of sorts, but let's entertain it. I'm actually 3 minutes late, so I'll think about it and come back. Almost done. I'm almost done.
Nordic country.
What about the Nordic countries? With what? They experiment with what? Sociology? That wasn't the claim? No. Wait, no, your claim was the United. Wait, what's going on? You said we, we're talking about the United States. Wait, are you Danish? I said, you made the claim that you're an American from the Bible Belt. I'm an American from the shores of Turtle Island. That we would be much richer if X, Y, and Z. What the fuck did the Norwegians have to do with it? I asked you to give me evidence that America would be richer if the government was less involved. How the fuck did you get to the Norwegian countries?
For example, the government getting overly involved in the economy, the citizenry realizing what a fucking disaster it was, and then voting to undo those exact same policies.
Which policies are you talking? Wait a second, hold on. I can come to the Nordic countries in a second, but because you're actually wrong about that. But you said America would be much richer. That's what I'm asking for the evidence for. Okay, what policies did the Nordic countries have? Because I'm going to...
Hang on, so back to the Nordic countries. So if you take just as...
Which policies are you talking about? Yeah, that's what I'm
just as a philosophical economic understanding, if you have a certain pie of a country's GDP, and you have the government owning or controlling or overly regulating some percentage of that economy, let's say 25%, just arbitrarily, then what you're doing is you're leaving 75% of that country's GDP to the private sector.
Now, what happens is, as countries increase that 25%, that government-owned or controlled or overly regulated portion, what you're doing is you're
What does that mean? One second before you keep going. I don't know what that means. What do you mean overly regulated? So
where you have burdensome regulations, like a lot of climate stuff, like EPA stuff.
Let me give you an example. Hold on, I need to understand. So somebody came to my house today to check my. I got
the notion of government regulations.
I don't know the quantitative amount. You use the qualifier. I know what a government regulation is, but you said burdensome. So I'm trying to understand where the line is. Hold on a second. So, and then I'm trying to understand how that has anything to do with GDP.
Okay, I'm going to tell you. So when you have, let's say, 25% of an economy that is controlled by the government and 75% controlled by the private sector, the more that 25% increases and impinges into the private sector, you become, by definition, inefficient, because the whole reason the Soviet socialist, the USSR failed is because of one word: prices. They were not able to. Yeah, it is. They were not able to understand the role that prices played in resources. So they kept continually trying to funnel all of their economic decisions through this central planning committee, and you can't do that with all the stores, all the countries, all the individual consumers, all the people operating in that society. Prices are what allow the private sector to be more efficient than government. Government does not have to compete in the notion or in the arena of prices, because they can print money, they can tax, they can borrow, they can do things that defeat or suppress the indications that come from prices. So by definition, government is less efficient. And throughout recent history, let's say the past 150, 200 years, we've seen time and again where government's private sector.
Okay. So based on what you're saying, the Nordic countries today would be bad for business, enterprise, etc. Is that what you're saying?
Say that again.
Would you say the Nordic countries today are bad for business, bad for entrepreneurship, and the quality of life that flows from it? 1 second. Let me just finish the question. You know what? It doesn't matter what I was going to say. You're going to answer it the same way either way. Go ahead and answer.
Countries reverse their policies several decades.
So which policies are you talking about? Because the Denmark, for example, which is very good for starting, creating, and maintaining and growing a business, the government has like 50% of GDP. They account for like 50% of GDP. So what policies did Denmark, for example, reverse 20, 30 years ago? They still have nationalized industries, etc.
Well, I'd have to get specific. I don't know the name of the bill.
No, just give me. What was it around? Was it around healthcare? Like, what was it around? Because this is the crux of your argument, so you should know something about it.
I haven't. I wasn't prepared to make this specific argument.
And then just some of the industry. Like, what was it around?
So if I just type in, if I just look it up real quick.
All right, go ahead. I'll wait for you. Sure. Do you think?
Yeah, governments in the Nordic countries have tightened eligibility for welfare benefits and introduced market mechanisms, including private options in healthcare and education. So it's moving away from, by that statement, I would say they're moving away from some of the government-owned aspects of certain industries and introducing more free market mechanisms.
That has nothing to do with the reasons why. A lot of that. When's the article from? You said 30 years ago. Is that recent? When's the article from? 1999?
Let's see.
You said 30 years ago. Wasn't from the 90s?
I'm saying that's when it all happened. There's been a lot of
that is around immigration. Oh my God. A lot of that is around immigration, and the far right took over a lot of and the center right take over. They don't want to give stuff for immigrants. That's a whole different. To be Singapore, does the government control too much of its economy?
I'm not an expert on Singapore.
You're not an expert on anything, but you've been talking all day, so just continue. Do you think the government controls too much of its economy?
I can look up Singapore's.
Well, do you think Singapore is a good economy?
I heard that.
Do you think it's efficient?
Shit to that. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I'm not an expert on it.
So I love this. So you can make a claim. You can make a summary claim.
Yeah.
About government. 1 second, sir. Via Ayn Rand, and I'll be done here. You can make a summary claim about the inefficiencies of government. It doesn't work. And yet you don't know any of the specifics, the applicability, and the materiality of the actual governments and their respective political economies, to use an old word of art from the 19th century. Singapore, the government, just so you know, probably controls upwards of 30 to 35% of the GDP. It's also seen as like the shining country on the hill for doing business. It's incredibly efficient. Incredibly efficient. It has a better business environment than your beloved United States. Y'all just be saying stuff. You got to read a little bit more about the world, Brother Brian. But, we've talked a lot today. You and I probably are behind on work. So unless you want to buck break Brother Messi anymore, I'm done.
I learned a lot from y'all today, actually. Y'all should do this more often.
If we could get some conservatives that want to tell their side of it reasonably and not just lie, even though Brian did. Well, Brian did end up. No, I said
Brian did.
Yeah, I was actually saying.
Can she finish, Brian?
I actually wasn't. That's why I was saying that it was a reasonable conversation. Because you didn't just lie. Now at the end, you misunderstood. You misrepresented what you said, but that's fine. But my point was that you weren't just up here lying, because I can't even take conversations with those people. That's all. So take the compliment.
Brian, you gotta let people. I cut people off, but I'm like Oda Mae Brown. I know what they're gonna say, Brian. You a danger girl. You gotta let people talk longer. The woman was actually giving you a compliment, but you're so defensive in your political philosophy. You thought she was saying you were lying. Now I do have to disagree. You did lie about the Loving v. Virginia thing. That's fine. As a MAGA, you're allowed one lie.
No, I didn't.
So we appreciate the back and forth. And I want you to go MAGA friends that you can come in here and people, except Brother Messi when he's buck broke, you got to speak. You got to make your points. Now, some of the black ladies stated the insults, but we don't expect intellectual exchange from them. They're women. So let's put the women to the side. Well, y'all was just insulting the man. You had Reform coming here and was on them all kinds of names with 5 kids, and there was another Brian in the chat. It wasn't even him. That was insane. So just put that aside. The MAGAs can come in here and have a good conversation. And the old BAN with the big balls and vagina, name, formerly MAGA East Row, Goat, etc. You can have a good exchange. We had a wonderful exchange today. Now, because you're mixed race, I can't take you in a state that doesn't allow for mixed race people, because they would arrest you as a product of being of a mixed race coupling. You see, you would be the crime. And what was fascinating about that was you said for people like you could be the exception. But I'm going to let you know what you did today on the real. And this is very interesting. Just so you know. You made exceptions for your life story every go. You are always the exception. You are always the outlier. You are always the edge case. Pause. But God bless you. Would you like a prayer, Brian? Brian, would you like a prayer?
Sure, if you want to.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, but do you want a prayer is what I'm asking. Brian, do you want the prayer?
Yes.
Or not?
He said, yeah.
No, that wasn't Brian. That was somebody else. Brian, do you want the prayer I'm asking?
That was me. I said yes.
He said yes several times. It was him. Give it to him.
I will. The sound changed, so I wasn't sure. The sound changed, so I wasn't sure if it was him. Ave Maria, gratia plena Dominus tecum, benedicta tu in mulieribus, et benedictus fructus ventris tui, Jesus. Sancta Maria, Mater Dei, ora pro nobis peccatoribus, nunc et in hora mortis nostrae. Amen. In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti.
I learned today that Lockheed Martin should pay for the veterans' to respond. I just told you what you taught me. Why are you responding? What's going on?
Because that's not what I taught you.
You can't tell me what to take from you all's conversation. That's what I learned.
Oh, yeah.
That's how Brian got that black woman. He still had black. You can get your own check. Oh, you know what Brian said? He said, that's not what I taught you. Huh? Brian, your wife is black. That's what you. We know. I'm just joking.
I'm mad that he kind of chuckled at the fact that you asked him that.
He knew it was a ridiculous question. Exactly. There you go.
That's very true.
How many did you date? How many have you dated? Did you ever date?
I've only dated my wife and one other person. And the other person was not black.
Wait, stop. One mic only. You know what? I'm done for the day.
Yeah, you should.
That's why I said I have the defeater.
That answer almost broke you. Yeah,
definitely broke. That's why I said I got the defeater. I don't know why Brian talked about the only difference between me and the conservatives is I'm not a Christian. He married the first woman he had sex with.
Oh, you fucked the other lady? And you didn't marry her?
Well, no, I had a one night.
This one night stand, was this somebody trying to cure your virginity and they paid for you to get a hooker?
She was arm's reach of being a hooker.
Wow.
And they scared you into holy matrimony, huh?
Yeah, and then my wife and I dated for a few years, and honestly, I did one of the stupidest things I've ever done. I broke up with her because I said, could we have gotten this lucky? You and I, she only dated one other person. She was the second person. We're really the first person I dated seriously. And I dated one guy. I dated the girl I dated. And after about 10 months, I realized I made a huge fucking mistake.
Long story.
And God was nowhere in the picture.
How long have you been married, if I may ask?
Yeah, I'll say 35 years.
Oh, you're an old man.
Yep. I'm an old, average, mixed race dude.
Why do you keep saying mixed race? Aren't you just a black guy? What is that for? Why do you keep saying that? I feel like people say that when they want to be white.
No, he's mixed. Because this is important. Brian, were you conceived when mixed race conception was illegal in your state?
No.
Is your mother white?
Neither one of them are white.
Oh, wait. So what's the mixed race? I don't understand.
They've been married, like 60 something years.
Did they vote for Trump?
Yeah. They haven't really been involved in politics except for like the past 10, 15 years. In fact, Dad used to rail on Republicans just as hard as Democrats. He was just, my mom's his hardcore. They both are. Way more than me.
After Trump's gone, will they stop voting?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, that like disaffected to Trump voter to hardcore Republican is interesting. I think it'll last a little while.
No, I don't think they really support it. I mean, they do a lot of rationalization. So, like, Trump, in many ways, they don't really focus on Trump. They focus on the things that they don't like about Democrats. So they look at it like, the lesser of two evils. Yeah, he's a knucklehead, but he's better than Kamala, kind of shit.
Did they vote for Obama the first time?
No, I don't think either of them have ever voted for a Democrat. I couldn't swear to that, but that would be my guess.
Wait, you have a black dad and he's never voted for a Democrat?
Yeah, I don't think they've ever voted for Democrats. I mean, I could be wrong, like when I was super young, they might have. I haven't asked.
Oh, wait, it's not black-white. It's not black-Mexican mix. It's white-Mexican mix. Yeah, my bad, y'all. Yeah, he's white-Mexican. I apologize.
You gotta take all the stuff back you did.
Yeah, so now I'm only a quarter right.
I'm gonna find the Kitover video and then play it so you can find yourself saying that you were fine with states discriminating against mixed-race marriages. Are your kids Republicans or no?
My oldest daughter is, I wouldn't say she's far left wacko, but she's probably arm's reach. She's normalized over the past year or two. I think she finally realized she reached peak influence, if you will. But she's starting to come back. She's starting to realize it's not healthy to live with all that. Anger and hatred. And I'm not saying all leftists do that, but I think for her, it got to a peak, and she saw it as kind of self-defeating, self-limiting. So she's actually acknowledged that she's trying to come back to the center.
You don't think people on the American right have more hate and complain more than people on the American left?
Oh, absolutely not.
And by right and left, I don't mean fascist versus communist, whatever. I just mean your mainstream common Republican, the people that are railing against abortion and going crazy. You think those people are? I mean, Donald Trump's entire campaign was like a bitterness campaign. All he did was complain about America the whole time. Well, you didn't find Donald Trump's campaign bitterness, he's always complaining about somebody. He's always calling people names and beat it.
I think people look at that as him kind of standing up to being provoked and bullied, and like he's reacting. I don't think he initiated all that. If you look at the way he's been throughout most of his life, he was a Democrat. I think he agreed with a lot of Democrat policies.
So he was reacting to
ideas. So it wasn't until he started to run. If you look at his first term, he was blindsided. Based on his own comments, he says, "I didn't realize." And I underestimated how hard they would go after me. And I think he was caught surprised. He probably looked at it like, just based on his comments, that, I've been a Democrat. I've done all with Hillary, I've done all with Schumer, I've done all these donations and fundraisers for these people.
Yeah, but you've been like 15 years. You guys always knew this. Donald Trump moved away from the Democratic Party a lot earlier than 1 to 3 times a week. He was on Hannity. He had not been, it's not like, he just decided to run as a Republican before he came down the escalator. There was a long transition away from that. But even away from Donald Trump and people running for president, etc. I mean, you're not a religious guy. Your party is putting the 10 Commandments in classrooms. That's insane. From your perspective. You agree with that?
No, I support religion. I support people's, choice to make their own religious decisions. And also, I think the vast majority of people are religious. And if we are going to
have lynchings after church, what did it influence?
Well, no, the Ten Commandments being a part of the historical foundation of our country. If you look at the Christian principles.
Where's the Ten Commandments in the laws? What do you mean? Break it down.
Where's the Ten Commandments in our nation's laws?
Yeah.
Well, I guess.
Like, what's the influence? I'm just trying to understand. I mean, I see some, but most modern nation states, outside of like blue laws, I'll give you blue laws. Blue laws were like stuff you couldn't do stuff on Sunday. So there used to be laws against keeping Sabbath holy. And we actually see remnants of that today on alcohol, which is why it stuns me that you libertarians are more concerned. You know the kind of money and economy that is lost in southern states because Republicans in southern states won't allow private entities to buy or to sell alcohol, for example? You know, like North Carolina has the ABC store. Pennsylvania has or Philadelphia has some store. I can't remember. But there are actual moments of like state capture that right-wingers, and you never rail against those. You come into every room, you make these vague paragraphs about leftism, and then I'll give you examples of it being in practice from Republicans, and you never say anything. So I'll go to the alcohol. Do you think the state should be able to control who buys alcohol and when, on what days of the week?
I'm okay with an age limit. I don't see
that.
Well, yeah, you said who. I would say so.
No.
Are not allowed.
No. I'm not who buys. I'm sorry. Who sells? I apologize. Who sells? I'm talking about private enterprise. I apologize. I mean, who sells?
Who sells? No.
Did you know that about North Carolina and Philadelphia and other places?
Yeah, I think there are some states that regulate on Sunday in the Bible Belt.
No. Stores. Did you know that?
Exclusively?
Yes.
There are states there are states that have only government-run alcohol.
Well, I guess it depends on the counties and localities, but some of them are only government. They're not right here. Let me read it to you. They're called ABC stores.
Yeah, I know an ABC store.
In North Carolina, liquors, it's only sold at ABC stores. You're okay with that?
But that's not the only place that sells alcohol. Is that what you're saying?
It is. Liquor. It's the only place that sells liquor at ABC stores. You didn't know that?
No, I was not aware of that.
Got you. That's all over the country. That's Republican. How come you don't rail against their communism? That's communism according to you. Or socialism.
Socialism, yeah. I wouldn't vote for that. I think it's silly.
First, you got to be a real drinker to know that. I mean, I'm telling you, if we actually took a paper and looked at Democrat-controlled places and Republican-controlled places, or we looked at the various rules in the states and put them down. When you looked up, you would see that Republican-controlled places in this country are far more state-run than Democrat-run places. I'm telling you. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, that's why.
We don't have to go. You don't know anything bad about Republicans.
I think Virginia is Virginia one of them.
Let me see. What states have ABC stores?
I know Virginia has an ABC store, but I don't know if that's the only place that sells liquor in Virginia.
I mean, according to Brian, the state shouldn't be selling them at all. ABC stores are state-run retail monopoly stores in 17 states. The only one that's a Democrat state is Pennsylvania, and the Democrats don't control the whole thing. Alabama, listen to these states, are state-run. This is going to be my new talking point. I'm glad I stumbled into this. It's fantastic. ABC stores are state-run retail monopoly stores. Monopoly store. Michigan, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, New Hampshire, North Carolina, Ohio, Oregon. Oh, there's your blue one. Oregon, Pennsylvania, Utah, Virginia. Virginia might change it. That's another blue one. I'll give Virginia blue now. We'll see how long it takes. Vermont, blue, so 3 blue. West Virginia, Wyoming.
And South Carolina has funny rules about it. They're not explicitly a control state, but they.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Brian, why does your party that you support and vote for all the time and your parents, why do you guys support socialism?
Because of religion. They're trying to legislate morality.
Now I said, why do you support it? And then you said because of religion. I understand.
Oh, they support it. No, I think they do that because they're trying to legislate morality.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying, why do you support socialism?
Yeah, I would vote against it. I don't like that.
Okay.
But getting back to the angry thing on my daughter, so I mean, I'm basing this, and this is still, I think, somewhat generalizable as well. During the past 2 or 3 elections, you would have a lot of YouTubers going and other people going into rallies. So you would have people like, let's say, former Democrats or whatever, going to Trump rallies, right? And they would participate and attend, and some of them would openly say, hey, I'm a Democrat, or they'd wear a Hillary t-shirt or a Biden t-shirt, whatever a Biden had. And then vice versa, you'd have some Republicans.
There were Biden rallies. Look at going.
Yeah. But
Biden had a bunch of empty chairs.
He had one.
There were no Biden rallies.
He had one. I remember that. But anyway,
Biden rallies. I'm sorry, y'all don't be saying stuff. I've never seen a Biden rally except in a nursing home. Everybody got wheeled to the same TV room and they just waiting for Wheel of Fortune to come on. A Biden rally. But keep going, man. Y'all just be saying stuff.
Yeah, but you had people from, let's say, the other side attend, rallies, and if you look at the way that the Republicans were greeted and treated at the Democrat rallies, it was much more angry and violent than you had in reverse. So, like when a black Democrat or some, Democrat would go to a GOP rally, he'd get hugs, he'd get questions, thanks for coming, all this kind of stuff. That was very open and welcoming. And hey, we agree, but hey, that's fine. Welcome to the club. Hopefully we change your mind. Whereas when you had the Republicans going to the Democrat rallies, it was, F you, and we're going to kill you, get out of here, what kind of bullshit are you running, take that t-shirt off, just all kinds of violence. So that's generating a lot of that.
Gotcha. So, do you know who Rob Smith is?
No. You mean the Minnesota Vikings running back?
Running back?
Yeah, Robert Smith. Robert Smith, the Minnesota Vikings running back.
Yeah, that's Robert Smith, not Rob Smith. He probably beat your ass calling him Rob Smith. So Rob Smith was a gay black conservative who was heckled, called nigger and faggot while attending a MAGA event in 2024. Are you familiar with this?
No.
Isn't it amazing how in your algorithm to confirm your body, it's almost as if you only have the information to agree with what you agree. Let me read to you. Rob Smith, a gay and black conservative, was heckled last year and called racist, homophobic slurs, nigger, and faggot while attending a MAGA event last year, said leaving the Republican Party. Smith, a longtime conservative commentator, announced he now identifies as political instead of ends, but he sold out like they normally do. Smith shared a video on social media December that showed an event in Phoenix, quote, being confronted surrounded by some white supremacists that don't like gays or blacks in the Republican Party. Now, I give you 30 of these, but I have all this stuff. You still will say the same thing next week.
Yeah, because there's way more of the examples that I gave than the one you could.
Watch this. I gave you a specific example. Let's spend the next 5 minutes going example for example, since you have way more. Which one do you have?
Okay, yeah, let me do a quick Google search.
Cool. Oh, you don't have any on deck? I have like 20 on deck.
I don't keep these things.
Of course, of course not. Keep going. said that there was a bunch of them, so I'm just waiting for him to give me some.
I just wanted to know if I was still in the number. I thought maybe I got.
There's so many he can't, so he's just picking which one he wants to give.
Okay. I mean, but to be fair to the young man, he got both his parents, lead them this way. So
No. I want conservatives at Kamala Harris rallies, and I want somebody with a Joe Biden teddy bear.
He said a rally.
Yeah, with a Joe Biden teddy bear at a rally, kicking out conservatives. That's what I want.
It's so many of them, right?
That's what he said. Now, where I thought he was going to go, and I could agree, would be like young people in 2020. People were on fire in 2020. Not the political rallies. Like, the so-called Summer of Love stuff. They were on fire in some cases. Literally. That's a different discussion. I can rock with that.
That was cute, Joe Biden's rally.
Yeah, I mean, see, that's how this is why they always put too much dip on their chip, and they get caught in their bullshit. All you have to do is listen to the sound that you hear. Shout out to Beyonce, Jenny Fox, in that terrible wig. There were no Biden rallies.
But you don't understand what the connection I was making. I was saying, to be fair to him, Trump has said these things. He has said the left is going.
Person.
Huh?
I'm going to say let me finish. But he's a stubborn person. He has the white man's dig in. And rather than just saying, oh, you know what, that's right, maybe I went too far, he has to dig in on certain things because this is one where, like, I'll give you an example. We could be having a conversation about Klay Thompson and Megan Thee Stallion and how if they had a baby, the baby would come out looking like a Hanna-Barbera hound dog character. Right? We could be a Huckleberry Hound. He would come in and just start talking about the left and Marxism. It's just so strange. It's the most bizarre thing. Now, to be fair to him, he's almost 60, so he is slowly transitioning into his OA.
I thought he said he was 30.
Fox News. Brian?
Yeah.
He's been married for 35 years.
Oh, I heard. Okay.
Right. It's just dug in ideologically. But I'm just waiting for all the examples. So just give me two.
Well, I think the really great period you gave him is over.
Well, I
think that means he
just had a prayer in Latin.
No, that was about.
I just prayed Ave Maria in Latin. Your mom missed it.
45 minutes ago.
It wasn't 45 minutes ago. It was 15 minutes ago.
No.
Your mom missed it.
It was not at 4 o'clock. It was before 4.
Victimes Pasqualis Laudi.
That was beautiful. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. I'm so glad Brian accepted the prayer.
Have you ever heard Mozart's Requiem, First Lady?
No, I can't say that.
Oh, I'm going to send it to you. It's a banger. It's a banger. He wrote the Requiem. Mozart died. He died 1791, if I recall. I think Mozart was 1791. He wrote the Requiem, I believe, at the end of his life. And I'm getting that from my memory of the movie Amadeus and not the biography. I think it's correct. But you should watch Amadeus first. It's a great movie. Amadeus? Amadeus?
Yeah, Amadeus. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You saw it, or did you see it, or no?
Yeah.
When did you see it?
I'm 87 years old. No, what do you mean? I'm 87 years old. I saw it when I was younger.
Anyway, you should go back and watch it. It's a beautiful thing. Brian, do you have any examples? There's so many examples you can't find it. You said it's so replete.
Well, honestly,
the field is so rife with examples you can't think of it.
No, honestly, when I type into Google your sentence, what it does is it brings up the opposite.
Dude, so
okay.
That's the one Monica says you get less biased results. So there are three. Well, I have three favorite requiems, and two are great. Uki's one of them. That's Derek. Giacomo. I mean, just put in Fox News. Surely Fox News covered a bunch of conservatives at a Kamala Harris rally being kicked out for just wearing a Trump hat. Surely.
I'm thinking of this one girl. I've looked this up before, but I'm looking at this one girl who used to, I believe, work for Alex Jones. And I forget her name. This was like, I guess it was 2016. It's not Beth Stuckey. It was Millie. It was, that's it. It was Millennial Millie. Let me look at her.
And she was just sitting there, or was she antagonizing people?
No, I'll show you the video. It was her at, I guess there was an event where there was, like a pro-Republican on one side of the street and a pro-Democrat on the other side. They were kind of protesting or whatever. And then she takes herself and her cameraman and finds, I guess, this black guy who, I can't remember if he had wandered onto their side or she went and plucked him to talk to him. I think he came over to their side, and he was like, "Hey, I just kind of came over and want to see what all the hubbub's about, how am I going to be treated, what's going on, etc." And this is kind of early on, I guess, in Trump's political career, so maybe things have changed. I don't know, but anyway, he was talking about how well he was received there, and so Millie jumps on that and says, "Hey, do you think we'd be received in the same welcoming way on your side if one of our people went over there?" And he's like, "There are others that I've seen along those lines, but I have a list of violence against conservatives, political violence, of course, Charlie Kirk, assassinations against Trump, Steve Scalise, Rand Paul, Scott Walker,
Rand Paul.
Elon Musk. Yeah, Rand Paul was confronted walking down the street. I forget which city he was in, but a group of people tried to attack him physically and ended up throwing his bodyguard down to the ground. They punched him or swung at him, and he kind of had to run for it.
Who were they?
I don't know. I didn't really get into the specifics of their name or background.
I don't see it. I just Googled that. Rand Paul. When was this?
The senator suffered 6 broken ribs and a pleural effusion and excess fluid.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, let me look it up in the page. Well, I don't have these things at my fingertips.
No, but if a senator's bodyguard, it should pop right up. I just Googled it. I don't know let me see. Rand Paul's.
Yeah, here it is. Rand Paul, CBS News, YouTube. Rand Paul confronted by protesters after Trump's RNC speech.
Okay.
So he's a bunch of people. Yeah, this is it. He's escorted by some police, and he gets attacked.
He was attacked. Wait, what happened to him? The video. Where is he attacked?
Yeah.
This was 2020.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he's being escorted through a crowd of people yelling at an elected official.
Right around, you're looking at the CBS News version.
Well, this was NBC News.
Well, on mine, it's about 30 seconds in. There's a couple of cops, I guess, escorting him, and somebody
pushes the cop holding a bicycle into him, and then he gets basically surrounded by his entourage.
You said Rand Paul, the senator, was attacked.
Yeah, somebody's confronting him and trying to get at him through the cop.
Hold on. Oh, I see it. All right, let me see.
And then Rand Paul stops to look at the guy and says, "Are you okay? You okay?" And he's like, "Yeah, let's get the hell out of here."
Wait a minute. So in that video, in that part, Rand Paul's got a cop with a bike. The cop with the bike gets, I guess, moved out of the way or whatever. Why did the guy keep attacking Rand Paul? If they're trying to attack Rand Paul.
I don't know. You can't really see on the
video. Okay. Somebody asked a question. Were they chanting "Hi"? Were they chanting "Hang Rand Paul"?
No, it looks like they're chanting him to acknowledge something about Breonna Taylor.
Okay. When did Rand Paul? Did anybody chant "Hang a public official"? Just wondering.
I don't know.
You never heard of "Hang Mike Pence" chants? You know what, Brian? There's still time. If Mike Pence would do the right thing, you could tell the truth. There's still time for Mike Pence to do the right thing.
What are you talking about? You're talking about?
Oh, January 6th.
Oh, January 6th.
Oh, January 6th.
You're unfamiliar with Hang Mike Pence?
Yeah, I know a lot of conservatives got pissed at him because he voted to what do you call it?
He didn't vote for anything.
Well, he didn't try to stop it.
How could he
stop opposed? He could have. I thought he could have. He was, I think, in a position to raise some objection to.
According to what? Have you read the law before? I have.
No. Is that not accurate?
Yeah, it's purely ceremonial. Where the law mandated a time in which it had to be done. I think it was 72 hours, if I recall correctly, 72 hours, which is why when Ted Cruz said, we should just take it and take our time and go do the thing, that actually would have been illegal. Now, to be fair to Ted Cruz, maybe he didn't know that piece, but there was actually a time where it had to be done. On what grounds, let's say that Mike Pence could have stopped it, on what grounds would he have stopped it?
I think the issue was that there was still some ongoing Arizona.
Same thing. Atlanta and Georgia, the same thing.
I'm sorry, then Arizona. And then what they were trying to do was just delay the process so that those lawsuits could unfold. Because if, one or two or more of those states were overturned, as in fraud was detected, it was a whole complicated thing. I don't think it was reason that, finalization of the vote that some of those lawsuits would come out there.
Okay. Just can't overturn certification. You know the electors had already met. The electoral college.
Right. Well, that's why.
By January 6th, the elector. Oh my God, you guys are the conservatives, and God will pass out. The electors had already met. They meet in December.
Well, isn't that why?
Y'all don't know the process at all. Y'all hate America.
Isn't that why Trump sent those fake electors, and he got, or so-called fake electors, and he got in trouble for trying to, to do that because it was still, I guess, like I said, in the courts. So if it was revealed or discovered or proved that some states had violated their own rules, like I think Wisconsin or a couple other states were accused of not even following their own laws as far as certifying the votes.
Doesn't matter.
And, you can say that, but at the time it was being disputed in court.
It doesn't matter at the time. I can murder somebody and say, well, it's being disputed whether or not the law says I can murder them. That had already been certified. Hold on. Do you know what certification means? I'm not certification. Do you know what the electoral college is?
Yeah.
Okay. They'd already met. What court cases are you talking about? There were no court cases. The court cases met, the ones that mattered, before certification, which is sometime, not certification, the electoral college count, which is sometime before middle of December, which is in the middle of December. But I'm going to move on past that. Let me tell you why what Trump was arguing was stupid. It's very easy why. No vice president and his party would ever lose office. If what Trump was saying was possible, every vice president, they just object. Now, throw these out. There's been other electors. Why would Al Gore, just think about the precedent. I hope nobody here thinks that the 2020 election was more of a shit show than 2000. I mean, 2000 was the ultimate shit show. Based on what you're saying, Al Gore could have just stopped the certification of Florida, thrown it out, and we'll see what the courts do. Doesn't matter what the Supreme Court would do, and boom. He could have stopped certification, regardless of what the Supreme Court had said. Right?
Yeah, I'm not saying I agree with it, or that I fully understand it. I'm just saying that's my understanding of why he was trying, why a lot of the January 6 protesters were trying to delay the proceedings, because they thought there was some legal recourse to overturn some of the state's elections.
Hello.
Are you there, Ben? Did you take on me?
Yeah.
Oh, he gave you his explanation.
The left were more angry. Now, the women at some of these rallies might be more shrill, but the Bible thumpers have been very angry in this country. Evangelicals have been very angry in this country. The pro-life movement has been very angry in this country. Westboro Baptist Church, very famously, maybe the most famous, very angry. None of those people are on the right, on the left. None of them. Not one. The biggest domestic terrorist attack in this country of our lifetime was done by a right winger, not a left winger. But y'all was let Brian never saying any of that.
Y'all. Brian, if you couldn't produce any hardcore facts, Ben, he gave you his pretend numbers. Did you give him any other examples? No, you don't.
Brian, were your children homeschooled?
You don't remember that story? Please don't take me back.
I didn't hear it. Okay, so don't worry about it.
It was something like wait a minute. Was it homeschool and then went to Christian school and then the Christian school didn't work out? And then by the time she was able to take and do it, I don't remember. But I know you discussed it earlier.
We did not homeschool. I tried to send my oldest daughter to a Christian school when I was stationed where we were, and it didn't work out. We didn't like some of the things they were doing, so we took her out and just waited till the next school year. All my kids were back in school.
Sorry, Sonny. It was the public school, not the homeschool.
So Brian's or get the fuck out of here, get out of my face. That happens everywhere. That happens on the right. I can give you examples of people at Trump rallies saying we should bring back slavery. I wouldn't say that most Trump supporters support slavery. Like, come on, man. Millennial Millie, you're too old for that kind of stuff, Brian. What's going on with your algorithms?
But if you look at the instance where he goes to the Republican side, it's a completely opposite experience.
Who's he? Give me the timestamp.
The black guy. Let's see.
It's a fucking Alex Jones lady.
Yeah, I'm not an Alex Jones guy. That's why I couldn't remember her name. So his interaction is around 26 minutes, somewhere in there. And then she goes over to the Democrat side around 32 minutes.
But say that again. He does what?
So this guy, a Democrat, a black Democrat, goes over to the.
How do you know he's a black Democrat?
Well, he's self-admitted, whatever. He talks.
This is InfoWars, right?
Well, I think I don't know if she worked for InfoWars at the time. I think she went independent by this point. She used to, I believe, work for Alex Jones.
So InfoWars alumni, the place that said they're turning frogs gay. All right, keep going.
Yeah, I'm not sure it has to do with anything. But anyway.
It shows the credibility of the journalists and how things could, it's just.
You think she's manipulating the entire crowd, both crowds?
I think she could be manipulating how things are set up. What is said and not said off camera. Come on, Brian, you're a behavioral psychologist.
Maybe he's a paid actor. Maybe they're all paid.
You never know. I'm just trying to get context. I don't usually go by Millennial Millie. But keep going. This is your big example. But
this is the one I mentioned that I thought of, and then there are other examples that I have.
So you say he goes to the Democrat side or the Republican side?
So initially, I'm looking at here, he goes to the Democrat side. I'm sorry, no, the black guy goes to the Republican side at about.
They're both on the Republican side, from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're both on the Republican side. I think going around 7.5 minutes in, she talks to him, I guess, a little about his views and why he's there and all that stuff. And so he hangs out on the Republican side for quite a while.
What's the event? Is it a Trump rally?
I don't know. I don't recall. It's just.
So it looks like it's a Trump rally. So they've gone to a Trump rally, and it looks like they're interviewing people there at a Trump rally.
Yeah.
And then there's counter protesters. Yeah. And then there's protesters to the rally.
I think so.
Okay, so that's not what you said. That's people that show up at a rally. People that what you said was that's not what you said. You said was you have evidence of Republicans going to Democrat rallies, Harris rallies, and Biden rallies. People that protest. So I'll use an example. People that protest rallies are usually weird motherfuckers on all sides, right? So I would not use the Westboro people as representative of the entire right. Just like I would think you would not use you would use people, 30, 40 people protesting a Trump rally on the side of the street for the American left, which, by the way, is, 120 million people are on the left. It's half and half, 120 adults, 120, 120, 120. I don't know how many kids there are. Can you give me the rally at the Democrat rally where the Republican was treated? That's what you said you were providing, brother. Y'all always do this.
Yeah, so that's one example of a political rally.
That's not an example. I want to know. You said you had
an example of a political rally.
No. You said a Democrat rally.
Try to find other examples.
That's what I'm asking. Cool. Okay. And it's very strange. If you think that the Democrats are both sides of the affair, it literally is both sides.
Yeah, but it's mostly on the left. The violence is mostly on the left.
That's not true.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. If you look at the protests,
you just said stop. You said the violence. Stop. What you said is not true. Most violence, political violence in the country, from the FBI itself has said, even Trump's FBI said it, comes from the right. Let me ask you, what leftist went and shot up people in grocery stores in the name of leftist ideology? Just give me a name, or an example, or a church, or a synagogue. Just give me the names and examples in your lifetime.
Just churches?
I just named 3 things. Churches, public spaces, synagogues, churches.
Steve Scalise was shot.
Grocery stores.
Had three.
I got you. So Steve Scalise. I got you. Let's go each one. I got you.
Elon Musk.
I got you. So Steve Scalise. Who shot Steve Scalise?
You mean like the guy's name?
Like, who was it? Tell us about it. Was he aiming for Steve Scalise?
I think he was. It was the. Let's see. I have a pull up here. Steve Scalise was shot in June of 2017 after 66-year-old James Hodgkinson of Bell, Illinois, opened fires Republican members of the congressional baseball team held practice in Alexandria, Virginia. Scalise and 4 other people were shot. Hoskinson was shot and killed by police.
That's a good one.
Hoskinson reportedly hated Republicans and
That's what I said. That's a good one.
Over his severe dislike of Republicans.
I got you. That's a good one.
Anger after Trump election.
That's what I just said. I just said that. That's a good one. I give you that one. I remember that one. And I think he was killed. I got you. What else you got? I'm not saying there aren't any. That's what I'm literally saying.
He wasn't a leftist, though.
Yes, he was.
He was a leftist?
Sure. Oh, for sure. That guy was he was a left-wing activist. Absolutely. Yes. Keep going. 100%.
What about the guy last night or the other day?
What about
Cole Allen, right? His manifesto targeting Trump and.
Calm down. I can give you that one. But I'm just saying, if I start pulling up all the forward attempts on Obama's lives, it's going to be a lot too. So that's why I'm saying the president one is a different thing. But I'll give you that one last night, and the guy that killed Charlie Kirk. I'll give you Charlie Kirk. I don't know if that guy was a leftist, but I'll give it to you. What else you got?
Elon Musk's.
What's the Elon Musk one? Somebody tried to kill Elon Musk?
No, I'm talking about the what do you call Tesla dealerships that were bound.
Okay. All right, keep going. Wait, a Tesla dealership was firebound? I thought somebody drove into it. Tesla dealership?
Molotov cocktails.
Wow, that's crazy. When was that? That was in Husband. Does that count?
Was he on the right?
Yes.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, no, you're right. Yes, I am.
You're sure about that?
What about the guy that... Yes, I am. What about the Minnesota legislators that was murdered?
Gabby Giffords? No, not Gabby Giffords.
Said Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota.
See, you see how you're able... Do you see how I'm able to give you yours even if I have questions, but you can't give me mine?
No,
see how dishonest you are?
Come on.
Go ahead. Do you think? All right, go ahead. Go ahead. You're right. It was the Democrat killing it. Do you think?
Yeah, I didn't
Ask
think
questions.
I didn't think he was a Republican.
Yeah, you're right. He was a Democrat. He wanted their office. That's a good point. What about the arson at the governor of Pennsylvania's house?
Yeah, Shapiro, April of 25.
You didn't know about that, did you?
Oh, I'm looking at it. Yeah, I do remember it. It didn't stay long in the news cycle.
Well, I mean, because he's a guy. Because we don't live in Pennsylvania. I mean, what else would you want it to be? I mean, I don't know. Go ahead, keep going. So you're okay?
So an affidavit from the Pennsylvania State Police detailed that 38-year-old Cody Balmer allegedly committed the arson against Shapiro based on perceived injustices to the people of Palestine.
Oh, so he was a leftist. Okay, so he was a leftist. Okay, so that one doesn't count. I'm asking.
Well, I'm saying it's not committed by. I would have to look more into it. But generally speaking, don't consider people who get up in arms about Palestine and the injustices of Palestinians.
I'm just asking. Was he on the right? What do you mean?
I don't know.
Oh, you're right. Tucker Carlson and the people who are now who are going to be anti-Israel because he was a Jew. You're exactly right. You're right. You can't possibly have sided against the Jews and the. Come on, brother. Is he on the right or not?
I would guess no, but I'd have to look into it.
Okay. So we don't know on that.
Correct, yeah.
Cool. Yeah. That's not a right-winger to go kill a bunch of black people.
No, I think he was a right-winger.
That is not a right-wing or is?
I think he was a right-winger.
What about the Buffalo shooting?
I don't recall that off the top of my head.
You don't recall the random black people, the multiple black people who were murdered in a grocery store in Buffalo, but you recall Millennial Millie's video?
Well, I do, but not the details.
Remember the people that were just eating groceries on Saturday night, afternoon, evening, or whatever.
Oh, man. God.
And he shot them. He shot them.
I don't keep all these details at my fingertips.
But I'm just saying, by bikes with fixed gears. Hey, he ain't like the house music. They played Frankie Knuckles instead of Larry the Van, so he dropped the place. I guess he went after the homos because he was on the left.
No, I think that was a right wing dude.
Are you sure? What about the mass shooting in the Las Vegas mass shooting?
I think he was right wing too.
Incredible. Incredible. How many people have died in the ones that you named? You want to keep going? I have like a whole. I'm just doing this from the dome. Pause.
Well, Charlie Kirk was assassinated, right?
You're right. I'm not just saying that because you keep going. I actually don't care about it. My larger point is I think blaming sides in this environment, even if one side is 55%, 45%, 60-40, it doesn't really matter. It's like being in a religion.
Charlie Chair or something. So.
It's actually true.
I'm so unsure.
Okay.
No, I think it.
You're right.
I think it dates back to.
You see, I just did it. You're correct, son.
When I think about the Tea Party, so like the Tea Party came up when Obama, I think, first got in office, and they would hold little protests, and it was a bunch of basically elderly people getting out there holding up signs and.
The Tea Party?
The Tea Party.
That wasn't a bunch of elderly people.
Yeah, mostly.
No, it wasn't.
But weren't those people on the right?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, they're on the right. They were protesting.
Tea Party activists.
And then you had the Occupy Wall Street people. You had.
Brian, they were middle-aged.
Okay.
Oh, now to be fair to you, the older people were overrepresented. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. They weren't young. That's true. They were middle-aged enough. I'll give you that. But that wasn't violent. The Tea Party, none of the Tea Party stuff was violent. That was all just regular stuff.
Not to my recollection, I think we'd be hard pressed to find an incident of violence in one of those Tea Party rallies.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, but keep going.
And then that kind of birthed the Occupy Wall Street folks.
Christian Science Monitor, violence at Tea Party rally, bare knuckle politics in the streets. A Tea Party protest against immigration reform in Fort Lauderdale sent into fisticuffs.
Okay. And so, if fisticuffs, was it the Tea Party seeking out like counter protesters, or was it, let's say, Democrats or people on the left getting into their face?
According to Christian Science Monitor, it was the former. But just keep going. What's your larger point? So we both.
Former. Can I see that quote?
I can pull it back up. I can pull it back up, but let's just say there was no violence at Tea Party. That was 15, 20 years ago. Let's just stay here.
There was no violence.
I know, but let's just stay here. Forget the Tea Party. Let's stay where we are today.
Characterization of what I said.
I know. I'm just saying. Let's say there was none. That doesn't matter because we're past Tea Party. Let's just stay right here. So you had Charlie Kirk. How do you know that he was on the? Because I'll take your word for the guy, the Palestine guy. I'll say he was left against Josh Shapiro. I'll take your word. How do we know the Charlie Kirk guy was on the left or the right? I would say that he wasn't either. But how do we know that about the Charlie Kirk guy?
I think there was.
This is a serious question. I don't know. I stopped following it.
No, I think there was some donations and some tweets or chat groups or something like that they used to imply or infer that he was on the left.
No. You have to look at you look at the family for one, and then there's all the theories about him being a goiper. The only reason people are saying that he was on the left is because of the so-called person, and he was in a relationship that was transitioning, which we still don't know if it was true or not. But yeah, I'm not going to believe that person was on the left at all. He came from a conservative family. He was in Utah for the love of God.
So, Brian, I have a quote from somebody in Biden's deal. Well, do we agree that white supremacist groups are right wing or no?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. This is from Biden's DHS. White supremacist extremists from a lethality standpoint over the last 2 years, particularly when you look at 2020 DHS guy? This is the guy that ran DHS.
No, I'd be willing to accept it. I would just, try to figure out how much of that was sincere, legitimate. I mean, we just saw the Southern Poverty Law.
So why would he lie and say that? Why would he lie and say that?
Well, I'm not saying that he lied. What I'm saying is, there was some false flag, let's say.
But he works for the DHS. This is not a person. This is not a thing.
That's not true. No, what I'm saying is the Southern Poverty Law Center was just indicted for funding those groups. So
no, they weren't indicted. That's actually not what they were indicted for. I'll come back to that in a second. But let's just you're saying that the DHS guy could have been misled?
No, I'm saying it was happening, or it's legitimate that it was happening. I'm just questioning the sincerity, the legitimacy.
Okay, because cool. One second, and Matt, cool. You disagree with the Biden DHS guy? Let's see or any other MAGAs do you got disagree with the Biden DHS guy? White supremacist extremists from lethality standpoint the last 2 years are certainly the most persistently threatening. We talk about domestic violent extremists. You guys disagree with the Biden DHS guy?
Why don't you just use the Cato Institute example?
One second, sir. Okay, nobody wants to say it. You know why? It wasn't the Biden DHS guy. That was Trump's DHS guy. That's what Trump's DHS said.
Is that the study they removed? Isn't that what you're talking about?
No. What study? I don't know what you're talking about.
I'll come back to it.
Okay. But you can do the Cato one if you want. So they're saying it's white supremacist groups. What about like Oath Keepers? Do you think they're a violent group, Brian? The Oath Keepers?
I'm not familiar with. I mean, I have heard of them. I know of them. I don't track them. They're doing.
Okay. What about the Proud Boys?
Same thing.
Okay. So you don't know much about the specific groups on the right. You just know that they're less extreme and violent than the left. Cool. Why can't we all just say that the whole thing is done? Let me ask you a question, bro. Do you think Donald Trump, in his stead as president of the United States, contributes to this toxic stew?
Inflammatory shit. And I wish he would.
That's cool. Why is it when the president, government, everything that is, but it's generally so little of it. It's frustrating to me that people get into the blame game. It doesn't matter where it's from. As soon as Charlie Kirk got assassinated, he said, the boy was dating in right-wing areas of the country.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it drags us into this us versus them mentality, and it's not impossible, it's extremely difficult to break out of that, us versus them mentality. So when you get pulled into that by Trump and, people on the left, people on the right, you can't just, I think, you can't just ignore it because, I think there are people who want to drag our entire country into this political debate. Politics has seeped into everything, It didn't used to be in anything except D.C., who are the state capitals, but now it's into entertainment, it's into sports, it's into, bars and restaurants, it's down at the local level. And I think we're all worse off for it. And Trump definitely contributes to that.
I agree. I hate the sports one. The sports one is so stupid. I hate it.
Yeah, because I do a lot of coaching, and I start with values. So I do a lot of work with getting executives and people to, identify and rank their values. And we look at people across the political spectrum, we have way more in common. But what happens is you get these, race hustlers, these political activists who can't make money, can't get their opinion, can't get their point across unless they focus on the things that we disagree on. And so it's become monetized. It's become a whole grievance industry. And like I said, I think we're all worse off for it.
Well, it also gets you elected to Congress, Senate, and the presidency now too. That's the problem. It's not just Al Sharpton running around or old school Tucker Carlson, who's one of the great race hustlers, but you guys never think of him. Tucker Carlson was a great race hustler. Like, there are lots of people. I mean, you can run for office. He's not going to win, but James Fishback in Florida. I don't know. I've talked enough for today. I didn't mean to talk this much, especially to Brian, and he's probably talked enough for today. That's fine.
What happened with the active shooter situation?
Let me read what Matt just posted. In recent years, the United States has seen an increase in the number of left-wing terrorism attacks and plots, although such violence from very low levels and remains much lower than historical levels of violence carried right-wing and jihadist attackers. There you go. It's more on the right. Thank you, Matt. Matt Cool just gave the defeater. Yes, it has gotten higher among the left, but it's still much lower than the right. Thank you very much, Matt Cool. So far, 2025 marks the first time more than 30 years that left-wing terrorist left-wing terrorist attacks outnumber those from the violent far right. Despite its decline this year, right-wing terrorism could easily return to previous high levels. So in 2025, the left, for the first time in more than 30 years. So according to this post, be very honest about it. There you go. I don't know why people are digging on their sides. And this is the CSI's, because it's one of Georgetown, is it not? It is the one of Georgetown. I think it is.
Your mama said no.
Oh, this is not the. Oh, it's standalone. Okay. Thank you. Oh, it left Georgetown. Thank you very much. It was affiliated with Georgetown in the 80s, up to the 80s. So standalone. There we go. See how people can come together.
Why did I look up the CSI think tank to see if they left when you said that? And there's a new think tank called the Common Sense Institute
while eating.
They haven't sent me to answer your question. They released the two schools that were in lockdown. It was the elementary school and a high school. They're just on delayed release as it relates to like the busing, the bus routes, where they sent a notice out to parents and posted on social media that they would be delayed. But the shooting didn't occur at either of those two schools. They said that someone called in a shooting at a nearby apartment complex. And because of the proximity, they put the two schools on lockdown until they could investigate it.
Oh, that's good. Thank you. Thank you for that.
chance, does anybody have Anthony Edwards blocked?
No, why? Is he trying to get in?
No. I just hadn't seen him, so I didn't know if he was blocked and that was the reason, or if he's just been avoiding us.
He's been avoiding us.
Oh, okay.
Thank God.
Oh, Shadow, you just. No alarm
Well,
bells.
you know he was supposed to do that duel.
Former first lady? What she say?
She did.
I said no. No, I said no. First lady. We haven't seen him since he reneged.
No, you said former. You tell me something I don't know? What's going on?
No, you're first lady. I don't know what I'm doing.
I didn't know. So what were they supposed to be talking about?
I don't know. I can't remember. Dan probably remembers a lot better than I did. Oh yeah, I said I was informing you of what happened.
He crashed on you?
That day was crazy. That's when he told me I couldn't make it on the block. Now he's almost 60. He's talking about making it on the block.
Wait, was this just now? Did I miss?
No, this is the one from TT just brought up again because TT is obsessed with it. She loves that. She loves that day. She loves that day.
Now, who told you you couldn't make it on the block? Mr. 21 Doors.
Yeah, I know. One day you're a captain of the industry, the next day you're slinging rock like BZ over on Edmondson. I know, it's just all over the place. Imagine telling another middle-aged man that you couldn't make it on the block, and that's your insult. Who gives a fuck? I don't want to go to the block. It's hot. Tune cheek. The block is hot. The block is hot. Weren't you there for that? Oh, you missed it.
I might have been there for parts of it. It's just amazing that a 50-year-old man who I've heard wears jean shorts, braided belts, and a pager thinks that he can, like the measure of a middle-aged man is he can handle the block. That's amazing. I haven't seen him around. I don't know what y'all did to him.
I was thinking I didn't see him.
Yeah, sometimes I've seen him in Big E's room every now and again.
Yeah, I see him outside. Just not in here.
Yeah, I don't see him in those rooms. He blocked me. So
when I'm like driving to work or whatever, or I just finished the walk with my qigong, and I'll come on, it'll be like 6 Central Time, 7 Eastern Time.
mm-hmm.
Are the people in bottle service by the wood, have they just been up all night? Wow.
Just absolutely crashed. Are they still arguing about whether or not the Cheesecake Factory is an acceptable first date? I was not expecting that, but 40 to 60-year-old grown men arguing whether or not the Cheesecake Factory was acceptable for a first date was insane. But you know.
If I do try to say it's acceptable, is that what I'm arguing?
That Jonathan is pretty conservative.
Conservative?
I mean, aren't they all?
What?
Jonathan? What on the bottle service? He's really conservative.
What got to
definition of he is always over there spouting off some right-wing stuff. You don't agree?
I just needed a strength. I didn't put it in politics.
What interests me are the personality differences at the aggregate level between the left and the right, Democrat and Republican. So as a behavioral scientist, I've studied personality talking for years. If you look at the fundamental differences between two groups from a personality perspective, people on the left are usually lower in conscientiousness and higher in openness to experience using the big five. So what that means is the people on the left are more creative. That's why you see a lot of people on the left going towards the arts and creative industries or fields. So they are wired to be liberal. They're wired to be more.
Cite some personality research, please. Come on.
It's not bad. It's just when you
but it's not a true thing, though. It's not.
Do you have published work on this? You said you studied.
Yeah, the shitload.
No, I'm saying, do you have published work that you've written?
He said, what if it is?
Okay, well, you said as a behavioral scientist, I've studied. So so when you say you studied, have you conducted research? Your own research?
I've done clinical work.
Not on that particular facet.
Okay, on what facet?
My work is on decision making.
That's cognition. That's not behavior. What do you mean when you call yourself a behavioral scientist? What are you talking about?
What's your degree? Are you degreed?
Yeah, so I have a bachelor's in psychology and a graduate degree in what's called human factors and biopsychology.
Yeah, he was in a PhD program.
And now I'm in a PhD program.
But why do you keep saying that like that's something?
Well, y'all doing the I can't beat him on the argument, so I'm gonna do his resume thing.
No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm trying to understand what are his.
You just actually had a degree.
I'm trying to understand what perspective he's coming from. Can you calm down for a second? Seriously. Psychology, people have different perspectives in psychology that they come from. I'm trying to understand where he's situated. So
I said earlier today, women are correct. You're right. I wasn't even talking to you.
You think he was talking to me?
Using psychophysiological triggers. I think I mentioned this once or twice. I don't know.
What was your original claim? I missed it. I was trying to do
just the personality differences between the left and the right.
Go into it, and then
what about?
Then you'll see
my debit card was hacked, and to use it. Go ahead. What?
I hate when that happens. Do you know one of my friends got a HELOC for $50K, and then went to go get their money because they were doing some home improvement, and $33K had been hacked from their account. He still hasn't. It's been over 2 weeks. I know. Like, somebody called him. Like, I don't know if it's the kind of thing where the bank is going to try to get out of it.
Well, if he did it soon enough, he should get it back. But if they took out cash, she's probably, the
No, they did it electronically.
Oh, yeah, I said it was wired to the next group. Yeah, the back is screwed. So, Brian, what did the person? I don't. What do you mean? What are the personality? What do you mean? Like the left is gay?
No, listen to sexual orientation.
Yeah, but that comports to personality, does it not?
No, I mean there might be some overlap, but I don't think that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the most valid personality research is based on the Big Five, what's called the Ocean Model, 5 traits: openness to experience, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. And if you look at research that has been done with both people who identify as being on the left or right, there are differences between those two groups.
People on the left are more open-minded. That is true.
Yeah.
And the arts is
You've seen literature on that? Like you've seen that published? Are you just going?
And blacks and queers and women, and that's where a lot of kids who feel outcast that's like they go into the arts because they feel like it's a more opening environment to express themselves.
And you're going with vibes.
Is that vibes or is that qualitative data?
So that's what. So he said he had studied as. So the reason why I asked the question about his credentials is because he said he had studied this as a behavioral scientist, and so I was asking what research, and I was then asking was this when he said studied, what type of. Listen, you got me good earlier today. It's not going to happen again. I'm talking to Ben.
So I put a published article in the Journal of Personality and Individual Differences in the chat, Science Direct, and I cut out a little blurb from the abstract. So I don't think it's a bad thing. I mean, I don't know why if you're taking it as a negative or a slight or an insult or not.
I'm not taking it as a negative. I'm just taking it as something that I'm not sure.
Just confirming.
Right. No, and I'm still not. I mean, this is something that I know a little bit about, and it's not consistent with some of the other things that I know.
Would you say that there are?
I'm saying that hypothesis makes sense on its face, but as far as I know, on a large scale study that indeed this is the case, I don't know that has been done. Hold on, let me take this off.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of research that would support the findings from this study. Not just the list of citations, but other research. So again, it's not a bad thing. You have people on the left who are more open to new experiences. They're more creative. They're more willing to try new things. They're more open to ideas, and they're concurrently a little lower in conscientiousness, which means they're willing to just freewheel. They're willing to experiment. They're willing to, not follow through on some of the things that they try. They might go from one habit or one experience to another. So it's not a bad thing. I think we need people across the, let's say, personality spectrum, but it's just. I didn't think it was controversial. I was just looking at it as descriptive. People on the right are usually more closed-minded. You could call it conservatism. You could say that's why they want to hold on to things that are predictable, that are reliable, that are stable as far as society and economics and relationships. So they trend towards, those traits or those categories of their life, whether it's job, career, relationship,
an article many years ago about when I was getting out of the military about people who had served in the military who then went on to be, I want to say, hedge fund managers or people who managed wealth, and they underperformed people who had not gone in the military. And so I think it's not necessarily a causal relationship. I don't think the military caused them to be less, what would you say, prosperous. It was that the traits and attributes that they joined the military to be a part of, or maybe those maker didn't translate to the industry of taking risks on, new not bank accounts, but new investments and, investment capital ventures and stuff like that. So, it's not necessarily that the people in the military were bad. They're just probably not as well suited for that particular industry or role than somebody who is more creative, more risk tolerant. So as a behavioral scientist, like when I get into jobs or consulting gigs and I talk about how to set up an organization, succession planning, leadership development, performance management, things like that, that's one of my fundamentals, job, person, fit. You want the job to be detailed descriptively as far as the task, responsibility, the knowledge, expectations, the outcomes, et cetera, the metrics. And you want to find the person who is the best fit for that. So if I were telling a hedge fund manager or somebody who's in charge of that company, I would say, yeah, be careful when you hire folks in the military because generally speaking, they are more risk averse. So they're not going to be as, they're probably not going to lose you a lot of money, but they're not going to make you a lot of money either. So it depends on what you're looking for. It's based on, the nature and nurture of personality and how people are raised and wired.
Oh my God.
Looking for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I had to, you would be proud. So I've never seen, I'm old. It's a stroller car seat all in one. This shit weigh 1,000 pounds.
It does. They really do.
broke it down. So I went. They called me. We need you to grab it. All right, no problem. So grabbed it. I went. I was like, they were like, well, that's yours right there. It was a big bag in the car seat. I was like, she's like, you might want to go to the car and put that in and come back. I was like, you know what? You're right. I'll be right back. So I put it in the car, went back, and then when I got home, when I got home, I had to pull her in it. Man, that thing weighed 35, 45, 65. I don't know, man. That thing heavy because she's big now. So yeah. Say hi to brother. Say hey, brother. Oh. Hey. How you doing? All right, I'm gonna do it. Y'all talk.
Those travel systems, it was expensive. And then for the second and third, we just got a car seat and one of those universal parts that we could snap it in. And it just saved so much trouble. It's like the car seat base. There's a lot of things there.
Yeah, the tricky part is not just the breakdown, but like if the baby is asleep when you getting them out the car, not trying to disrupt their sleep, but get them out the little base.
Yeah, well that's, because I would see back in the car seat, back in the car. But now, I don't know if y'all have seen them, they have car seats where, they can, they're the ones that you can transition over time. But now they swivel. And so you can actually, the baby will be facing backwards, or, the kid will be facing backwards, and you can swivel the seat to where it faces you, on the outside. And so you don't have to, reach over and, mess with all the straps, get into the car, and then pick the baby out. You can actually just swivel the seat. The base is all connected, still connected, but you just swivel the seat and you can pick them up that way.
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah, it's they also have the safety. What are they called? What are those? I forgot what they're called, but the anchor clips. So instead of having those where you have to dig in, they have them. I've seen them in like Canada and Europe, and I'm just not seeing them here, where they just like click automatically into, like the base has the anchors. They just sort of stick out, and you can just dig them into the car seat, and they'll light up green when they attach. You don't have to worry about straps and all that stuff. It's all right there. It's convenient, but it's a lot. It's a lot of money. Because I don't trust technology like that. I get it.
Well, I was so impressed. My cousins have a machine that makes the bottle, and it's like almost like a Keurig machine. You put the water in the machine, and you tell it, and then you.
Things done changed. I couldn't get out of the daycare, brother. They got something on the door now. I was like, dang, y'all child-proof the door now? She's like, of course. I was like, yeah. We don't have none of that. Don't touch the door. That's right. It goes around the doorknob. It's pretty cool. It goes around the doorknob and it has like two buttons on it. And so you have to press the two buttons, and those two buttons grip the doorknob. Oh yeah. I was like, wow, that's pretty fancy. All of these new gadgets they have is great.
Yeah, that is helpful if you have that type of door. Yeah, it's really when you press it down, it doesn't actually grip the knob. doesn't grip the handle enough to where you can open up the door. I've had those, you sort of buy the cheap ones. You're like, okay, they're all the same. And you're stuck. You gotta, tear up the little cheap plastic so you can open the door.
Divine, is your grandchild walking or crawling?
Walking, she's starting to talk. Like, you tell her to say something, she'll try to say. So the dog's name is Saint. So I'm telling her to say Saint, and she sounds like she's saying shit. It's funny. It's not quite grandpa. It's more like bra. She's at that stage. So yeah, working it out. But eat. It's not eat. It's eat. You gotta say it twice. It's eat.
Do you have gates at your house?
Say it again.
Do you have gates at your house?
You know what? It's funny. The gate is still up for when my son. Good thing we never took it down.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And my son's in college, so that's to tell you how long the damn gate.
Lord, that gate probably is not closed.
I'm like, brother, there's always a baby in my house. Somehow, some way, between the cousins and the cousins' babies having babies, yeah. So just left the damn gate up.
I remember watching my friends' children, and the son was about 3. Yeah, he was about 3, and he figured out how to get out the gate. They had the kind of gate that it had a step at the bottom that you press, and that popped the gate open. And so, like a full-grown adult, they only need 1 foot to put their weight on it, and it pops it open. He sat there trying to figure out how to escape, and I saw him like back up and run like he was about to do a vault. What's the gymnastic? The gymnastic event where they run and they jump up on the springboard to get onto the balance beam. Like, that's how he ran. He ran from far away across the room, and then he jumped with both feet onto that little step and was able to pop it open. I was like, oh my gosh.
Listen to you talk about the Keurig style formula maker. That man, the technology is crazy now with all of these things.
Yeah, it is crazy. And they have a tabletop bottle washer that you just put water in it, and you load it with the bottles, the nipples, all the attachments, and it's like its own self-contained dishwasher, and it runs cycles and everything. You just sit it near the sink so that as it's going through the cycles, the water can drain out. I was like, they think of everything.
Yeah, we used to use the old brush, the wire brush with the plastic.
That long joint, you kind of push.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. Wow. And we used to boil the nipple. That's how we cleaned the nipples back. We would boil it.
And check this out.
That's crazy.
Check this out. I thought this was genius too. They have pacifiers that are made for you to.
I saw the pacifier that attaches to the bottle. It's got a long straw, and so they can get the formula through the pacifier. I was like, oh, that's really genius too. There's some cool stuff out there. Yeah, so y'all who don't got no babies, go out there and make some babies. We need more babies in the world.
Don't tell me that. I might oblige, brother.
You need to sit down, Bob.
Hey, look.
I'm talking to the young people.
Hey, look, man. I'll take a blessing if it comes, man. I'm telling you. All right, go to mute.
He's looking good. He's still got it in, you know?
I was gonna say something that'd be inappropriate. Yo, man, who on here? I mean, who on here is an expert, right? That y'all know on companies that are in America that work in Palestine. If you can hear my voice, just hit me in the DM me on IG. Yeah, anybody has a list of companies, you got that? Just hit me and I'll hit you back. It's important. Thank you.
You should connect with Coach David. He probably has.
Coach David is that dude? Okay, cool. Thank you. I'm
being funny. You know who Coach David is.
Oh, nah, I don't know who that is.
She's the one that spans the chat.
Oh, okay. See, yeah, something just came across my desk and I want to take advantage of an opportunity. I'm like a lot of y'all. I'm just really conflicted right now. Like, standing on principles or getting this freaking paper. So I just said, well, I got other ways, but I don't know who on the app might be, have that, expertise and shit. I just need a little brief 15-minute conversation. So yeah, that's it.
Your mama, come up here. I gotta tell you something quick. I invited you. Where's she at?
She loves us also your mama. Exactly.
Your mama reason I was gonna yell it out. So you heard me. What's up?
What's going on at the line?
Shit, ain't shit. Let's check it.
Girl, I was able to look at it today. All of the times I couldn't look. I don't understand. What's your eyes just came back to sight? No, I can't look at when it's pictures in
I can't see your face, First Lady. What's this 1C shit?
What you mean? You don't understand? I don't understand. But I got it. First of all, it's 1C. That's the first name and the last. 1C. I said Omega. What? But First Lady, you get in jail or what you getting on your name? Else.
Yeah, that shit sound like a sore. Like, what's up?
He wanting to say something.
First Lady, did you see my name was cleared up in the chat?
No. Who cleared?
I said inform me, First Lady, not former First Lady. Inform me, First Lady.
I don't hear that. 87 years old. That's the reason why I asked for clarification. That's all I heard. Okay.
You know I love you.
I know you do. I love you.
Not the love fest.
I love everybody. And your mama would dance at the praying. The first thing I heard is, where am I at?
Wait, when he was saying, she said it. When he was singing, Brian asked for a blessing. Oh, he prayed in Latin. Yeah.
And the first thing your mama was, where's your mama?
Dang.
I missed the prayer. Oh, man. But yeah, today was great. I was definitely listening when I could. Brian and Ben going back and forth, different topics. Your mama, you probably missed it.
What's the overview, brother? I wasn't.
I don't want to mess that up. Yeah, I gave it. It's too much for me to reiterate. It was a lot.
Got it. I missed it.
Yeah, they was cooking meat for about 4 or 5 hours.
I ain't even gonna do the whole pause thing. I'm just okay.
Didn't have to say anything at all. But it's Rambo, so he wanted to show us he was nasty.
You know what, your mama? I'll just wait till the meetup. I'll wait till the meetup.
Y'all are just great.
When we do a meetup, yeah. I'll wait for that. People in the room, I don't know, maybe we could meet in DMV area.
That's it. It definitely got to be halfway, but I don't think DC's halfway because you got a lot of ATLians in here. We probably have to go a little further south.
I go to ATL.
I'm gonna tell y'all what. That's what y'all need to do. You got a party promoter, First Lady. I mean, I ain't gonna tell y'all what to do, but let me just tell you what I imagine.
Oh God.
I could imagine a politically correct meetup, and I could imagine someone bringing some entertainment. I'm talking about musical entertainment. I ain't talking about your OnlyFans, but entertainment. And you know, it's a little short cover.
What kind of entertainment?
Not musical.
Because you had to come off the mic on that one. What did you talk about, Willis?
Here we are. Because
You're saying I let she-wolf influence me?
I mean, you know, the bird
You're out of your mind.
The bird speaks for itself.
You're out of your mind.
It quacks like a duck. It walks like a duck. Look at
Does she clap? You think I'm influenced?
That's why she just left you to hang. See what she left without talking about it, because she knew that's what she did. I could scroll up in the chat where she was hot-fiving you and shit. Tell you move me down.
That doesn't mean nothing. She's a mod backing her other mod up. That doesn't mean nothing.
No. She was only doing that because she was only doing that.
Stop interrupting. You stop interrupting.
Just be fucking quiet. Be quiet, Don.
You finished. Anyways, right.
I'm sorry, Eric. I'm fine.
Last fucking word.
No, you good.
Sorry.
Last word.
You can see the right. You just got
Eric. Last word, nigga.
And the guiltiness of the person who left you out the drive. And it's the fact because it was me, Syke, Finley, and I think one other person. We was like, all right, the queue needs to end with Lion. We was like, all right, we'll give Lions 2 minutes. It was like, and nobody, don't add anybody else, so the queue could just end. But you fired me because that big wolf treated you like a sheep. And now here we are. So now I'm going to...
There's nothing to use for Eric.
It did. You could make it seem like it did, but it did. I'm sorry you...
It really didn't, Eric. Nothing to do with you
The
at
victim
all.
always doesn't accept that they're...
I don't care who's talking or who's giving you a problem. I don't care. You can take it that way, but I don't get involved in your guys' beefs. Everyone knows that about me.
The first step is acceptance. All right, you have to.
I don't get involved like that with you guys. Like
it
that.
don't matter. It
No.
don't be a monkey. Anyways, so anyway, you're manipulated. But I'm going to give my submission now. So I wanted to talk about the Bible again, right? Because it took so long. We're like, Jesus is having a conversation with the anyway. The short story is he's having a conversation face to face with the Pharisees, and the Pharisees are about. Hey, come on, bro. What you doing?
Hey, you gotta relax, baby. You gotta relax.
Nigga. Yeah. For those who don't know, the Pharisees in the Bible are supposed to be these ultra know-it-all Christians or whatever, right? They're supposed to know they're supposed to know the scriptures back and forth by heart, no exceptions. Like they're the scholars of everybody. They know it, right? Jesus. And in order to justify their combativeness and their submissiveness, they're using. He says you search the scriptures because you think eternal life is found there, but those scriptures point to me, and yet you refuse to come to me. And essentially, what that is saying is, you can quote scriptures all day long. You can follow and worship the book all day long, but at the end of the day, the Bible is not above God. The Bible does not make you a Christian. That's right. And I feel like that's what Lion was doing. He worships Paul and the Bible, and I just to me, when Concrete asked him, he confronted him and said, "How do I know to be a Christian? Since you say we should be following you, Lion, which is quote unquote the correct way." He says, "I'm following Paul. Paul is following Jesus, right?" And that's already a blasphemous statement in itself. You're following Paul to be a Christian? That's retarded. You ain't supposed to follow Paul. Yeah. Paul's not a God.
That's right. That's what Paul said. Paul said, "Follow me."
When we nip that in.
Can y'all stop that cheerleading?
Yo, shut the fat ass up.
Hold on.
My ass is.
After we nipped that in the bud, the next pivot was he follows the book, right? He's the only one in here who follows the laws. He obeys the commandments in the books. He reads the scriptures, and everybody, all of us, we're fake Christians because we don't read the book. That's what he said. And I thought to myself, that's not a determination, the determiner of who's a Christian. That's why I brought up the Pharisee story. And I God himself can come down to somebody like Lion and God's word, and it's just not true. You guys got to worship in the book, bro. There's only one true God, and that's our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Song. Bro, what was the lady's name? You was her dog.
My turn. It is 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 my turn. It's my turn. Okay. All right. Fuck is you, a pirate, nigga? All right. Fuck is you talking about? It is my. All right. You get all that mucus and plaque in that throat together when it's your turn. But it is my turn. My turn. So let me start off with this fucking leopard Jacobus. This nasty, herpes, general one skin ass nigga. And then this fat ass nigga Concrete.
shit. I don't want it. I don't want leper shit y'all got on your bodies. Please and thank you. Like I was saying, it's my turn. It is my turn, and y'all will not get this fuck inverted and show it to the fucking room right now. But guess what? I'm going, nigga. I'm going. So, I want the floor, so I'm just gonna scream over this nigga card. It's my turn. Alright. I could be louder than your radio, bitch ass nigga. So like I was saying, alright. You know, I can keep going then. I am. And you know I will. I will. Cause I did better than you, nigga. I can booty clap better than you, nigga. So like I was saying, right? So no. Fucking truck that you fucking use actually has a radio on it, you bitch ass nigga. It's not a word about fucking speaking on children, nigga. Get your oil changed. Get your oil changed, concrete. Get your oil changed, concrete. Get your oil changed on that 275,000 mile fucking Ford truck you drive, nigga. So like I was saying, Nathan mentioned women. Louder. No, you don't get his talk in English. That's what we're talking about. So like I was saying, right? This nigga triggered. You fucking I'm at the guava. I don't need a fucking radio, nigga, like you can. Or like you have, nigga. This is pure Big Mike, bro. Cause you know you can't outdo me, my nigga. I back this whole fucking line to the ground, nigga. I don't care. Say what you want. You don't feel fucking in the fucking parking lot, fucking turning your fucking radio up and down to prove a point. You fucking broke ass nigga. Where's your comment, nigga? Where's your comment? Get mad. Cause you can't get caught for like I was saying,
Yo, she sounded exhausted.
Hold on, because in the chat, right? In the chat, I don't know why you guys want to scream, and I'm trying to talk to Nathan. In the chat, Carolyn
asked to be put in the queue like she's supposed to, and Concrete put himself in the queue after Carolyn asked.
Thank you. You put in the queue? You did. You just said just now.
Just now. But
and then I said I'm after her.
That's still a queue.
And that means I'm after fucking her.
So you're saying you after Eric is a queue. That's not popcorn. So if Concrete, that's not cool. That's not cool. That is a queue. That is a queue established. I don't care about your fucked up ass radio. I don't.
First of all, let's wait. First of all, let's turn off the big mic. Please.
This nigga started first.
I called up the early. I'm saying both of you guys put down your gun. Turn off the big mic, man.
I'm calling after her.
No, this is not cool. This is not cool. I'm following the rules, and then he jumps the gun, and then saying calling after Eric is still a queue. That's not popcorn.
Do y'all want to settle this with like a chat GPT debate?
No.
What we can easily do is we can run an argument, right? We can do 1v1. No. Fuck that. We're gonna do.
Anyway, I literally.
I'm gonna refrain from insulting you.
You can't insult me. Nigga. You can't insult me. You can't insult me. I insulted you for the past 3 years, nigga.
Listen, and that's your hurt.
Your reality is your hurt.
Alright. I'm being nice to you. But what we can do is
be nice to yourself. Be nice to yourself.
Logical 3 fucking years.
Be nice to yourself, fat bitch.
3 fucking years.
Be nice to yourself, fat bitch.
Be
nice to yourself, fat ass. Be nice to yourself, fat ass. Be nice to yourself, fat fuck.
Moderator. Yeah. So
I just want to go next.
Yeah, there's 2 arguments.
So I'm not using the radio, and then you got Jacobus. Did he fucking? But he mad because I said, I say he got herpes on the skin. He mad because he got herpes in the skin. So that's why he jumping in, right? All because I did the right thing. All because I did the.
Jacobus. Yes, thank you, bro.
Now Jacobus is skipping me.
What? Where'd she come from?
Yeah, I was after.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, mute up, leper. I heard that this room was gay. Y'all did fuck up though. Cause she definitely called it, and y'all just want the crash outs. Which understandably so. Y'all miss Big Mama, and y'all like when Big Mama crashes out and pats people up. But just say that, just say, hey, we want the crash outs. Don't try to hide behind the guise of like letting the buffoonery transpire because nobody knows who's going next. Like, shut up. We're not gonna do that. If y'all wanted to crash out, just say that. Y'all know Caroline don't mind. Y'all know. And y'all can tell. But anyway, shout out to my big mama. That's my big mama. Shout out to my other big mama Jinx. I love my baby girls. They are my world. And
What about shout out?
I'm gonna end it with this.
What about shout out?
I'm gonna end it with this. Shout out to Kendo. Shout out to Kendo specifically. But let me end it with this, right? No amount of people that y'all try to gather up to jump the big 3, it's not gonna work, We're just gonna pack y'all individually. So like when y'all do these like little jumpings, when y'all catch us by ourselves, I don't know what are y'all thinking in your mind? I'm thinking, oh yeah, this is my opportunity. This is like, you would think you would have learned after like the last few backups. I don't know. I think you guys like pain, which understandably so, because I like pain too.
So I'm not going to judge your kinks. And that's all, you know. Have a good one. That's right. All right. I love. Let me shout out to the people that I fuck with. You know, shout out to Jinx and shout out to Caroline. That's it. Come on.
All right. I'm getting my love, bro. Great. But yo.
I'm trying to start asthma game again.
Come on, this shit, Frisco. We just had a whole fight on Q. I thought that was. Let's not continue with, man. Because it was your fault. Here we go. I'll add myself to the Q game. Jacobus, go ahead, bro.
All right, so it's my turn.
Then we can go like this. I'm gonna.
Wait, so there is a Q then?
No, Dawn makes the Q. Dawn said there's no Q.
But you just allowed a Q.
Hey, can you move niggas to the goo on my turn?
There's no calling and there's no cue.
All right, you heard that? Okay, so don't mess with me. Go ahead.
I anticipate that.
So because there's no cue.
Yo, let your focus go. You run people when they're speaking though.
You're done.
What the fuck?
Stop talking.
What is happening? What the fuck is going on? What is happening? Come on, man. This is wrong.
Come on, it's Jacobus. I'm waiting for Jacobus to go.
Alright, yo, so please move niggas to the goo on my turn. Cause
it's my go.
Cause it's my turn. It's all go. It's our turn. Alright, yo, Mike. Yo, Simone. This dedicated reach to the top. Give me my burn. I'ma speak with the Glock cause it's my turn. Don't make me turn your wig cause it's my burn. Don't make me burn your crib, nigga. I'ma rhyme a right, kick the trans, nigga. I'ma keep the dead up ghetto in the trans. You know why? Because when the time is right, me and the devil go dangerous. Hold on. You and yours. Make way, I'm coming through the door. Screw the law, breaking all the rules. Ain't nothing new at all. I'm true in all the shit that I've done. Check the clip on my gun. Respect the clip that I'm from. Nigga, go get lifted to the sun. Yo, done. You just a small fry, fucking with the four guy. Jacobus the honorable, all rise. Sky's the limit, nothing less. If my guy's in it. For the right price, even Christ could get it, nigga. Fast life and living. All my memories are vivid. I remember the only minute that I mentally get grind till I get it. And magic do I build, but math do I equally skill, nigga. It's my turn, nigga.
I was gonna find you, but it was actually good. I know.
So I'm next. No, you're not. 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 Wait, no. That's naked. You need to naked. You're being corny as fuck right now. No. There's no cue. And y'all see when I was personally in front of me. I'm not your phone in front of me. Now you're gonna let Country get in front of me? That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm sorry. I'm not letting you stand over me. No, that's not cool. That's not cool. You gotta accept the L. I'm not accepting the L. I followed the rules. As a consequence of following the rules, Concrete gotta go before me, and they just don't have to be fucking smart. And I'm not letting that happen. No, it's my turn. No, I'm not losing. You're losing your life, Concrete. You can't even see your dick, my nigga.
I'm talking to you.
You're losing because you can't even see your dick. But anyway, you're right. So anyway, it is my turn. It's my turn, and I don't know why y'all allowing for this fucking despicable ass nigga before me. No, it's my turn. It's my turn. This is my turn. They got the dick sucking, let's look at the focus. And this morning, y'all letting two people jump me while it was my submission. I followed the rules. I didn't even jump into the fucking comment. I put it in the chat and I said, hey, add me. No, I can't add me. I even added the chat. Immediately afterwards,
So then you admitted that I went before you.
Put me. Oh, you asked
No. I said add me to the queue because I was doing something. I could not copy and paste. So then neither one of us know that. So then neither one of us know. No. You added yourself to a queue. No, I'm not letting you go. I'm not letting you go. I'm not letting you go. So it's my turn. It's my turn. And I don't know why y'all just allowing this to happen. It is my turn. I did the right thing. I put it in the chat.
Why do y'all gotta choose?
I'm not letting go. I did the right thing. I went before him. So he did that to be smart in the chat right afterwards and include himself when I actually added to the queue. So I'm going next. Why do you keep saying please to the nigga? Just drop the nigga. It's my turn. It's my turn. I would have been done. It's my no. Yes, I did follow the rules. You were copying and pasting a queue. You were copying and pasting the queue.
I call them the Jacobus.
No, it is no thank you. I'm here. No. There's no queue. It's not cool. I want to go.
Did you call up the Jacobus?
I called that the shy shot. I called that the shy shot. No, I called at the shy shot. Nathan jumped in it. My turn. Knowledge. You can see in the fucking chat. He's trying to be smart. You can see it. I know. And y'all niggas look concrete. Bad boy the fuck out. Y'all could just drop the way I was dropped for no fucking reason. I let you niggas ramble all fucking day.
What did you call
him? The moment I follow the rules and I put my name in the no, I'm not letting him go. It was my turn. Y'all can read the chat where I asked Dawn to add me to the queue. Then when I went, I can see the chat where I shot, and you put I'm after Jacobus.
I'm asking you guys.
I'm not letting him go. It's my turn.
Listen, I give a lot of grace, okay? Because of how it went down, I understand both of you guys, right? Stop, because you're fucking noise trolling, and you're not going next. You already went. And so, I know, Concrete, you put your name in the queue, right?
I called after Jacobus. I called after Jacobus.
I got 5 people went before me. That's funny.
I called after Jacobus.
It's funny.
Please let me go.
I put in the chat about the shy shot. Me and Concrete in the group. I did not fuck up. Listen, we were both in the group.
Who called after Jacobus?
In the group. Shy and Jacobus were on stage. Nathan and fucking he got me, Concrete, in the fucking group. Shy was talking, and I put in the chat, I'm after Shy. And this nigga, Concrete, gonna say I'm after Jacobus.
You gotta do it.
In the fucking group. So it's my turn. You can read the fucking chat. And you're trying to be fucking petty because you're trying to get a rise out of me for no reason. And it's my turn. It's my turn. You're being weird. You're being weird. It's my turn.
It's a soft queue. Lion, Dominic, Eric, Concrete.
Thank you.
That's your time.
Keep scrolling. Before that.
That's why she's angry. Because she asked before.
Keep scrolling up. Keep scrolling up.
I see.
What do you please read it?
I thought
before Concrete even put himself in that queue, Caroline said, I asked to be in this queue.
And I added Dawn.
Yeah, what does that have to do with her being in the queue?
Right.
Before you added yourself in the queue, she already asked to be in the queue.
Thank you.
Yeah, what does that have to do with
Thank you. And you guys cleared up. Y'all doing this and be weird towards me for no reason. Like, this is so weird.
Instead of saying,
the other mods.
Hold on.
Because they want to see
Instead of her saying, put me in the queue.
About this?
Hold on. Nate, this is your fault. Come on. Let me lay my place.
This is so hard.
You know what I said? I said, no, I'm moving down. Tell me who's next in the queue.
I called after the COVID.
Look. This is
Can I respond?
Before that, even scroll up more. It says in the chat. It says Lion, Dominic, Eric, Guava.
Thank you. Let Dawn tell the story then.
One second. So look, they was going for a while. I came back, they was going, so I moved them both down. I said, Dawn. She said, Nathan, there's no queue. So I was like, okay, since there's no queue, I just picked two people to speak. It was the first person that came up on I put on no hand raising. The first person that came up was Concrete. And then he showed up, so I left.
Wait, no.
Don't forget what I said, Nate. Don't forget what I said.
I gotta apologize.
What did I say when I came up, Nate?
I gotta apologize to Concrete. So I just scrolled up a little more. Right after, hold on. Right after Dawn said that, immediately after that soft queue, quote unquote, she said, "Add me to the queue."
Thank you.
I scrolled all the way up.
Thank you.
No, Nathan, you missed. Can I please say something? I'm not picking this out.
One day.
What did I say when I came off mute? No, you gotta adjudicate, Nate. Come on, bro.
Yeah.
All right.
What did I say when I came off mute?
Because what?
There was no queue. There was no queue, and I said no one's calling.
Adjudicate.
Sorry, Thea, PTR.
Listen,
I see where she asked to be in the queue.
One second. When I asked Dawn.
Go ahead, Nate.
I don't understand why y'all going so hard for me.
Come on, stop muting us.
Wait, you can mute us, we can't mute him?
Can I please say something? I just want
Let Nate adjudicate.
I'm going after Nathan.
What's up? When I moved both Concrete and Whopper down, right? I told Dawn, because she's the one who was responsible for the queue. Dawn, bring up the person that is next to go in the queue. Dawn told me there is no queue, Nathan. So even if you pull up a thing, Dawn said she didn't make a queue.
Can I please go next? Can I please go next?
If you want to be fair, if Dawn said there's no queue, you can't go in the chat and say, "Oh, this person's next in the queue."
No, can I please? Why y'all don't want me to talk? Nathan, you being weird. I don't understand why I can't talk. So, first of all, I was not by my phone. When you said that there was no queue, I was not.
Well, you said you never said you was in the queue.
Whose goal is it, Nate?
Jacoby's still down.
Whose goal is it, Nate?
Excuse me, please go, please. When
Y'all gotta go to Dawn.
I don't care about that. I don't care. Nathan, you came into the conversation. You made sunshine in the conversation.
I wrote it in the
Can I please finish? Please let me talk. Can y'all please let me talk? Can y'all please let me talk? Can y'all please let me talk?
I said it on stage.
Concrete has been talking just for his dick in, and I just simply wanted to talk. This is all weird.
Because I know it's going to come down to that, and Judge Judicator, I've been asking him to let her go.
I wrote it.
Writing it in the chat because she asked before him in the chat.
So he's gonna go home.
Yes. So I
I wrote it in the chat and I said it on stage.
That's a lie.
I called out the code.
That's a lie.
I wrote it in the chat and I said it on stage. I'm not
Y'all being so weird to me, and I don't understand what this is about. But even when Nathan told Sunshine that she can go, while me and fucking Concrete was in the room, I said in the chat, I'm saying Sunshine.
I wrote it in the chat.
You look in the chat, even before you wrote that in the chat, I wrote before you that I'm after Sunshine in the chat. I don't even know why that ain't dropping.
I said it on stage. I wrote it in the chat.
Like, it's weird to me now. It's weird.
Point of moderation. I think it should be fair. The person who's controlling.
Look in the chat. Look in the chat, Nathan.
Listen, I hear you. I got you fucking done.
Yes.
So I'm saying yes because it's
Okay, that's what she said.
Can I finish? Be quiet. That's it. Be quiet. I was supposed to start cooking a fucking hour ago. Listen, right? And no calling and no fucking queue, right? But because you guys started writing it and because you guys started a queue, right? We were forgetting about that and we were gonna start the fucking popcorn. But because you guys can't figure it out now, we have to go back and refer to the fucking chat because you guys aren't gracious enough to figure it out for yourselves based upon the fucking chat. Yes, it's on Guava.
How's it on Guava?
Okay, so can you please drop that? Please drop Concrete because he's not gonna let me talk. He's not gonna let me talk. And you said it's up to Dawn, and Dawn said it's my turn. So shoot him.
Wait, what happened?
It's my turn.
In the chat. Yes.
I put my name in the queue. She didn't put her name in the queue.
All y'all gotta do is drop.
To be in the queue first.
What does that have to do with it?
You said it was my turn. Why y'all even gonna
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
I'm in the queue, so you were.
Didn't you tell us to write our names in the queue? Didn't you tell us to write our name in the queue?
That's how I show favor.
Didn't you tell us to write our name in the
Back
queue?
and forth with him during my turn.
Did you tell us to write our name in the queue?
Just do
Did you write my name in the queue?
Goddamn idiots. Whether you asked or you put your name in the queue, be still.
You said put it in the queue. Put your name in the queue. Don't ask you. Put your name in the queue. You said put your name because she had put her. Because she had
You made the decision. Just why Concrete?
Because she
made the decision. You just dropped this thing. My turn.
Did she do it?
All you gotta do is drop it. I'm in the queue, my turn.
I put my name in the queue.
It's my turn.
I put my name in the queue.
It's my turn. You're not gonna do it.
Somebody else, y'all.
Just drop it.
My name in the
queue. I followed the rules.
Y'all would rather argue with the man than allow me to finish. I could have been finished an hour ago, bro.
Oh, so
but y'all let this
someone finally did it. Someone finally did it. Wow.
What the fuck? I had this fucking fight for
my name in the queue.
My God.
My name in the queue.
Oh my God.
She could put her name in the queue.
My
she didn't put her name in the queue. Why are you honoring her yes and putting it in the queue?
So y'all bring the nigga back up.
There's men in the queue. And then you said, you said nobody in the room. And then I said, I'm going to
sleep.
And then you said,
this is a 40-year-old man screaming and yelling because the bitch he couldn't fuck on the internet is going to for him.
All right, Nathan and Knowledge. Nathan and Knowledge, this is on you.
No, you can't keep doing this.
Now it's on you because I already explained myself and all of that.
No, you're bullshit. This is putting my name in the queue like you requested. How many times did you tell me to put my name in the queue?
So I'm not allowed to speak.
How many times
I'm not allowed to
put my name in the queue?
I'm not allowed to speak. I'm not allowed to speak. All of this happened after the man done. I would have been done my submission. So can we please drop these niggas to the go? Can we please drop these niggas to the go? It's my turn. Like, this is crazy. It's Jacobus Tom dropped that nigga too. And I'm losing my voice. This is crazy. This is fucking crazy. And I'm going to take my time to first talk about the inconsistency in this room, and then I'm going to get to my point. First of all, I came here peacefully. I didn't fucking overtalk nobody. I didn't jump nobody. Nothing. I was away from my phone, Dawn, is what I was trying to get through to the fucking room. But for some reason, this is Attack Guava Day. Said there wasn't a queue. I stepped away from my phone and I got to my phone as fast as I could because I wanted to include myself in the soft queue. That's why I said, Dawn, can you add me to the queue because I'm doing shit. I'm not sitting waiting by my phone, twiddling my fingers to be added to a fucking queue. That's why I asked you. Immediately afterwards, Concrete copies intentionally, y'all can tell it's intentionally, because this faggot, right, wanted to scream with a fucking bitch on a walkie-talkie for a fucking hour now, right? This nigga intentionally saw my comment in the chat, and paste his name after I requested it to be added to the queue. So when it was time for Eric to be done speaking, I understand, Dawn, that it was popcorn. At that time, I was dropping niggas that was going to say something while they're going to soft queue, which is why I didn't say anything, right? That's why I communicated in the chat. So this fat fucking nasty fucking piece of shit decided to come off mic and say, I'm after Eric. After I put in the fucking chat that I said I was going to go, right? So then, fast forward, Nathan comes in half-ass to the situation. Here's me and Concrete crashing out on each other. Then he picks a side, right? He drops both of us to the goo. Then this nigga decides to make a queue, which is weird. That goes against what you were saying, Dawn, that was not supposed to fucking happen. So then he randomly picked Shy to go. Shy goes. Mind you, me and Concrete are in the goo at this time. I put in the chat, I'm after Shy. Shy's done talking. Nathan then randomly picks the dick sucker from the Bronx with the fucking weird fucking leprosy in 2026, Jacobus, to go immediately afterwards. Then Concrete then puts in the chat, I'm after Jacobus. So if we were on stage, technically, if I put him after Shy, I would have went any fucking way. But the bigger question or the bigger point of this whole thing is that for some odd reason, y'all want to be weird towards me. Y'all moderation, y'all not on one accord. Dawn, I'm not gonna lie, I respect your quote unquote queue.
then it's popcorn. But y'all made exceptions. Even when I was a moderator, y'all made exceptions after the chat says popcorn. Y'all made exceptions. As a matter of fact, people will erase the popcorn and still add themselves. I mean, I ain't been around for 3 months, so I don't know what the fuck the new rules are, because y'all change them like fucking tampons in this fucking room. But it's the inconsistency for me. I have a theory as to why I believe that all of a sudden y'all want to attack Guava today, because I've been putting belted ass on these bitches in this fucking room, right? I came in here yesterday with an actual conversation. The conversation was flowing. We were having a good time, right? When I'm participating and actually being nice to you fucking dick-sucking ass bitches and niggas, right? Y'all take advantage of my kindness. But then when I pack y'all the fuck up, it's a problem, right? I'm the bad guy. I'm evil. The big three is evil. Shy is evil. Jinx is evil. But I'm coming in here respecting the rules, respecting the queue, respecting the people in this fucking room, regardless of the relationships. Well, this ain't really, this ain't real. I'm talking about meta clubhouse relationships that I have with people on a walkie-talkie app. And then y'all let this pussy ass nigga who's been plotting and poking a bear, trying to agitate Guava because it makes his dick hard. That's the only thing that makes his dick hard, because he probably is on fucking Viagra. Matter of fact, he probably isn't on Viagra, right? Because he has to choose between putting gas in his fucking car or taking the blue pill to make his dick stand up so he can feel good about himself. Because nobody wants to fuck on that fat piece of fucking lard that look like CeeLo mixed with Cedric the Entertainer. And I wanted to go back to the initial thing that Nathan said from earlier, which was, right, he was trying to pin my friends against me, which will never fucking happen, right? This nigga wanted to talk about, mothers, friend groups should honor and look up to the mothers inside of their friend group because they're nurturers and blah, 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 blah. At the end of the day, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, right? Nathan thinks the divide and conquer thing is going to work. It'll never fucking work. Not for the big three. Ain't no fucking teeth in the concrete that lives in the fucking, or born and raised in the Bahamas is going to come between me and my bitches, right? Because he also trying to get his dick hard, right? It's not going to happen. It's not going to work. And I wanted to share some lyrics before I give my fucking submission to Big Mama ass fucking no Wi-Fi internet in his motherfucking house, so he gotta go to Starbucks and fucking hack motherfucking Starbucks and donut so that he can fake pretend that he has a fucking job and spend hours on instilling their motherfucking internet so that he can pretend, because if he doesn't pretend, he's gonna fucking commit suicide, because the reality is he's a fucking loser. It's only fucking 40-year-old fucking little dick, big belly, bald-headed fucking orangutans like concrete will argue with a bitch for an hour about saying it's my turn, right? So, these are the lyrics that I wanted to share with you all, and then I will give my submission to whomever, right? Again, this could have happened an hour ago, but now my fucking neighbors are thinking, who the fuck is Guava packing up in her fucking crib? But I hate that they had to hear me that way, but they'll do it, right? Because I can scream in my shit. Now, I wanted to share lyrics. Let me look it up real quick. Here's the lyrics. Nicki Minaj. I know exactly which one it is, too. And I'm a PTR, too. So, in the words of Queen Nicki Minaj, is this it? Wait, is this it? No, this ain't the one. Hold on. Is this it right here? Okay, here it is. Okay. This is called I'm a Boss Ass Bitch by Nicki Minaj. And it reads like this. Yo, I employ these niggas.
They be grown men, but I little boy these niggas. Want the cookie, so I got a Chips Ahoy these niggas. But I never iPhone Android these niggas. Use rubbers with them. I don't never raw these niggas. More money than them. I'ma son all these niggas. I ain't shopping, but it's like I gotta store these niggas. Put them on time out and never call these niggas. Yeah? And then let me scroll down. Oh man, slow down. I'm gonna give you something that you can hold down, but I can't give you that. I'm too ill for that. I'm gonna make a movie, still kill Bill for that. Cause what the fuck, this ain't Chanel, nigga, custom down. What the fuck, I ain't smoking hot, bust me down. You the same clown nigga that was running me down. Now you all up in the sauce cause you wanna be down. Rule number 1 to be a boss ass bitch. Never let a clown nigga try to play you. If he plays you, then rule number 2, fuck his best friends and make them yes men. And send a dick pic and then you press send. And send that red heart and send the kissy face and tell them how his friends, how they love how your pussy tastes. And that's rule 3. I'm the school tea. My wrist look like I am a jewel thief. But that's cause I am a boss bitch and macaroni cheese and grill my swordfish. Niggas. Okay? That goes to who it goes to. And I don't give a fuck, but I do give a damn. And that's all for now. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Matthew Carolyn, all right. Put it in the chat. I got receipts. So what we clearly see is a failure of leadership, made left, knowledge fucked up and failed, Don failed. It's really simple. She admitted to all of her wrongdoings. She admitted to all of her mistakes. And she thinks that even though she made a mistake because she has a vagina, her mistakes should be like ignored, right? And that's unfortunate because that is a delusional mindset that makes somebody ill-equipped for reality. And we can clearly see that in play world, niggas take this shit, bitterly serious. And so we know that in much of reality, or much so in reality, they're probably behaving in the same way. I'm a woman. I got a vagina. Excuse me, but don't excuse me because I asked to be excused. Excuse me because I'm entitled. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Anyway, if anybody wants to know the real sequence of events, obviously we don't look at everything for 2.5 hours long. I don't know. It's weird. Anyway, she knew that you can cut and paste the list and put her name, right? She can't claim ignorance because she said niggas cut and paste the list and remove popcorn and put their name. Did she do that? No, she did not. Why not? Because obviously she wasn't thinking, right? So she said, put me in the queue. She didn't put herself in the queue. She just typed, put me in the queue. Okay, cool. I didn't see that shit. But I cut and paste the queue because I wasn't looking for her fucking comments. I was looking for the queue. Because what you do is you look for the queue, you see you find the last queue, you cut it, you paste it, you put your name. That's typically how we do it. She knows it, she admitted it, she said it, right? So she could have easily done the same fucking thing. Did she? No, she didn't. Okay, so is it on me that I didn't see her fucking shit? Don didn't probably see her shit. Don didn't add her to the queue. I added myself to the queue. And then she wants to get mad at me? This is something that we call, ambiguous situation. Who knows what to do? You need somebody who is strong, capable, honest, decent to adjudicate the issue. That's when Don or anybody else can easily say, I see your intent, but then there is this technical procedure that we engage in. So does intent supersede procedure, or does procedure supersede intent? That's where people like Eric and Finley and Oleg, they come in, where there's an interpretation of the law, right? There's an interpretation of the circumstances. And then we could put yourself in the queue. Who's correct? And that's where we have good adjudication. And that's when we don't let, just keep it cool. We don't let people decide amongst themselves, because you can clearly see that they have other contributing factors that might be diminishing their objectivity, diminishing their emotional stability, or just clouding their vision, right? But guess what? Irrespective of, add me to the queue, concrete cut and paste into the queue, Dawn said that she wanted to get in the queue. It doesn't matter that I cut and paste my name in the queue, because Dawn said no fucking queue, right? So now we move on to fucking stage 2. Pay attention, knowledge. So stage 2 is no queue popcorn. But here's the problem. Lawmaker said no popcorn, no calling, or no queue, no calling, right? So now that means nobody has fucking exclusivity in the next words that are uttered, right? It's nobody's. But guess what? That doesn't make any fucking sense, Don. You know why? Because now who speaks and now we just, I think Knowledge tried to step in. He is so fucking woman whipped that, obviously he was biased, right? He's woman whipped. That's not insinuating anything lascivious. That is just saying that he has a bias towards women. They have a bias towards women in context, but in a social, platonic context, no such thing should, because it doesn't lend towards stability of the order. And this is so dumb. Anyway, so Don says no queue, no fucking calling. How the fuck did this dumb now have some sort of entitlement? How does this person now feel entitled when Don fucking dissolved the queue? Don said nobody's allowed to call. But guess what? Even with that dumbass rule, who called after Eric? I did. Did she call after Eric? No. Okay, cool. Also, we got both kicked down because of Nate. Entertainment purposes only. She calls, I'm after Shy. Guess what? Jacobus was already given precedence in the conversation in terms of who gets to speak. And then Nate had to correct himself because Shy said, no. I called before Jacobus, which means that there is still a queue in fucking effect, right? Even though Don is saying no queue. So, since the queue's still in an effect, in some kind of de facto way, or is it de jure de facto? De facto, right? In a de facto way, that means we're still abiding by the queue. So, guess what? I'm after. So when she says I'm after Caroline, guess what? When Caroline says I'm after Shy, guess what? That's another fuck up. You're fucked up. Anyway, so after that fuck up, I did say I'm after Jacobus. So guess what? Jacobus goes, and then I get on stage, and I say, while she's crying or whatever the fuck, protesting, I say, I'm after Jacobus. So not only is it written, it's verbal, right? And so after this written declaration and a verbal declaration, this fucking motherfucker still want to claim some sort of entitlement on a non-Q fucking list. No Q, right? How the fuck do you get entitled to no Q? So, in every way, shape, or form, this is a nonsensical fucking experience of a bunch of entertaining ass niggas. A lot of entertainment. But I hope that y'all can I hope that you really don't conduct yourselves like this and for real, get the entitlement to go. And yet we have Don giving her the fucking adjudication. Nate failing to one. When he is obviously woman whooped, which is a fucking weakness. And I don't know why. Anyway, all right.
I thought it was whipped.
I'm at the Eric. Just tell him at the Eric.
Put it in the chat. I put it in the chat.
Right to Caroline.
Put me in the queue.
Nigga, shut up. I'm at the Eric.
Don't worry about it.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie.
I'm at the Eric. What do you mean? I called it the Q.
Eric, where's it at?
The Q, dog.
Wow.
I'm at the Eric.
Do the right thing.
Want to say?
Who's talking about? I'm at the Eric.
No, you're not. I'm at the Eric.
I think Caroline's gonna win.
Can
Can I just say something real quick, Eric?
No, your turn is over.
No.
Eric, let me say something.
Just so back to the queue.
Eric, let me say something real quick before you go.
I'm gonna just say that. No Q.
5 seconds. Hey, Eric, all of this is you. Eric, all of this is you and Mike's fault for fucking coercing Don into no Q. That's where it really fucking started. She got all fucking frazzled and confused because you niggas started that damn campaign. Thank you.
So I'll be fast, man.
Hold on, no.
There ain't no Q.
It's my
Ain't no Q
turn.
on the chat.
No.
So I'll be fast, bro.
I already called it.
Alright, so I'm just gonna say this.
Alright, look, don't let me die.
There's something.
Don't let me do it.
Just something about the way she moves.
Anyways.
I can't figure it out. It's something about her.
Hold on, I got something for you.
Say, ooh, there's something.
This dude want to read lyrics.
Kind of woman.
Damn, this nigga Eric want to get a belt.
But don't.
Oh shit! Did you go get a
I
belt?
can't figure it
Lady,
out.
you mind busy right now.
I'm saying, bro.
She walks like the boss. Acts like the
I
boss.
didn't do this damn money.
Attitude there.
It's so serving, bro.
I
let him
You know
know.
what she does?
I let him know.
What's effortless?
Wait, you and Eric go. You said right now?
Go ahead, Eric. It's just crazy, bro. He on some other shit.
Why you do this to country when you get at it?
Because he know he can't out fucking yell and scream and baboon that nigga.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fight back like that, bro. I know you like the booty wrestle with concrete. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not.
I put the Q in the chat. I'm at the Eric.
And then you say,
You remember when it was supposed to be my turn?
I remember that shit.
No. Look, you had another turn after that, and I didn't. Alright, look.
I'm trying to go.
Alright.
So is Caroline after Eric?
So,
Yes, it's in the
who
chat.
was it?
We gotta ask Thea. Yo, Thea, who's next?
No. Please don't ask her.
I was about to message my Thea like, yo, not too much.
Alright, so I just want to say, Concrete's partially right. It is me and press Don on the queue is because when me and Mike made the objection about ending the queue, she will put a battery at Don's back and said, "Nah, Don, it's your queue. Fuck what they saying." And she told me to go.
This isn't funny.
I was like, what was the dude's name on Friday when they were talking about Devo? I was him. I'm gonna go on mute. But like, I'm make sure I add myself on the queue before I go on mute. And that's exactly what I did. So now we have to go on this long journey here because one person got manipulated. And it's crazy how we let that go on for so long. I want to say, Don, you have to get in Nathan's ass, literally. The fact that he left you there, and Knowledge, and Nate left you there by yourself. And Nate came in the room and acted like he was going to adjudicate the situation. Move both of them down and then left and brought them back up. How you going to bring them back up and leave the room and left you there? That was some crazy stuff, bro.
Oh, I wasn't by myself. Hannah and Owen were there.
A cop is like that one security guard that always sleeps on a job. Like he's not really that useful. Oleg, he's like the sixth man on the squad. You know, he's there and in the case of emergency. So I can't really blame Oleg, but you know, those two, they're not really there. So it's kind of long, bro. I don't know. It took us that long to adjudicate. It was funny. You had Jacobus laughing and screaming in the background. It was funny. But an hour, bro, it's crazy. And I want to say, Lion, it's funny that you kept that PTR. That is hilarious. That you, like, what made you take like a screenshot of that PTR, bro? That shit's crazy, bro. You gonna hold on to that. What else did I want to say? It's so long, bro. Hours already.
it'll come back to me. Go ahead, yeah.
All right, it's my turn. So, a couple things. You know, I understand that when you are a pioneer and a visionary, you set the particular, also known as most influential, also known as the main character. That carries a level of weight to it, right? Because what I do impacts those that come after me. And so I know, because I've been in a position twice.
And those that support you, too.
That's right. And being I was transitioning from Guava to Carolyn, right? I understand that when it comes to business, right, you always hire your most qualified candidates to do the job, right? But what happens is in business, when the workers that work under you or work, they tend to revolt, they tend to fight back, they tend to become insubordinate as a cry out for either leaving the contract, not wanting to do the work, or simply to go on strike. And that's what I did my last time as a moderator. But what I now see, right, as no longer being a moderator for Chillism, right, I noticed that there has been a decline in the quality of moderation and moderators. And here's how I know why, right? Because it is almost, at this point, it's about 12 of y'all that rotates the moderation. And it takes 12 of y'all to quote unquote effectively moderate a space that don't bring in topic that'll bring people into the room, not because they fuck with Chillism, but because they want to hear about the topic at hand. Because we all know that, you know, Chillism has a reputation of losing quality people, both mods and audience and stage members. Lack of moderation, good moderation, particularly, right? And y'all know me, I'm not afraid to call names. The first incident happened with She-Wolf. She-Wolf saw an opportunity, right? Because for the past 3 months, y'all been gassing her up to think that she made me leave Chillism, right? And so she was, you know, basking in that glory, right? Sorry, by going with the illusion or delusion that she packed me up. So she kept poking the bear. And even when the OG moderators told her to chill, she refused. She wanted a fight. And not only did she, right? Boom. Moving forward, that's one thing that y'all let go, right? And the only reason why y'all let that shit go, because y'all thought that bitch was going to pack me up. And y'all had another thing coming. That's the first problem. Instead of moving the conversation along, instead of let's actually dialogue. No, y'all want to see the chaos and drama. But if y'all would have bet it that night, y'all would have lost y'all fucking money. Right? Moving right along. So now we fast forward. We had a good day yesterday. It was a good conversation, blah, 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 blah. Not too much on that. Now we're here today. I'm an active participant in listening to the conversation, a repeat of who's the best Christian in the world, Craig. I'm listening. I'm trying to hear what's going on, yada, 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 boom, boom, boom. I asked to be added to the queue because I'm moving around. I'm doing things. I kept getting phone calls. I got a life outside of this shit. I follow the rules. And I'm sorry, Dawn. I have to give you feedback on today. One thing about being a moderator, in general, you cannot let people bully you out of your position. If you make a decision, stand on it. Whether it's me, Concrete, anybody, stand on that shit. Right? Because at the end of the day, you see that the other OG mods, they're fickle. They like the chaos. They like the drama. They like the this. They like the that. So much so that now you got to freaking rub your husband's feet because you forgot. It's interfering with you on hubby time. Nah, fuck
while other moms sit back and sip on their tea and chill, kick their feet back, and you about to pop a fucking blood vessel over this shit, it's not worth it, baby girl. It's not worth it. Right? You got other vanity minds that just sits there because of whatever quote-unquote loyalty or compliance that they have to fucking Nathan and knowledge, right? Because, they're real big on loyalty, right? So they say, hey, we're going to give you a golden star because you're compliant. You don't yell. You don't scream at us. So let's give you an honorary vanity mind. And then the wound gets small. It's like, I got other things to do in my life. Let me just go ahead and put gonorrhea butthole at one of these fucking desperate ass niggas. That's how it goes in here, right? But what should have never happened is for this fucking baboon who has been obsessed with me since the first pack up that I had on this nigga. Do y'all know that over the past 3 years, I probably packed up concrete over 70 times? And instead of just being honorable, and I'm talking to you, Dawn, right? You could have just nipped the bud and said, hey, right, this is something that was inconsistent before I even asked to be added to the queue. That's what Eric was talking about, right? Make decisions y'all couldn't fucking make as moderators. Not cool. And lastly, I'll land here, right? I come back into this space because my girlies in here, my baby girls, they are my world, right? They come up in here, I'm like, I miss my girlies. They in here, I'm like, oh, fuck, I gotta deal with these idiots, but I love my baby girls, and they in here, and I want to be around my baby girls. But the motherfucking autism, fucking redundancy, the retardation that comes in this room, I'm not having it this time around. I'm going to pack every last one of you motherfuckers fart in them drawers. Every time is the war against me. Because it is reflective and it is symbolic for the actuality that he has to face in real life. Women controlling his narrative. So he doesn't even like it when this, and y'all probably heard me say this before, but it's one of my favorite poems. It's called Looking Ass Nigga by Nicki Minaj. It's like this. Look, smoking ass niggas. After every pull, niggas start choking ass niggas. Look at y'all bitch ass niggas. Stop lying on your dick ass niggas. Look at y'all niggas. Stop looking at my ass niggas. Look at y'all lying ass niggas. Talking about it's paid off, but it's financed. Lying ass nigga. Bunch of non-mobile ass niggas. Fronting like they got a plan boost mobile ass niggas. Look at y'all can't get a job, so you plotting how to rob ass niggas. I ain't got a check for y'all, but if I'm a check for y'all, look at this pic. What the fuck did I give to you niggas? I'm not feeling these niggas. Niggas on my time call me Clinton. I'm feeling these niggas. Fuck is we talking about? And lastly, look at y'all sharing one bottle in the club, one bottle for bub ass niggas. Look at y'all not having game ass niggas. Y'all niggas wear the same chain ass niggas. Same cup in the hand ass nigga. In the club with a credit card scam ass nigga. No dick in the pants ass nigga. I'll be damned if I fuck a non-man ass nigga. Talking over me while it's my turn.
That's your girl. What the?
Oh, sorry. No. I'm not looking at my phone. So no, don't pipe it. Okay, that's my girl. That's my big work. I thought that was fucking concrete. Where was I at? I would never fucking non-man ass nigga. I would never lie. I don't care if that nigga flew me and my bitches all the way out to Dubai. Pussy, you try. Pussy ass nigga, you lie. Pussy ass nigga, you high. Bitch, I'm me. Art on the wall by ski. Fuck who see. Look at you fake dope dealers. No real niggas who be moving weight in the villas. Talk about keys, say skis in his van, but he really moves Grammy in his fucking app and talk shit and our motherfucking has-beens and Mr. Me Too ass niggas. And I don't care, I'm gonna fight every single fucking day while I'm in this motherfucking room because I'm doing it for bitches like me, for women like Jinx, And for fucking women like motherfucking Shasha, for women like motherfucking Alaska, I'm doing it for motherfucking Ashley. I'm doing it for motherfucking women in this motherfucking room who hold this shit down all the fucking time while y'all clown ass niggas ape out all motherfucking day. That's what I'm doing it for. And I land here.
Straight facts.
Thank you. So Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. All right, thank you, guys. Well, I was next. Thank you. Hey, nice to see you again, James.
Is that the most turn talking?
Yeah.
Interrupted me? Oh my God.
Nigga, what you want to do? This nigga barely be losing all the time and claim that he's getting the win.
That's just funny, bro. I just want to defer my time in concrete. I think he should be able to speak his mind. Thank you very much.
All right.
What's up, Jake? It's very clear that the queue was dissolved by Don. So while you might have said adding to the queue, you could have cut and paste your name. I put my name in the queue. So obviously that's like an ambiguous situation, right? Don should have adjudicated, but guess what? There's nothing to adjudicate if Don got rid of the queue and said the queue doesn't exist, right? So she want to still be mad at me. But what we can always do, and it's crazy that she wants this fighting posture after all. What y'all don't know about Carolyn, she actually hates this about herself. I don't know if anybody else noticed it, which is why she's been taking hiatuses since she's been on the app, changing her name. And what's so crazy is obviously these different names represent, like, I guess, a different side that she wants to, present to the world, right? I wouldn't call it schizophrenic. I would call it something maybe ambitious, right? Or, hopeful of, turning over a new leaf. I think that's what's happening with all the name changes. And as you could clearly see when she refers to the name changes, she's using those name changes as different, moments in her experience here on Clubhouse, right? And we can clearly see when she gets back, not this one to get into the shit. She's trying to restrain herself from her negristic ways that she is, prone to get engaged in, right? But on this herself, right? And that's what we gotta do is we gotta encourage her to lean into her better self, which is why you can't, even though she, man, it's so crazy. I don't know if people understand this. Even when they ask for it, don't give it to them because they really don't like yourself. You want to encourage her lower self. That right there is just a sign of somebody who doesn't give a fuck about somebody, right? Because when you see your homie smoking crack, you see your homie like doing all kind of washing. Don't tell them keep doing it. I don't know if people haven't noticed that pattern yet. I've noticed it a long time ago. That's why I don't try to get in too much with this woman because I know she doesn't. I'm sure everybody else has noticed it. Jazzy, she'll have her moments of relapse, but she's matured and she's found in the room. Yes, again, moments of relapse, being an asshole, going too far. Same thing with Shasha. Shasha is actually the one that seems to, and I will even give it to Jinx. Shasha and Jinx have matured, I was pretty much the most, right? Jinx just got back. We're glad to see her shine in the midst of all the bullshit. She still keeps her composure. And we still got one of the big three that's still holding on to this fucking persona, right? And niggas is encouraging it. Niggas is booty clapping for her. But she doesn't like it. She doesn't like it about herself. I hope that if you look at the data, maybe you don't believe me, look at the data. Why else would somebody leave, right? A space that they enjoy participating in, conversing with different eclectic people, and on and on and on. And like she said, her girls are here. Why would somebody leave that environment? Because they can't handle the situation, right? And what is the situation? She gets to this fucking point where it's just all crash out all day long. And niggas like fucking, I hate to say it, Legend Nate, they fucking encourage her to crash out. It's like, goddamn, she don't really like that shit. You would think that you would have. I don't know. It is what it is. It is what it is. But anyway, people want to paint me to be the bad guy. But look, y'all haven't identified villains yet. Well, let me not say that. Some people haven't been able to identify villains yet. The villains are the ones who are prodded self. The ones are the ones who either leave you alone or they encourage your higher self. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. It's weird. This is focused. They're trying to graduate and get a fucking career. And then when you're at work, you can't encourage people's lower self because that'll get you fired. So that type of behavior, how to fucking stand up, and keep her composure, she's gonna have to keep fucking learning the lessons. And I don't know why her friends would encourage her low fucking vibrational behavior. If you know her and you're her friend and you care about her, you wouldn't encourage her to engage in that. You wouldn't booty clap for her. And that's the shot and jigs. Whatever. At some point, somebody got to do some fucking self-reflection and you got to do the work. You can't just fucking have the world conform to you so you don't fucking become a crash test dummy. You have to do the work to not be a crash test dummy. I don't know. We know that type of maturity is beneficial to you and everybody else around you. Obviously, this is play world. And if this is how you act in play world, I think you don't have the coping mechanisms to deal with the real world. So you probably got to stay high or drunk or fucking lie to yourself. I don't know. It's weird. But I don't have no beef with you. I hope the best for you. There was a misunderstanding about the cue because I didn't read that you wanted to be in there. But guess what? That misunderstanding aside, we still had other ways that you could have corrected it, right? When it got pushed down, the cue was over. The cue was no longer part of the situation. But yet you wanted to use it because you thought that was going to give you leverage. Everybody else that you're wiping the circumstances. You don't want circumstances. You want to try to get leverage from wherever you can. And that's some opportunistic bullshit. Yeah, man. These are the techniques. Anyway, I'm going to leave it out. All right.
And this is the last thing I'm going to say about this, and I would prefer y'all niggas talk about who's the better Christian or not in chillism. I know that everybody has a general understanding of what a devil is. Adversary, the accuser, Satan, Lucifer, Decepticon, all of the things that you think about when you think of the devil, right? And one thing I do, that in a snap of a moment, you could forget that concrete spent an hour crashing the fuck out with me for 1 hour straight over a fucking cue, right? But then he would try to, in a devilish way, manipulate the room as if it was my doings. My doings. I'm the reason, right? Remember we talked about the synonyms of a devil? An accuser. He accused me of being the disruptive one when there's clear documented evidence in the chat that I was following the rules. But again, because he has his own ulterior motives towards me, he wants to convince the room that I am this like disruptor and I go on these hiatus. One who was turning up your radio, yelling and screaming, kicking, acting a fool, acting like the fucking exhibit A in my motherfucking PTR. Screaming, yelling, kicking, the whole nine, right? That was you. So it's kind of weird that you're like painting this narrative, and every time I actually do come back from my fucking hiatus, which you're trying to demonize on me, I encourage everybody in the motherfucking room and on Clubhouse to take hiatuses. You have to be a fucking dead brain, rotten fucking piece of a person if you are on this app every fucking day and you don't take breaks. So you're trying to weaponize that on me? By me taking 3 months, 4 months, 6 months hiatuses off the app, you can never make me feel bad about that. Never. That's actually healthy. The unhealthy aspect of it is you motherfuckers that stay on this shit every motherfucking day talking about the same topics, the same argumentation, and no growth. Okay? I noticed that only in this room alone, that it is actually counterproductive for me when I come back in this space and I allow fucking idiots like Concrete who gets a rise, because you know the devil loves misery, gets a rise out of trying to make somebody who is trying to actually participate in a conversation and try to have them revert back into being packed up or crashing out because they enjoy it. They love it. It's kind of like a dominatrix, right? And no pun intended, there's actually a dominatrix that's in this motherfucking chillism space. But that's neither here nor there, right? I'm not here to satisfy your kinks, Concrete. I come in here because I want to hear the dialogue. That's it. And this is not even a crash out or a backup. This is just genuinely how I feel. I'm not coming in here for you. And every time I come back, you try to make this the Guava versus Concrete show, bro. That shit is played out. We done seen them reruns already, bro. We're tired of that. People are tired of the Guava and Concrete show. My nigga, I told you this before. Just move around me. But what I'm not going to let you do is try to pussy me out of my position. And don't try to sit there and do the she-wolf thing where you like to throw rocks and hide your hands and they cry wolf when somebody fucking calls you out on your bullshit. Stop poking the bear and then get mad when the bear comes and fucking devours and rip you into shreds. We can have the dialogue, have the conversation without you fucking trying to control me like you tried to do yesterday. Guava. You do the Jacobus thing. Y'all do the weird ankle biting bullshit. It is annoying. It's not cute. To some of y'all, that's cute because y'all like the entertainment. But Jacobus is not funny to me. A nigga who has modern day leprosy is not funny to me. What's funny is how he is skin in 2026. Looking like a fucking big chocolate chip cookie. Looking like a motherfucking crater from a motherfucking moon. Oozing and goozing and what the fucking Baltimore people say? His skin is ooming and gooming. Oozing bullshit out of him. That's not like, what the fuck? But then he want to dick eat because y'all allowed it. Let me tell you something. Nathan is like Diddy, right? This nigga loves when other niggas suck his dick. He loves it. I don't know if you ever seen the movies Jeepers Creepers, where the nigga can, like, it's like his nose split open and he inhales the fear. Nathan inhales the dick sucks that come from you niggas. He loves it. He loves it. Knowledge not too much, but Nathan thrives off the dick sucking. So he allows, in trading of the dick sucking, right, Jacobus get a pass to act the motherfucking fool because in exchange, he gets his dick sucked. He gets the praise, right? So it's really annoying when people are actually, and it's okay to like every once in the blue where y'all like to crash out because there are times when Jacobus says some funny shit, at minimum, right? But the ankle biting shit, please, that shit is played out. Concrete, you try to ankle bite to try to get into my nerves, it's played out. It's not gonna work, bro. It's not. It's not gonna work. So I'm gonna land here. I hope that we can get back into the conversation around Christianity and who's considered the Christians of the room, who's not. Talking about philosophy. I like the conversation that y'all been having. Anything beyond the Concrete and Guava show shit, bro. I'm over it. And it's the last thing I'm gonna say on it. Whatever Concrete says, he got it. I don't give a fuck. But I'm gonna let you know this, and I'm gonna let you know this right now, Concrete. If you try me, you already know what it's gonna give. You're not going to out-beat me. You're not going to out-troll me. You're not going to do none of that shit. And that's why you had to turn your fucking radio up and scream to the top of your lungs because you know how I give it up. So yeah, that's all.
Your point of moderation, they removed the grapefruit technique from the gifts. I wanted to put that up when you said blowjob. If you know, you know. If you know, you're a real one. The grapefruit technique. I need less than 45 seconds.
Go ahead.
Yeah, fuck the kids.
Yo, King, you there? What would you do?
I'll probably dap him up. I don't think he's a pedo or a pedo, so I'll probably dap him up. What would you do? What would you do?
You're not consistent. You're not consistent.
What?
That's it. All right. Next person in the queue.
No, hold on. Now, if I thought he was a pedo, that's different.
So
wait, hold on. If you thought someone whose name was minor attractive person for life was a pedo, you would do something different. Okay, all right. Next show. All right, next person in the queue.
all right, so there's no queue. There's no fucking queue, right? Thanks, Eric, and thanks, Eric and I.
Nah, you can't keep staying on your mistakes, Don. You have to. So we were both talking.
No, we were not both talking.
You said there was no fucking cue. You said there was no fucking cue. You can't see, this is the problem. Yes, this is the problem. You're standing on ego. You're standing on ego. You're standing on ego.
God damn.
We both get to talk.
Seriously? Are you really going to do this?
Yes. I'm trying to explain it to you.
For all of that?
I'm going to explain it to you, darling. You
No, you're not going to explain it to me.
Yes, that's your ego. That's your ego. There's no cue. There's no cue. There's no cue. There's no cue. How can you call next and there's no cue, darling?
Because there's no cue.
So how can you call next?
That's the rules you guys established.
Make it make sense, Don.
Because you guys were calling me.
That's a cue. When you say next, that's a cue, Don.
You guys have been calling, so
she can't.
Following
what, Jess, do you see the contradiction? You can't say there's no cue and I'm next.
It's not like you're coming in. Hold on, let me show you. I'm on the logic.
She's talking about her. She said no cues, no calling. She said
no.
Now she's going back to calling. Are you saying you're gonna call it now?
Why are you gonna talk over my explanation?
Are you gonna call it now? Yeah. I know. Because you said no cues, no calling.
Now.
Then you can't call it then.
I'm telling you, when I came back, you guys have been calling in the chat.
The popcorn.
Right? And following that. And you gave no one else a problem.
I don't think you understand it yet. You don't understand it yet.
This is your ego.
This is a failure of communication.
I think it's failure of your ability to give others grace.
I'm after you, Don. How about that?
My submission.
I'm after you. Good job. Even though you said no calling. Good job. Even though you said no calling, I'm after you. Good job. Now what?
I didn't say no calling.
You said no calling, no cue.
Clear, but you guys have been calling, so I'm following that now, right? You can't for an hour start doing something, right? And then I come in and go back on what was done an hour before that with no explanation. I can't expect that. I have to follow what's been happening, right? I have to follow what the fuck is going on in the room, right? And sometimes when we're right or wrong, even when we are in the right, sometimes we have to sit back and say, no, you know what, go ahead, I don't mind. And we take the fucking L sometimes just for the sake of others. Right? But that's a lesson that some people in this room have never ever learned. Somebody's gonna need to do that. I think it's been so long since your parents taught you, and I know they taught you better.
Don, this is on you, Don. This is all your problem. You created this problem.
It's not on me.
Don, you gotta own it.
It's not on me because I'm not the one who failed to give you manners.
You're the one who said that I run the queue. Remember when Nate was trying to talk to you? You said I run the queue. Remember? We're not talking about the crash out, Don. We're talking about the mismanagement of the queue, Don. Don, you gotta own the mismanagement of the queue. It's not about behavior. It's about
yes,
fucking.
It is about
organization. You You are disorganized. You got disorganized, and it's all fucking Eric's fault. Is Eric still here? Eric and fucking Mike. They're the ones that.
You can't control yourself.
You can't tell the truth. You can't tell the fuck.
What do you mean I can't tell the truth?
Do you not know that you're the one who said it's my cue? You're the one who got rid of the fucking written cue and the verbal cue?
In this room.
Do you not know that?
Oh, didn't you hear me? 10 out. I'm next. I'm next. And that's the fucking reason for the beggars. And say, yeah, you know what, just go ahead. Just go ahead.
Yo, Don.
Because what I have to say is not that goddamn important or life-changing. I'm just gonna rap.
No, you gotta, Don, this is a... Don, you could either have a moment where you grow or you can have a moment where you bullshit, right? I hope that you can recognize that when Nate tried to do something, you said, it's my cue. If you talk about it, hold on, Don. Don't fucking cherry pick. Don't cherry pick. You're cherry picking. You're cherry picking. So what happened, Don, is if you basically, hold on, Don. It started with Eric and Mike. Don. It started with Eric and Mike.
You men need the women in your lives, obviously. And here we are. Finally, the nigga left. Thank God. Jesus. You see, there is a God. And he is a good God. He is a faithful God. I'm sorry, Don. That was horrible. Can I ask you a serious question, Don? Why don't you just rock the nigga out? Why do you prefer to go back and forth with him? I'm never gonna hear the end of this. Yeah, to be fair, Don should be petrified of because if she moves him down, he is going to go on the attack. Do you guys remember that lady that got her face ripped apart by a chimpanzee on her fucking backyard, and it was her best friend's chimpanzee, and it just ripped her face to shreds. Yeah, and she ended up looking funny. She survived years, but she ended up dying from complications. That would be Don. But who's going to be the one that stands up, right? Somebody's got to stand up. Someone's got to be a bigger sheep bone than concrete. I'm telling you, to Tally, he did it to Ali, he did it to Melissa, to me, he did it to Pocky, he did it to Dawn. Like, he don't do it to She-Wolf because they are one of the same motherfucking elk. Just start saying, right? He does it to everybody else. She came from the concrete. Thank you. I'm gonna keep talking over. But no, seriously, somebody's got to stand up to him.
You guys act as if you don't do the same when you get.
I elect Samoa.
You guys talk about people's parents. You guys talk about people's children. You guys do all of you guys do the same thing. No one is above that.
Oh my God! You know what I can't stand? What I can't stand is look, you about to get triggered. That's why he said triggered. That's why he forgot when he wasn't a mime. He forgot when he wasn't a mime. He got the Louis syndrome. Had got the Louis syndrome.
No, I've never crossed paths with specific people. It's really shut up.
Did he not crash out on Violet when Violet was a mod? Did he forget about that? Yes, you did.
No, I did.
And you were a moderator during that time.
I did not.
And you were bitching and crying about, it was Violet kicked me out of my position. Because you another dick sucker. Yeah, you got triggered, nigga. You got triggered.
This is your trigger.
Yeah, no, it's talking about morals, though. Nobody was talking about morals, and you brought up morals.
I said you guys do this.
And you done the same thing, too.
You guys
do. You get mad. I put a mirror up. I put a mirror on you.
Concrete does. Just as concrete does.
Yeah, I got that.
You do the same. You do the same.
The
I just wanted to say really quickly, and Eric, you can take that.
Wait, I wasn't fucking done. Did she leave?
Who shot her? Nathan. I said Nathan.
I just thanked you. Right? So I'd like to finish. Fucking finish. Thank you, man. I'd like to finish.
Violet Hart, man. That's strange habit. I'm saying y'all.
Great and Violet. Let's ask Violet. Let's ask Violet.
I was yelling, shoot him. And we were obviously joking.
Bring Violet in here.
Goddamn. I would never yell at him.
You love this, bro.
Let's bring Violet in here. Let's ask her.
Show composure,
Remember, Eric, when you made Violet apologize to Rita? Remember when you made Violet
about to crash out.
I'm not as classless as you.
So then let somebody else.
I'm gonna be classy about it. I'm not fucking done. I'm gonna take my time, just like you did. Come on, take your time. You're going like the child. Does it hurt when a person acts like the child back to you, Eric? Does it hurt? I don't care. I'm not saying you attack me, bro. I'm just shitstorm, right? You inside.
Wait a minute.
There's no cue. Fuck the cue. There's no cue. If there's a cue, I'm gonna read Harry Potter. You didn't do that?
Hold on. Because if you're gonna tell that part of the story, you gotta tell the whole story.
You did it.
Are you gonna tell the whole story?
Oh shit, we got another ankle bite.
Which part do you want me to say? The part where Miss Dawn messed up the
No, not that part. So what led up to me actually, pressing Dawn about the cue was that when me and Mike made the objection about like ending the queue, right? She combated me and she will put a battery in her back and told her to move me down and told me to go on mute. So I was like, all right, I went on mute, right? So if it wasn't for She-Wolf and her pettiness, I wouldn't have said anything. So we would be in this position. And I just want to say,
she does the same thing too.
Quick correction. I'm the only one that hasn't gone as far as y'all niggas. Y'all take this shit too seriously. I only nigga I've ever gone for is that one weird nigga from Alabama or something. I forget his name.
Mountain. No, Kane.
No, not Mountain.
That one.
I did the same with Kane.
Yeah, but other than that,
I sound like this moral high ground that niggas like to land on when all y'all niggas went low in this motherfucking room. Every last one of y'all. Exactly. So I'm not. This is what happens. Hold on. This is what happens. Is y'all get mad when people do it better than y'all. That's when niggas get mad and get upset, right? Like y'all get mad when people do it better than y'all. But every last one of you motherfuckers on stage has crashed out or has broken a quote unquote moral and standards.
I've never
met you crashing out, nigga. You just crashed out the other day. You get big like this soul. That nigga went and got his big mic and was like, who's cut me up? Who cut me up, man, bitch ass nigga?
I have never crashed. That's my perspective.
All I wanted to say.
Oh, sorry, why am I going fucking Jinx?
You ain't no moderator, nigga. The fuck?
I moderate for my friends. Wait, Lion King, you just go first, please, pretty. She really talks.
All I'm really just gonna say is like saying that like we all do the same thing too, that just really discredits the actual situation at hand. I mean, it's like if my mom tells me not to do something and that like tells me, Tyler, don't go out wearing those shorts because guys are gonna look at your butt. And she's done it in the past and she's learned from that. I can't look at her and go, shut up, bitch, you used to do it. No, I can't do that.
You can.
No, you can't do that. It's about the situation at hand, and I feel like trying to say, well, you guys all do it too, and that's the reason why nothing was done today, you're really doing a disservice to the current situation.
You're being a hypocrite.
All right, so look, here's the point. Everyone saw what happened here. We saw this ghetto gagging ass Walmart worker flip out, making all of these accusations earlier. Jumped on me because of my position. He doesn't like me being all passionate about
10 steps backwards.
whatever it is that I'm saying. Then within an hour or so, I leave the room because I actually got real shit to do. I come back and he's flipping. I got the mic over you, Kelly, but that's all this bitch ass nigga wants to do. Then after that, he screams about how Christian he is. And you all, hey, the reason why most of you clown ass niggas, including Nathan's whole ass, can't recognize that what I stated about all you clown ass niggas is true was right here. It played out right in front of you. Was this Christian like what you saw? Was this the behavior of your God? Did your Jesus do any of this shit? The answer will obviously be no. But you want to go. I want to go. No. King is my witness. I forgive concrete all the time. I forgive him. I'm more impressed like that. Doug's turn. Hey, you're all soft, pussy, pantsy, asshole ass, bitch made niggas who got that like real man shit that you scared of because you didn't grow up with it. Because you've been born bitch made, right? So this is the way I talk. It's interpreted as a negative thing. But then when that bitch ass concrete starts coming in here singing with his fat flabby ass, y'all think that this nigga is a Christian. Nigga comes out the mic with this whole closeted gay ass. You think that whole ass nigga is a Christian. These niggas are garbage. Pure, unadulterated, hot, smelly, used common garbage. And you all revere these niggas as if there's something. And it took a woman. I don't know if she's atheist or whatever, but I do know that she doesn't follow any God that I'm aware of. It took that woman to bring this shit out of that whole ass Walmart worker. And instead of you all come together going, hey, wow, maybe she's right. Damn. Or maybe they are right. Or maybe I should do some sort of self-reflection of myself. Because I also behave just like that whole ass nigga concrete does. I do act like I'm the only child. I do act like I'm a grown ass man that needs the attention of a 6-year-old little girl. I do act like that. Maybe I should change my ways. But of course, alas, you won't. You'll continue on being a whole ass niggas that you are. And I'm gonna have to continue to be here to keep pointing this shit out. The sad thing is this. We could have come together right now. This could have been that moment where we came together and we learned and we grew. But instead, we decided to continue pointing fingers at each other. And that's the saddest part about it all. We all know who the real main culprit, and it's not concrete. It's Nathan.
Thank you for disproving your whole point. Yes, let's.
Nathan.
Oh, my God.
Nathan.
Yo, he's onto something. Let him cook.
Nathan.
Man, that nigga phone.
Nathan is the orchestrator of this entire event. He's the reason why
all over the place.
Bottom of the barrel, the low tier, underachieving bastards who couldn't make it in any sport or anything in life come and they come together like Voltron in a room such as this. He's the reason. He's the nasty cum juice that dries overnight and sticks these nasty ass Lego pieces together. It's him. So I'm not. No, let's forgive.
Oh, I thought that was the takeaway. I thought this was. I thought we said the takeaway was Nathan's fault.
Yeah, you're too busy with your shovel in the dirt trying to dig another tunnel. Point out the bad fruit in the bunch and try our best to help these weird ass wayward backward deplorable bitch ass niggas before it's too late.
That was a landing. All right, that was the landing. Yo, I got a question for you,
bro. What you doing?
It's okay. You could go ahead.
Bro, y'all disrespectful, bro. Yeah.
I was the first one to say that.
He said this way before.
Go for it. What did you guys hear say they were at the line first? Come on, go for it. He said go for it. I said I'm at the line, and then someone else said, and then Guapa said that he triggered all you guys. I was the first one to say it.
Listen to me real quick. Just hear me out, and then I'm gonna let you go because he let it go. I got to defend it. Before I even started speaking, when I said I'm after about Oleg said he was after me, but then Lion started speaking, and Oleg was like, I'll go after Lion because Lion skipped him. Right? And if you skip, like, and I'm just saying, you did respectful. And I'm just saying, you skipped them, but it's okay. He gave it to you. Yo, Mark, shut up.
What you saying is irrelevant.
Spell irrelevant.
I had a question for King. I don't know if King's there. If he's not, then.
Yeah, I mean, it was good, bro.
Yo, Kings. Okay. Look, if you lived in a hypothetical world, right? This is a hypothetical world.
Yeah.
Where the law is, if you steal a pencil, okay, not a special pencil, not a very cool pencil, just any pencil.
Yeah, this is
a pencil. You hold all the same beliefs that you do right now. No belief is different. You're the same person, all the same belief, same lifestyles, and everything. If you had a child, okay, and the child grabs a number 2 pencil, whatever, from whatever place, and the authorities knock on your door. The authorities say, King, did your child steal a pencil? And if you answer yes, they get killed. If you answer no, they walk away. There is no punishment. Zero. Absolutely zero. If you say no, they walk away. Nothing happens to nobody. That's all you gotta do. Are you gonna say yes or no?
I'm gonna say no.
Alright, so what if I told you King said I'm gonna say yes, kill him?
Who said that?
Lion said yeah, let's kill him.
Lion's a fucking liar.
He said on everything. He said on everything. I'm not lying. I don't care. I'm saying yes.
Was the example that you gave Lion also about pencils or something more serious?
Yes, pencils.
There's no consequences if they find out that you lied for your son.
No, I said in this scenario, there is zero consequences. Zero, none.
What?
Lion said he still will not lie. He will say, my son stole the pencil.
Well, saying that there's zero consequences.
Hold on, Jazzy. Did he ask you? He asked me. Okay.
You know what? You stupid.
So now shut the fuck up. Holy shit. I have not talked all day, nigga. All fucking day. Now I gotta get challenged by a fucking
what?
On the side of her fucking neck. Let me speak. Appreciate it. So knowledge. In this situation, Lion's a retard because he can simply say no and then punish the kid himself. Why the fuck would you send that kid to his death when you can simply say no, close the fucking door, and whoop his ass if that's what you want to do? Be on their way, and you can decide what you're going to do yourself. Because he's
I asked Lion that question, and ironically he said,
not that you lied. I think that scenario kind of stupid. I was just going to say, can you spice the scenario?
Oh, look, you sound like a woman now.
His name is
Hello! Can you spice the scenario up a little bit and like maybe give him a consequence for the dad?
No, zero consequence. That's the point. That's the best part. There's zero.
Okay, that's not cool. The enemy is not in this room. The enemy is in Iran. Okay? Thank you, Eric, for clarifying that I was ahead of knowledge. It's okay. Israel. I could patiently wait all day. I listen to you guys all day. And here's the thing. Dawn is the best mod. She puts in so much work for you guys. I wanted to address Concrete, but he's not here. Chill out. It's chillism, right? We're supposed to be chill. So chill out. We're doing our best, especially Dawn, right? As Eric said, I'm just like a doorstop mod. I keep this room open for you guys so you can scream at each other 24/7. I don't know if you guys realize, but I'm literally on here like 24/7 to keep the room open. Sometimes I'm the only mod, sometimes I'm the 8th mod, and we all have our role. Oleg, you saw me yesterday? Oh, and Oleg has been a great addition to chillism. for the right.
It's insane that you guys volunteer your time.
Give it up to Don.
And you're not being compensated for literally killing your brain cells. Oh, look at the pimple popping body fucking person.
God bless you, devil.
You're literally walking pimple popper. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
So, is there somebody next in the queue, or are we possible? It's me, bro. It's Pop. Oh, it's Pop. All right.
That's why I had to you.
It's almost like a talk. I came in obviously at the end of whatever drama was, but I do want to give it up to Don. Don, I recognize you do a lot of work. If you ever do screw up, I chalk it up to human flaws, and everybody flaws because we're all human. And the best thing to do, honestly, is to just say, "I forgive you, Concrete." Because that's his only powers. He likes the animus. And if you just forgive him and move on, it's...
You can't wait your turn. The world
all right, granddaddy.
Simple. That's how it is. So the monster did a good job. Well done, Don. Well done, Oleg. Thanks for your patience. But as long as you guys have to do your part, I've been mature about the justice incident.
Listen, I'm a Karen today. I don't give a fuck. I'm a Karen. Y'all let that fucking shit happen between me and motherfucking Concrete for way too fucking long. Like a walking herpes, nigga. Complain about that.
You always killing the
Anyway, like I know, and your skin is killing you, nigga. So anyway, like I was saying, right? And then Dawn, here's the thing. You know, I fucks with you, Dawn, and you need to stop fucking. Like this is obviously feedback. Oh, so that's syphilis on his skin?
Yeah.
No substance.
The nigga look like a walking dead. I know. And your skin has no substance. Or collagen, or any viral. Like your white cells is pretty much depleted, bro.
I imitate people so much.
I know. You got the shingles, my nigga. I know. Chicken pox ass nigga. I know. You find a cure to your fucking skin disease, nigga. And so yeah, Dawn, like again, this is fucking chillism. But again, I am a customer.
What's your name? Is that
Did you
Can we get a conversation?
Bro, can y'all let him answer the question? I don't think that is.
No, more than that. I don't. They don't want to.
You know, Nathan don't like too many Africans, bro.
They met the African quote.
Yeah, it's one African per term.
Okay.
Well,
I'm not gonna lie, cause you put this one. You don't know this one.
You got me for what?
African per term.
No, African
is right because you thought about it.
You heard what I said. I'm a fucking American. People could handle that bluntness. So I'm an American.
Okay, I have a question for the room. We're changing the topic. If you were in heaven, you made it to heaven already.
You know these niggas ain't going.
You made it to heaven. And God says, let's find 3 real Christians in chillism. So, if they come to find out that, these are not real, who are you taking with you? You only get to choose 3 people with Christian verified checks. And if it come back clean, all 4 of y'all can be in heaven. If not, you going to hell and they...
No, gotta pick my boy King. I feel like I think honestly, I think we're two Christ-like people. I gotta be honest.
I said, kill me.
And I'll say, still King.
Wait, what happened?
He said we got to pick right.
Yeah, 3.
For what? 3 people for what?
You didn't hear the damn prompt?
I didn't hear that. No.
I have got those 3.
All right, I said, you're standing before God.
You're going to hell, bro. You're going to hell if you pick me.
You're standing before God, right? And God says, listen, you're in heaven, but I need you to find me 3 more Christians from chillism to come to heaven with. But if I find out that they're not Christians, I'm sending you to hell.
Oh, that's a good prompt. I like that.
So
Eric, you chose right. Shut the fuck up, Warren.
Shut the fuck up.
We already know who's not getting it.
Criticism. Mark, I know you. That's a fact. Yeah, I like shit. Sometimes, Caroline.
You like the Career Award?
Create words sometimes. That's so okay.
You gotta slow down, bro.
I'll let none of you niggas better choose Nathan. Do not choose Nathan.
I agree with that. I think he would lock you out the gate.
Literally, Eric. Don't choose that.
And you don't do it, ain't going to.
Yeah, I want to know who has lying on their list. That's what I want to know.
I'm literally the only one legitimately going to go so far. Maybe it's.
I already have my I'm taking.
Yo, could you imagine the look on Lion's face? I think that he's speaking. If he goes to heaven and God is not black, could you imagine the look on his face?
He gonna go to a coma.
He gonna hold the scripture. He gonna hold the scripture and tell Christ why he has to be black.
I would know for a fact that they happen. I know that.
You see, I told you. I fucking told you. This is exactly why I can't pick one. This is why
you see, King. I said that earlier.
I'm choosing Ashley to go to heaven with me because she's one of the purest souls in this room. I'm choosing Ashley. I'm choosing Chaos. And I'm choosing Ashley. No, sir.
You ain't
knowledge is a 38 years.
I'm choosing Chaos. I'm choosing Ashley, and I'm choosing Mr. Finley. That's it. I'm going. Yeah.
That's a good. Oh, that's a good list. That's a good list.
Yeah.
I didn't hear any of the big three there.
I don't know about that.
Oh wow.
Just saying.
I'm already going to hell. I'm going to hell. Simone, shut your back. You ain't going to heaven, nigga.
Anybody's put Lion on their list?
No, I'm not putting Lion on my list.
I just want to
I don't think y'all got a better list than
with your life if you put Lion. You just playing with your life.
Yeah, I feel like that's something
too big of a risk.
Back down.
Could you imagine Samoa and heaven?
I would actually want to go to hell.
God's gonna be like, you gotta bring back 3 Christians from Chillism. He's like, you're moving the goalposts.
You'll see Samoa in heaven trying to fucking do the Samoa shuffle on God, bro. That's what you will fucking see.
He's like righteous. You mean righteous? What context?
Come on, wait.
I'm sorry, God, but this is horrible.
This is horrible. This is terrible.
This is bad. Yeah, I'm picking Solomon, Chaos, and Finley. I think Chaos and Finley and Solomon are the most.
I don't know, man. I think King Solomon be doing all that righteous shit, but he be doing some fuck shit behind closed doors.
You know funny? So, I'm not I don't need to lie about shit. I believe in Christ and I don't play about it.
My top 2 is definitely going to be what's her name? Ashley and Finley. The third one, I don't know. Third one's like it's up in the air, but
I'm choosing Chaos.
We have. I don't know. Chaos snapped at me a couple times. I
don't think Indians get into heaven.
Caroline, you want to hear when Chaos snapped at me?
Yeah, because you called him a dirt.
Yeah, fuck you, blood. Yeah, what's wrong with that?
They called you a celebrity. God's gonna be like, you gotta wash your hands before you get any black candy.
I'm fucking crying. I would have said Alaska, but Alaska is like a super leftist.
She's kind of a freak. Nah, they ain't gonna let no freaks and get there.
Why y'all keep choosing Ashley? Ashley's not that.
Ashley is an innocent, pure soul. I would fight for Ashley.
I don't know that though. She might be like the biggest.
Nah.
I agree with that. I think you have.
They gotta go over. So that nigga.
So Shasha packed your up. Wait, is she not even in the room? Y'all wait till she.
And Matt ain't going to
That's for all Catholics.
Yo, kid, you know what's funny? You almost made my list, but
That's crazy.
And I heard you be fucking on the Muslims too, King Solomon.
You still got to be doing what?
yo, she said you fucking.
That's a sin, nigga.
Yo, King, she said you fuck you. Yo, King, she said you fucking on the Muslims. Your response was the woman. Come on.
That was not my response.
That's what you said. You said Muslim
That was not
woman.
my response. That was not my response.
He said, what's wrong with it?
Yes, that was my response.
I don't think Ashley.
The people you chose don't stand.
Not on that level.
Oh, not on that level, really? Do you think God makes a distinction between
Ashley out here calling people nappy-headed hoes.
Okay, that's not a sin.
That's it.
Y'all must not know in the Old Testament that y'all.
I don't commit adultery or fornicate.
Yeah, but you lied.
Definitely you lied.
You blaspheme God.
You accuse
Correct.
Lying being a
God too.
you lie.
Lying being a
I heard you lying like you lying.
He's a blasphemer. That's correct.
You unclean women.
I love it.
Everyone to get them to wake up as well. I break no single law or commandment.
Blaspheme, right?
Which one of us in this
You're a
room,
blasphemer.
remember what you just said, all of the stuff you just heard, which one of us is actually following the commandments of God?
That is true.
None of that matters if you blaspheme Christ.
Sisters who do not.
None of that matters if you
Jesus said, keep my commandment.
And you said more than that.
Yeah, but he ain't keep my commandments.
He said, if you deny me before man, I will
He said his commandments. He said Moses.
And then lying denied Jesus.
Ryan denies that Jesus is Lord.
The Godhead is not a salvific issue. No.
Yes, it is. Trinity is if you deny Christ as God.
Explicitly talks about the Trinity.
You're relevant.
Y'all have to go all in between, few in between to prove that the Trinity is a thing.
You are not the arbiter of what
And neither are you. Neither is you.
I know. The scripture is correct.
Okay, and the scripture does not explicitly say about the Trinity.
They formalized it under
Lying it. I ain't with that. No. I'm not no ChatGPT. I don't care about that. ChatGPT ain't Jesus. I don't know fuck. I know ChatGPT.
So the woman is deceived, not king.
Listen.
Now they're moving a point. See,
it's not a salvific requirement.
It is a salvific.
The deceiving her. The lion is the serpent. The serpent is the
See, King Solomon, I be with you on some shit, but this, I'm drawing a line.
Yeah, but that's only because you want to give Ryan.
You know what's crazy? When I'm with King Solomon, I'm serious, I'm this, I'm that, but the moment I don't agree with him is ma'am. All right.
No, I'm not on that. My thing is.
Hey, listen, no, I'm not a doctrinal bullshitter like you.
Oh, you're definitely a doctrinal bullshitter. That's a fact.
Alright, hold on. Can I ask the question?
If you deny Christ as God, bro.
Who said? Hey,
you deny him as God. That's you.
Here, you put it in chat if you want.
That's just Yahweh, bro.
Follow Jesus.
That's the only way he can be our savior.
Exactly.
He doesn't know no other way, man. He doesn't know the person.
He is the truth.
Why you lying?
He got to repent.
Why you lying? Should I keep my foot on his neck?
No. Give me a second.
Hurry up, because I'm about to play The Sims.
So Gary.
Yes.
In the Bible, but first let me say, right? Do Lion recognize, in his view, does Lion recognize what? Like, how does he see Jesus? Like, what is Jesus in his idea? Like,
you want me to answer that? Or you want Lion to answer it?
Yeah, because hold on. Can I work through it? I'm saying, because I gotta walk through the process in order to get the correct. Take your time, but she's defending your faith right now. And I'm asking, I'm questioning why.
Yo, the dick eating be driving me insane.
Bro, it was like weird. Look, I'm questioning why she's defending your faith. So look, how does Lion's faith view Jesus?
Well, they don't. They just like the normal Christian. They also in their own like little Israelite community all argue about what the Godhead is. Like I've met Hebrew Israelites on this app who are Messianic in like ideology, and then there are some who don't, acknowledge Christ as a Trinitarian Godhead, believe that the Messiah has come yet, and then they have some that believe that
so what is his role?
God and Jesus is one, like the modalist.
So Jesus? What is Jesus' role?
So what does Lion believe though?
So what Jesus' role is, it depends on who you're asking, right? I think if you're asking me what I think Jesus' role is that Jesus came and died on a cross for the sins of humanity. That's what Jesus came to do.
Is he a prophet? Is he a disciple? Or is he the incarnate of
So she's speaking for me or herself?
Bro, I'm questioning her, bro.
So if you're asking what I think,
yes.
I don't believe that Jesus is God incarnate. I don't believe that.
Yeah, I'm asking, what is his role? Like, what is he?
Who is Jesus?
Yes.
Jesus is like Martin Luther King. You asking me what I think? I'm talking about
can I finish where I go? I'm gonna get to you. Calm down. I know it's hard.
How do you ask somebody else about the other person?
You should have never even mentioned Lions.
It's not about you right now.
Let's see how this play out.
Bro, look, listen. It's about why she's defending your argument. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. I'm trying to prove to why she agrees with you. Look, it's
Trinity for a various of reasons. One of them being that the Bible does not explicitly say what the Godhead is. All of that. They before the Trinity, they had what do they call them? There's Unitarianism, there's Binitarianism, and then Trinitarianism, right? Prior to the Trinity, there was it was before the Holy Spirit, rather. It was just Jesus and God. The Holy Spirit didn't come until later on, as it pertains to the Godhead. They would qualify the Holy Spirit and God as the same thing. That's what the Binitarians believe. Unitarians, they believe that Jesus is just an ordained prophet from God, right? And that he had a special relationship with God, but he is not, right? Because Unitarians do believe the same thing that Muslims believe, but, right? So this whole idea of Trinitarianism came later on, and there's nothing in the Bible that is correct.
So Caroline, how do you explain?
Well, I'm not going to go with John 1:1 because I argue with Greeks on this app. The Greek translation.
So John 14 says,
we can bring Pastor Anthony Rogers in here. He knows Greek.
John 14 says,
we can go to the concordance. We can do all that.
We can do all of that.
So John 14. Keep in mind, I'm reading this from the King James version. And
somebody read it because I'm playing this song.
So I'm about to read it, but this is I just had.
Not only that, Eric, there's plenty of scriptures in the Old Testament.
Yeah.
Stop lying.
I literally feel like you wanted it.
No. Hold on.
You're lying. They're gonna have to infer. There's nothing that explicitly say it. Yeah.
Let me read it.
Nothing in there. Every scripture he's
Let me read it. Well, I mean, nigga, that's exactly what you do. What you say. Like, you infer a lot of things.
Exactly, Eric.
Like, what type of argument is that? Everybody infers. You can let me speak.
No, I don't. I don't have to.
Yeah, you gotta be quiet. You got to be quiet. You gotta be quiet. Yeah. Anyway, that was a dumb argument. And everybody infer everything, especially your people infer the most. But anyway, John 14 says, Jesus saith unto him, how do you explain that?
Can you read it one more time?
Yeah, I got you. Jesus saith unto him.
For that?
Hold on, give me a second. That's 14. Go to Africa.
I just want the full context before I get an answer.
Are you going to read the whole?
No. You just read the scripture before.
The previous verse.
I got to calm down.
I gotta isolate scriptures in order to create the.
That's what you do, bro. This is a horrible. That's a horrible rebuttal, bro. You do that. You're like, hold on. Let me read it. You do the same thing. So it's a horrible. Anyways, you do, and I'm gonna point it out when you do this every time. Anyways, John 14:5. Hameth saith unto him, Lord, we may not know whither thou goest, and how can we know the way? Right. So basically, Thomas is asking him, how do I get there, or how do I get to heaven? Or that's the conversation that they're having, right? Is through the Father, in which he's referring to God, right? So like I asked, how do you explain that from like a, Father are one?
Come on.
He didn't say that.
That's not what that scripture says. He can literally. Somebody can read that scripture and say, "Hey, like he's the spokesperson for God. Like, hey, I have a special connection with God. God appointed me to be His messenger." And say, "Hey,
I am the word."
Correct. Like you cannot get through heaven without accepting me as Lord and Savior, etc. But that does not explicitly determine or prove Trinitarianism. So you gotta give me another scripture.
No, Caroline, your answer is our exegesis. So how is the text? A messenger type of statement rather than a special relationship that shows the nature of who he is. How are you showing that?
Where in the scripture shows the special relationship?
Well, you should that's what I'm trying. You put it down to messenger. So you need to show at the very least that there's either other messengers that have made the same type of statement, right? Because that would prove in one way that other messenger says something like this. So if you can give a scripture that's like that, that would bolster your point. But we know a lot of the reasons why the Pharisees picked up stones to stone Christ was because he was essentially calling himself God.
No, it's not why.
Yes, that is. It literally
didn't understand what he was saying.
It literally says that.
They didn't understand what he was saying.
So, Carolyn, can I ask you why?
So who's doing exegesis?
Carolyn, can I ask you why that verse is the verb? Is the verbiage? Oh my God!
Why in that verse is the verbiage?
Yes, why is the verbiage? If it's supposed to be, if you only primarily like a spokesperson of like God, why is the verbiage says, what is it? Instead of saying I will show you the way, what Thomas asked, why does he say I am the way? Right?
Yeah. So the reason why he's saying I am the way is because going to what King was trying to get me to prove is the special relationship between him and God. There is no other way, according to the scriptures. So, it's the special relationship between God and Jesus that he only has access to, that God appointed him to do and become, is the reason why that's verbiage.
Or in other words, you say divine unity?
That we can say divine unity
or the words i.e. Trinity.
Hold on. Divine divinity? Wait. You didn't catch me there. divinity or so would you? Okay, if that's the case, if divinity is a thing, then are the angels and God the same?
No, they're not.
Are they both divine? Hold on, are they both divine?
They're not in the same class.
Oh, you see what happened there, Lion? You see what happened there? Okay. Got him.
I said they're not.
I know that was towards Eric though. That was towards Eric. Yo, what's up?
Oh, Eric, what's your response?
I said no, it's not the same. It's not the same concept.
Okay, so we
and read verse 2.
Go ahead,
No, it doesn't though.
You mentioned divinity as if that's a special qualifier when it's not.
That's because it's
No. So Caroline, one more time. You have yet to show, because you made two exclusive to God Himself. That is what made this so egregious to the Pharisees who were blinded by the Spirit. They couldn't see that they were speaking to God in the flesh. All they could see was their retarded oral traditions that got so far away from what the scriptures were. So this is why we say you can't make up your own criterion of, unless it says explicitly, well, no, it's not you making up the criteria for how God is going to. No, He does, or He says in scripture throughout from the Genesis to now, how He is to be identified. One of those things is, I am the way. I make all things. I've done this. So if Christ is coming and saying, now I am the way. I did all things. He is calling Himself God.
He's the only nigga that got crucified by saying, I am the way, the truth, and the life.
Okay, who else?
Who else? I mean, it was blasphemy during that time. What you say, Lion?
Who else, though? Who else in scripture that angels or messengers call themselves the way, the truth, and the life? Who else?
So this is the scripture. He decided he wanted John 14. What I'm saying is he isolated.
Notice we didn't get an answer, Eric.
No. I'm going to give you an answer. I want Lion to say what he needs to say.
Lion's just going to say some bullshit.
No, I'm not going to run. You know I ain't no runner. Go ahead.
All you have to do, listen, tie that in to what he just read. He wanted you to read in John 14. Just go up to verse 2.
Y'all, I'm playing the Suns. Can y'all be my readers for this evening?
I know, because I know that bitch lying ass nigga won't. I'll read it for you.
How are we isolated now? You read 14:1 to 14:18. How is that?
I would have told you. I know to prepare a place for you. And if you go to prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive unto myself, that where I am, there ye may be also. These are two separate entities. One is on earth. What you just did was isolate a scripture, Eric, and you tied it into your doctrine. Yes, I did. The Father and God, you're trying to say that that's the same one being.
Yeah, they never coexist. You see how
Or Lion, what about the scripture that says, God, why have you forsaken?
Yeah, that was from Psalm. That's from Psalm 22. Oh my God, this is how I think that he was quoting Psalm 22 there.
Mark,
he was quoting Psalm 22 there when he says, "You don't follow you."
You got to work, Jacob. Why do you call me?
What was the response? What does Christ say?
Come on.
Yeah, we can do John 15. There's a reason why you niggas never like to go to 38. There's a reason why.
All right, we're going to the scripture where this nigga said that the Pharisees wanted to kill him. You're gonna, once I read it, you'll understand that the
read to 38.
Understand what he was talking about. So let's go to John 10:34.
Notice what I just said. Notice what I just said. And he went to 34. I said read from John 10:30 to 38. And what did he do? And I said, don't stop at 34. And what did he do? He went straight to 34. You niggas are the same. You're the same fucking thing. You're the same fucking thing. I said read from John 10:30 all the way to 38. And he went straight to 34.
You trying to go straight to 38.
You're the same. You love to isolate scripture too. And Eric said he's going to call you out when you do it. Eric
Come on, before y'all start acting like little concrete, let him fit.
So this is the problem with these Christians. That's what it shook the book.
No, we're just showing her that the criteria isn't needed.
Yeah, he's only at 36. What's this? And because that thou, you ain't got men, niggas, thank you.
What? Yo, these ladies.
Yo, I can't even listen.
You slow.
Just finish at 38. Go to all the way to 38.
Watch what 34 says. Then Jesus answered them, is it not written in your law? Hey, what's it? If he called them gods, he's talking about the Israelites, all of them gods, unto whom the word of God came. He's talking about himself now. The word is calling it title. The word of God came, and the scripture cannot be broken. Say ye of him, who the Father hath sanctified and sent into the world. He's talking about himself. The Father sanctified him and sent him into the world.
Still not the Trinity.
I know. Keep reading. Because I said I am the Son of God. He said, so you're saying that I'm blasphemy because I said that I'm the Son of God?
Keep reading.
And when it says that you are all God,
keep reading.
That's what he's saying. Verse 37. If I do not the works of my Father, separation. If I don't do the works of my Father, believe me not. But if I do, though ye believe not me, believe the works. Believe the works, that ye may know and believe that the Father is in me, and I'm in him.
So wait. Hold on. Okay, wait. Provide context. Okay, I'll wait.
Line needs to be.
Go ahead.
I'll read it. The last verse said they sought to arrest him, but he escaped from their hands. So they sought, when he said, I am in the Father, they sought to arrest him again because he was blaspheming again.
No,
yes, because he was blaspheming again. So they sought to arrest him. I want to read that verse. That's why he did
let me know when you're ready for history.
Wait. Now, if that is true, and they're going to sue exactly what he said, he was talking about God. Then explain why he said that ye are gods.
That's a simple. So, Caroline, this is a great place for it. I'll explain. It's very simple. Christ is showing, Caroline, that if there's a scripture, it's not the same sense as God, right? Yahweh. It's God in the sense of royalty or high priest or someone who is. Please, Ryan. I know you don't like the.
I wanted to ask.
Hold on. The scripture is saying if your text can call these lowlifes because they're lowlifes. If you see the song he's actually quoting from, he's showing you that there are even wicked people can be called gods. Wicked people, not good people. People who are destined for judgment. They can be called gods. This scripture is not Christ trying to equate that you and I are gods. It's showing again. There's a reference. Please find. There's a reference psalm that Christ. Where the people in that, because he's saying, isn't it written that ye are gods? And that's scripture when you go read it. The people that are being called gods are not gods, they're actually wicked men. So he's saying, if these wicked men can be called gods, why can't you see that the actual Son of God?
He used the word actual. You put the word actual in there. Okay, so let's do it.
Just gonna ignore that, of course.
So let me ask you, no, because you put that in there. But anyway, check this out, right?
You put the
was Jesus in that time the only person that was considered a son of God?
No.
the one that's making the you're doing the you're doing the what do you call that fucking fallacy? No Truman Scott's
the Bible doesn't. The Bible doesn't make a distinction between the Son of God and us as Christ followers being sons of God, adopted sons of God. The Bible doesn't make that distinction.
Again, I asked you a question. I asked you a question.
For you. Look, all we gotta do is say, see, these niggas don't know. I just know that you make your own views are just wrong. We read scripture where they looked at you and said, you make yourself God. So Christ was making a statement that made himself God.
Can answer her question, read John 3:16.
The most basic Bible verse of all time.
Because you asked the question.
John 3:16 should not perish, but have eternal.
Yeah. You know what they do, Lonnie? You know what they do? They don't read the full context of 3:16. They love isolating 3:16. They never read the context before 3:16. What's the context before it?
I can read it.
Sure.
No.
Yeah, I just thought 13.
Before you do that, you wanted to know in other places in New Testament where
we already know other places.
We already know.
No. Don't try to jump on my one. No. For the sake of the room, please provide that, Lion.
Jump up on angel.
Okay, well let him get it out though.
The devil is a god too. Satan is not a god too.
Do a 2-on-4 or 2-on-6. Be fair. Let the two concrete PTRs get it in.
None of these niggas knew where anybody else was called sons of God.
That's not true.
I literally heard this song. Why are you lying?
Lion, stop engaging and just go.
You just lied. I referenced the song.
Don't catch the bait, Lion. Stick to the plan.
I'm pointing out that these Christians don't know anything.
You're a liar.
Program isolated scripture, and they don't know anything. Now watch this. The answer is Luke. This is to your question, King. Show me anywhere else where somebody else called the Son of God.
I didn't stupid say that.
You lied. I
did not say that. Why are you making it up? Show me another place where someone says, I and the Father are one, or says, I am in the Father. Sons of God and the Son of God. Those are not the same thing.
That's not the truth either. So,
that's all good, Aaron. They gotta lie. They have to lie.
Wait, look, Lion, you had a man. Hold on, Lion, you had a man, and then you had.
Everybody understands that distinction. Amen is not something.
So look, all you had to do, and it says,
Wait, let me referee real quick. Let me referee. I gotta let Lion get it out, bro. And Lion, you gotta let them get it out. Come on, pause.
Hurry up,
Lion.
Shut up, nigga. Soon as these niggas get to talking, I'm quiet. The moment
that's a lie, nigga.
That's a lie. Cause I'm on Lion team tonight. I'm on this nigga team. So let's just be.
So check this out. This is Luke 30. I'm gonna start at the end. At the very end, because I know you niggas up the lineage. All you gotta do is read the entire verse. If you wanna know, Luke 3, which was the son of Enos, which was the son of Seth, which
the son of
right,
yes,
which was the son of God.
This doesn't.
I cut you off. Can you repeat that again? Repeat it one more time.
She's gassing the look.
Repeat it one more time. Because I cut you off.
Which was the son of Enos.
No, start over.
Alright, this is Luke.
Yes, the sons of God are.
Come on, King. Let him say it again.
It's not
this is so easy.
I got
check this out. This is also how it ties in to Psalm 82 and 26. Where it talks about the sons of God. This This is a sacred relationship between the men that were following God, which came from the bloodline lineage of Seth, all the way to Adam. These were the sons of God, which created Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and then the 12 tribes. Those were called the sons of God. All of them were the sons of God.
Oh, that's what.
But everybody else was not. Look great. Let's read this. So everybody else was not called the sons of God. Other people were called the sons of the wicked.
So
you don't know.
This is so bad.
It is so bad.
No, I just want chapters and verses.
Don't tell it.
Second from the answer.
What is she going to do to us?
Look, when we see Caroline's going to be up.
All right. Anyway,
When am I not honest? Hold on. When am I not honest?
You know what I mean?
Eric, don't start your shit, Tyreek. When have I been dishonest in this conversation?
I said that, Caroline. I want to see if you're going to be honest.
All right, okay.
I never said that. I think your gas didn't line up.
All right, but that's not me being dishonest.
I didn't say you were. But anyway, look. Anyway, bro, I literally told you what the scripture was gonna say about everything. I read you like a playbook. I literally referenced what I said was gonna say. But anyway, look. Anyway, my point is, see, Carolyn, see, that's why we interrupt them.
I'm after you, Eric.
He interrupted.
Yeah, I was after Eric.
Alright, look, anyways, the point is, and this is how, like, bro, come on, bro.
I'm fighting with you, nigga, but you gotta be fair. Listen, I'm on your sideline, but I also gotta play referee. It's two of us versus three of these niggas. Let them get their shit off. We gonna be quiet.
Wait, let me jump in. I'm just kidding. I'm not jumping in.
Honestly,
let them three niggas cook. Don't say nothing. Let them cook. So when it's my time, we can say, "Hey, no, come on, you don't be a wiggle bag, nigga. Pick a side.
No, I'm
either you on our truth, or you on their side. That's not the truth.
It is Luke 3. That is what Lion is referring. But anyways, I think this is where the disingenuous comes in, where I talk about the lies people. He has to frame a narrative that was never made, right? Because Aaron was the one who asked the question. Is in that time were there other people who was referenced as the sons of God, right? Me and King came on. I said yes, clearly, right? Believers, kings, right? The devil himself is referenced as gods, right? But we made a clear distinction, right? There is like the unique God, right? The actual God, which is like the son of Jesus as the son of God, and then you got like the regular like gods, right? Which is like the believers and other people, right? And then the verse that we gave, which is like John 14 or whatever, clearly explains, right, and explicitly explains, right, he is the begotten son of God, right? That makes a clear distinction of like every other reference in the Bible about like being the son of God. And what Lion's trying to do is like reference like the other instances where like somebody's referred to as the son of God to like equivocate or override the meaning of like that the John 14 verse, which he hasn't done, right? He hasn't like overridden like that verbiage, right? He would have to show me where somebody else is like referred uniquely as like a unique son of God, or like have some sort of divinity, or like they're one with God, or like the God is within them, right? And you can't show that, and that's the question that King was asking. He is not showing that.
That was beautiful, and I would just say this, Lion, when we first met, don't you remember you told me that quote in Exodus where it says, "Thus saith the Lord, Israel is my firstborn son"? You remember you told me that? But just remember. Now, I will also add this from my brother King. This is a beautiful verse right here where it says, "And without controversy, great is the mystery of godliness, that God was manifested in the flesh, justified in the spirit and seen by the angels. So the angels sing this. The angels. Those who some people are calling the sons of God. But even though Israel is called the firstborn son of God, thus saith the Lord, one must wonder, did God manifest himself in the flesh? Is this a controversy? No. For the verse first says, without controversy was God, and it was manifested in the flesh, and it was witnessed among us. Yeah, so this controversy we have now is something demonic. Yes, demonic.
Well, say Kitover.
So you hopping in, and then is it on me and Lion next?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
It's no love what the two gentlemen did previously because it's showing how dishonest Lion is, and I told you, Caroline, I'm going to see if you're truthful. Anybody who's read their reference in the Old Testament, this is speaking to created beings who are either angels or part of the divine council. For instance, with Job 1:6, the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord. But these are references to created beings, right? This is not reference to the Son of God. And we know the distinction, right? When we see how the New Testament defines the Son of God. For instance, we already read John 3:16, which makes it very clear that where it says, the only begotten Son, the only begotten Son who is in the bosom of the Father. But it doesn't stop there. We have way more. Hebrews 1:5. To which of the angels did God ever say, you are my son? You see that, Caroline? So anyone trying to argue to you that using the titles for the Nephilim, which are created beings who were angels, and the divine council, which are all created, anyone trying to say that you can equate that with the divine title, the Son of God, which is the uniqueness that we see from Hebrews, John, and other places, where it literally mentions only, where it mentions exact imprint. For instance, I think that's Hebrews 1:3, I believe, where it says something like, he is the radiance of the glory of God and the exact imprint of his nature. To which of the Nephilim was there ever said, these created beings are the exact imprint of God? None of them. So please, let's not do this terrible hermeneutics where we don't take into account that words can have several definitions and titles can look similar but have very different meanings. We all know that that is the case. We don't need to play like Lion and his ilk does, where, every word that we see is the same, whether, in this situation versus this situation, that confirms the crazy shit that we believe. But at the end of the day, the Son of God title is unique in the sense that, when you look at the scriptures that it's referencing, it's saying things like only begotten.
Disagree.
Hold on. It's some ice out right now. What are you doing?
All right, so this is real simple. Check this out. Remember what King just stated. All right, Exodus 4:22. That's what Jacob says next to this shit.
Did you just say only son?
Yeah, it said firstborn.
Okay, where did you say only son?
So stop. So who was the firstborn?
Israel.
I thought Jesus was God's
only son.
Okay, yeah. All right, here's another one. This is John 14:28, same chapter that Eric brought up. Real simple, easy shit. Ye have heard how I said unto you, I go away and come again unto you. If ye love me, you would rejoice, because I said, I go unto the Father, for my Father is greater than I. Is Jesus the Father, the Most High God that created all things? Because if he is, then he just stated out of his own mouth that there is a God greater than he is. Let's go to Exodus. Not Exodus. Let's go to 1 Timothy. Y'all like this New Testament stuff. 1 Timothy 2 and 5. For there is one God and one mediator between God and men, the man Christ Jesus. So there's one God, the Most High, and then there's a mediator. That's the bridge you dumbass keeps talking about, which you're trying to find in Hebrews 10, but you don't know where to go. The mediator is Christ. That's first, write it down, 1 Timothy 2, verses 5. He's the mediator. That's the way to God. Finally, let's go to Matthew 19, another scripture that says the same. Yeah, absolutely fucking right.
Terrible hermeneutics.
Yeah, nigga.
And when it's my turn, I want to cook.
Yeah. So here's the fucking thing. This nigga is talking about terrible hermeneutics by using exact word phrases to dismantle his argument. Wow, that's all this clown is fucking doing himself. That's everything this nigga is doing. He's just projecting on me. So I'm going to show you something. This is Matthew 19, verses 17. This is a conversation between this nigga's God and a man that was in the court. This is verse 19, and it says, and he said unto him, wait, hold on, let me go up. Because I don't isolate scriptures like these clown ass Christians do.
Take your time, brother. Literally, you went to John 10:34.
So, and behold, one came. Take notice. All three of these niggas is talking. Pay attention, ladies and gentlemen.
What? I was talking to you, bitch.
And behold, I don't need your help, bitch ass nigga. You fucking parasite test ass nigga. You sick, syphilis carrying bastard.
Curse be you, Philistine.
One came and said unto him, Good master, what good things shall I do that I may have eternal life? And he said unto him, Jesus responded in 17, Why callest thou me good? There is none, N-O-N-E, none, zero, zilch, nada, nothing. Good, but one. And that is God. But if thou wilt enter into life, keep the commandments. The same commandments I keep. Keep those commandments. Watch this. To go into detail, he said unto them, which? Jesus said, watch this. Watch how you know what commandments they are. Verse 19, stupid nigga. Thou shalt do no murder. That's Old Testament. Thou shalt not commit adultery, King. Thou shalt not steal, Jacobus.
Thou shalt not lie, Ryan.
Thou shalt not bear false witness. Everything that he's mentioned.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Come on.
Everything that Jesus is mentioning comes from the Old Testament for some reason. Honor, the young man says unto him, All these things I have kept from my youth and up. What lack I yet? The point is simply this. Christ is saying that there is one that is greater than him. There is no co-eternal, co-equal, co-nonsensical bullshit that you try to make up. Everything that the Bible is talking about is that he was created by the Most High. And then he began to create, essentially making him a God, but not the God, stupid nigga. Why does thou call me good? For there is one good, and that is God. He's not taking claim, you stupid dumbass.
Here we go,
Go right ahead.
That last part he couldn't.
Oh, it's not. Read the actual scripture. He did it.
All right, so I got a lot to cover.
Sound just like the Pharisees.
Part, right? So you mentioned that the Son of God's could be and is, or excuse me, are angels and heavenly beings, right? So we knocked that out the ballpark. Cool. We talked about the Nephilim. Cool. Where it's mentioned the sons of God. Where I kind of want to focus on is how that also, that term sons of God, was used to talk about the royal or the Messiah or Messianic, right? People who were appointed kings were considered sons of God. That's kind of where I want to work with, right? So in a royal sense, right? When they say you are my sonship, y'all probably heard the term sonship before. That comes from like a royal lineage, right? Because when you are a king, right, the next person in line is typically who? The son, right? So these are royal terms that are interchangeably used when talking about Jesus, who is the sons of God, right? But what happens when we have these conversations with people who adopt the Trinitarian ideology is that they try to insert that this distinction, which is why I made a chuckle when King Solomon said the actual, right? Because you have to put that emphasis there to create a distinction, not that there is one, right? So I want to bring up some actual scriptures to kind of go into where I stand with Lion, that there is, just because someone is considered a son of God does not necessarily point to any sort of divinity of that thing. And in this case, we're talking about Jesus Christ. Okay, so a couple scriptures that I pulled up that I wanted to go through quickly. It's starting with, I'm scrolling. Matthew 16, verse 16. So Matthew chapter 16, verse 16. In the passage, it says, Jesus asked his disciples, Jesus asked his disciples, who do people say the Son of Man is? They give various answers. Then Jesus asked, well, who do you say I am? And Peter responds, the vain God. Most people will consider that to be a divine statement. Most Trinitarians will believe that. However, when we look at Jewish culture, the Son of God is going back to what I wanted to highlight, which is the Messianic and royal title, right? It meant that this King of Israel, this long-awaited king that they've been talking about since it prophesied and since Isaiah, that Peter is talking in the language from the Messianic Messiah royal person, not necessarily a Trinitarian relationship. Y'all have to put that in there, right? So that's one thing. Secondly, that I want to bring up is Philippians chapter 2, verse 6, where that says, who being in the form of God, wait. Is that? You know your Bible. Can you read Philippians chapter 2, verse 6?
Philippians.
Yeah, I want the King James because I know you got the King James. Philippians chapter 2, verse 6.
Hold on. I'm still rolling, so hold on. 2 verses 6. KJV. I'm on.
Come on, nigga, you ain't like the church people.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually working, remember?
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
So, it said Jesus being in very nature of God did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage.
That's the KJV?
Let me see.
I want to hear that word robbery. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay. KJV 2 verses 6. Come on now. Open up. It's not my fault.
That's some grandpops, man.
It's not my fault. KJV.
That's not my fault.
All right. Who being in the form of God thought it not robbery to be equal with God.
Okay. So basically what that scripture is saying, right? Who being in the form of God, right? And we're in this instance, we're talking about Christ, did not consider equality with God something to be robbery, right? So, a couple of things in that verse. Number one, Jesus had the form of God, quote unquote. And we can talk about form, we can talk about him being in his image and likeness, the whole nine. But he deliberately chose not to grasp or assert. Did he say it's considered, or he did not consider equality with God?
Kids, people who are incarcerated who are commuting sentences or liberating people from incarceration, federal crimes, or is that too restrictive? Or Abby, you're saying get rid of that even?
I'm just saying it made sense in its time in English history when the Crown was not monitoring and aware of what the magistrates were doing in the different fiefdoms around England. It made sense. Go read, I don't know, Grok or Google, or just read the history of pardon and where it came from. It doesn't make sense. Our executive branch is aware of what our judicial branch is doing. And we have a Justice Department, and it doesn't, historically it made sense, but to me, I don't see it today. Someone argue with me and tell me that I'm wrong.
So I can see certain contexts where it could make sense. In one-off situations with people who were convicted of criminal charges, but the criminal charges that they were convicted of are no longer popular. Or if there's a murder conviction and the murder conviction had evidence that was very disputable, but because of the system, the person ran out of appeals. I know that there exist other means for them to do that, but having the president have the ability to commute the sentence is not necessarily an inherently bad thing. But if you have presidential powers to issue pardons like that, or to issue clemency, or whatever the hell you call it, I think there need to, at a minimum, be restrictions. For example, not being able to pardon members of your immediate family, and not being able to pardon members of your administration for crimes that they may have committed through the course of their capacity as a member of the administration. There have to be some levels of checks on it, because it is proven itself not to be balanced.
I disagree with you, because if new evidence came out in a case, you could seek a new trial, you can motion the court based on new evidence. Our legal system enables one to go through the process when a circumstance like that comes out. Look at who Biden not only pardoned, but commuted. He commuted 37, was it 27 or 37 death row? I mean, people that were cop killers, children killers, that he commuted off of death row their sentences because he didn't believe in the death penalty. So, so you'd have to also look at commutations as well. And then governors have pardon powers as well. I mean, it's on a state level different.
Right.
Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like we have all of this untapped land where literally nothing is happening. And people will say, well, what about farmers and what about this? I mean, if agriculture were so great, why do we subsidize farmers to the levels that we subsidize them? I just think we have more people than we have economic output for it, and I think America really needs to figure out how to be profitable as a country countries are making themselves profitable. But I also think Americans don't want to pay for anything. They don't ever say it, but they don't want to pay for anything. They don't want to pay. You know, people bitch about immigration, but if you had the opinion of
we tried to bring Jarl up. Instead, he wanted to talk.
Marshall, you're mine. You can bring him up.
I know, but I invited him and it didn't work, so somebody else has to invite him.
I just invited him. Back to the title of the room. Is Donald Trump nuts? What do you guys think?
I think he's crazy like a fox.
You know what's funny about this?
He's like the smartest person ever, but I also don't think he's like the dumbest person ever.
So here's my thing, right? Who's really running the show? Who do we really think is running the show? Like, we go...
Susie Wiles is running the show right now.
Yeah, Susie Wiles doing her thing.
And we go from videos of him literally falling asleep in a meeting to then other people saying, oh no, he's playing like 5D chess. You guys see the clip that they tried to block where I guess the meeting was over and he says, I could use a good shit, right? And they cut it off, but they didn't do it.
I think Susie Wiles is really running the show right now.
I think it's Jared. I really think it's Jared.
I mean, and maybe it's a combo, but I mean, I think she's exceedingly capable, and I think it's interesting, and I think she's actually managing the ship. I mean, and you're right. There might be some Jared Kushner feedback, but I think Susie Wiles is running the show, and I think she's, I think he can trust her, and he can go be blusterous and crazy and insane, and I think she keeps the ship steered straight.
So I think that we have to decide if he really is like running the show, or if he pops in or they put him in the chair when something has to happen. I struggle to understand the argument that he's just this, the fucking greatest thinker, and then at the same time he is a fox. Which one is?
Yeah, I think I think Trump is impulsive and crazy, and once in a while he just I don't know if you play poker, right? Like sometimes you win hands, and I think that's how Trump is. I think he loses more hands than he wins by far, but he wins some big. I just think once in a while he gets at the poker table and wins some big hands.
So it's for me, right? It's like, so I've got a former CIA buddy who lives in New York, and the CIA is a lot of shit, right? And so
they're in everything.
Yeah, they're in everything, right? And so it's like he just doesn't think that he's running things. He's like, because everyone said that this conflict with Iran was not winnable. Everyone said, every analyst said,
do you know what, Gerald, do you know what size their army is?
No.
I looked this up. I couldn't believe it. They have a bigger army than we do.
Yeah, army. I thought you said armor. Yeah.
Total 1 million soldiers.
Like personnel, yeah.
Yeah. We have about 900,000, 950,000. They outnumber us. No, I'm sure they're...
So does North Korea and China. I think Russia has a larger set of armed forces than we do.
It's kind of like so this whole thing about the Strait of Hormuz, right? Every analyst said, hey, if we do this, they're going to shut down the strait. And then we do it. He does the press conference, and he said, I never thought they would have shut down the strait. That can't be true, because every analyst I mean, they've been saying, not only military analysts, but economic analysts have been saying this since the early 2000s, you know. And again, like, you know, a month ago, someone went into the futures market and they put a $2 billion short on oil. He comes out and he says, we've got a deal. And this is all public record, right? Someone made $60 million in 20 minutes. And it's happened 3 times. And Marshall, I think we talked about this in one of Gary's rooms, right? So it's like,
Yes, sir.
Is making money.